Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert.
Our teams are back for week 2 to continue their battle to the top in our challenge season. Zeta Division, SK Gaming, and ANR are all undefeated after week 1. But will that still be the case after today? Well, it's time for us to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Pretend everything I said does not actually apply to what we're doing here today because it is week 2 of the challenge season. And listen, I'm a little bit frazzled with all of the excitement that I've got going on here today. We are about to dive into some more action. And after what we saw last week, I'm very excited. Obviously, host Glitter Explosion, who's completely confused all the time. Beef Mommy Bobby plays, and I hold shift, ready to kick things off here today. Are you ready for week 2?
I'm absolutely ready. I am as confuzzled as you are. Honestly. Because I feel like day number 3 is definitely going to be huge for a lot of the teams playing right now. This is a kind of a do or die situation because whatever jitters you had in the past weekend, that should just be forgotten today. It is a crucial time, especially for the bottom of the leaderboard, which I think is a really good matchup for today. I think all the matches are pretty even.
All right, I'm super excited for it. I think this is probably the best day of action that we've had in any of our regions so far. I think every single matchup has map 5 potential, so this could potentially be a really long day, and I'm hoping at least for the first 2 we get a really good litmus test of what those top 4 teams are going to be shaping up to be, and hopefully a better idea of what those top 2 spots for Europe could look like.
The teams that started off 0-2 in week number 1 all of a sudden have a huge fire lit underneath them. You have to put together wins if you want to have a chance at making playoffs. You go down 0-3, 0-4, your chances are essentially nullified considering how good the top of this competitive region actually looks at the moment. So it's an important day for a lot of our teams.
All right, well, if you want to actually know what's going on, make sure you're following us on social media. They will have the updates for everything you could possibly need to know about all of our regions here. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Follow us on our live streams. Make sure you're hanging out there, watching everything so that you can keep up with everything the entire summer long already. This is week 2, and you don't want to miss anything else if you've missed it here already. And then, of course, we have our Discord. You can head on over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join the community. Hang out with us. Talk all things COD Mobile. It's definitely a very fun place to be. But now we've got to get all of the basic stuff out of the way. We do this every time to make sure you guys know what's going on. Bobby, let's talk about the format.
Stage 1, ranked play. Stage 2, ranked with friends. That moves us on to stage 3, where the top 128 teams battled it out to see who our top 8 were going to be. And obviously today we've got more of our 8-team round robin action to determine who those top 4 teams will be to have a chance at making it into stage 5.
And then, of course, not only are our teams fighting for those spots in Stage 5, they want to be making it to the World Championship, Mommy, but we still have some cash on the line for our teams playing here this time around, too.
It's always nice to get cash on the line because in Stage 3, that was the first time that we did get a prize pool. And now same goes here for Stage 4. Obviously, that first and second, you'd want to get that spot because Europe only has 2 slots in the World Championships in Stage 5. But $2,000 is not a joke. Honestly, that's going to be impressive money, but you're not going to be left empty-handed with that 8th spot getting $500.
Listen, if they've already made it this far into the competition, they're going to go home with a little bit of something in their pockets because it is hard to get this far. But we've got a packed schedule on the line for today. Let's see who's going to be kicking things off. Shift, talk to me about some of the matchups.
Yeah, this is what I like to call moving day, I think, overall, when it comes down to how our standings are labeled out. We don't even look at it at the moment, but those first 2 matches are all our teams in the bottom half of the leaderboard, and then our back 2 matches are all the teams on the top side of the leaderboard. So as I kind of already framed up, these first 2 matches are going to feel like must-wins for all 4 of the squads just to put yourself in a position to stay competitive. But by the end of the day, we will have, I think, a pretty discerned power rankings from top to bottom of who our best teams in Europe are, and then obviously who our worst teams in Europe are. This is a very, very crucial day to setting up the rest of the season.
Yeah, not to mention that after tomorrow, then we're already halfway done with the challenge season. So these teams really need to be making some big moves here if they want to keep themselves in contention for those top spots to continue on to Stage 5. Now, if you're wondering what happened last week and you weren't here, before we get into all the action today, let's give people a little bit of a recap. What were some standout moments for you from the first week of the challenge?
Honestly, for me, it's 31er up against Animus because they had such a solid search and destroy presence, and obviously when it comes to gameplay like that, you need to find a way to climb up to the top. Even though you do have a little bit of a hard time with those respawns, best believe you can try to go in for more of that search and destroy. But as we see over here, it's 117 versus Mon that I feel like a lot of those people actually kind of expected Mon to kind of dominate those S&Ds, but they had a really tough time.
No question about it. I think definitely the highlight for me was the bounce back for that Zidium squad. They were absolutely miserable on their day number 1, getting completely waxed. Being able to bounce back against a Panic squad that had some big-time pickups, that has some big-time talent, the fact that they were able to have that mental toughness and show that they are still one of the top teams in all of Europe, I think is a huge credit to them.
How are we not going to talk about how poor Panic have been so far? You have a highly loaded roster with a lot of great veterans, and they got smoked 0-3 in both of their matches. Did not see that coming in any form. Now, to be fair, they played a little bit of more difficult opponents than some of the other teams had, but for them to not even put up anything competitive at all throughout week number 1, that is a huge misstep, I think, compared to what our expectations were for that particular 5-man roster.
All right, well, hopefully you guys got a little bit of a breakdown of all the action that happened there in week 1. Kind of giving a little bit of a setting the stage here for week 2, but there's also some stats that you guys were working on behind the scenes. Shift, let's talk about them. Okay, we've got our first head-to-head here.
Yeah, the thing about, again, just to really beat a dead horse, these are must-win matchups for both of these 2 teams. 31er, I thought, played better than their 0-2 currently looks. Panic did not. They looked like they were getting beat down, and you could kind of see it based on their average point dispersion that they absolutely were. Both these 2 teams are pretty bad when it comes to Hardpoint through the first week of action. That has to be different for my mind when it comes to Panic trying to have a chance to get their first win. Whereas for 31er, I was actually pretty happy with how they played their Search and Destroy last week. There were a couple of mistakes and miscues, but largely speaking, for a roster that had been kind of another subject of the roster mainly that we had in Europe, they actually looked pretty solid when it came to the different looks they put together across both search matches they played.
All right, and then we're going to have some more stuff to talk about here for our squads. Mommy, what points do you want to make for the first matchup here?
Well, we already mentioned it a while ago, is the fact that they were able to beat Animus last week in a pretty convincing fashion too, and it is going to be a map that is Slums, a small map that they actually lost up against Panic. So it'll be interesting how they're going to play it, if it is going to be played later on. But like what Shift already mentioned, it is those respawns that they definitely need to show up in.
All right, Bobby, as we continue kind of breaking down this first matchup a little bit more, let's talk about Panic.
I mean, we've already seen a matchup between these two. It was in stage 3, and to be honest, it was a Panic squad that started out kind of the way that we expected them to look.
Yeah.
And they've added on top of that EUR, they've added on major slaying power, and it was really the DQ at the beginning of stage 3 that ended up snowballing things a little bit and forcing them down to the lower bracket, taking the L to 31ers. So we've seen this Panic squad show moments of brightness, but still the chemistry seems to be the main factor. And for 31er, they looked really solid, even though they did end up losing the control last week. That was incredibly winnable at multiple points. Obviously, the Hardpoint has not looked good for them at all, but I think if you can find a way to win the control, no question, they should have the S&D unlocked.
Like it is a little bit close depending on the map choices, because we already saw that with Slums. I feel like Panic may have a little bit of an upper hand because they did go up against them back in stage 3. But knowing how well adapted 31er has been, knowing very well that they were able to beat Animus and was able to bring that control game super close, I think it could be a 3 and 5 depending on whether or not the map choices actually go into the favor of 31er.
I would say going into this one, I think the S&Ds should be a lock. I think for Panic, the hard point should be absolutely guaranteed as well. So even though they haven't looked great, I think just based off raw slaying power, I think they've got what it takes to be able to take down 31er in the respawns. I think overall, because of that strength in the search and destroy, it is going to go the way of 31er, though, with them taking it 3-2.
I think the thing about it is, like, we have to see Panic actually show up. Like, we keep giving a lot of credit to what they should be able to do based on their roster. I mean, Onur playing alongside Aver, playing alongside Yaya. Last year, those were 3 of the hardest fraggers that we had in Europe, period. So the fact that they're getting blown out in respawn is a huge red flag. That can no longer exist this week, and especially in this matchup, because otherwise it may be too far gone, I think, for this Panic team.
All right. So it seems that you're leaning the way of 31er.
It's hard to pick because I think the proving point of the sample size is low for both of these two squads. It just is a matter of, if it doesn't happen now for Panic, is it ever going to happen? So this is, I would say, for both teams, again, a must win. Both teams are 0-2, but I would still put the chip on Panic's shoulder. They have to play well today.
It's going to come down to which team has the clutch factor here in our first match of the day. And then, of course, it's really going to come down to how the second week goes for a lot of these teams, because even if there is a stumble for a squad that misses out on a must-win match, there is the possibility that somebody else also ends up falling and that leaderboard evens out just a little bit and gives them an opportunity to continue fighting for those top positions. Now, like I said, we're going to be getting our picks and bans up here, and as they pop up, let's talk about what you're hoping for from these maps, Mommy.
I'm already looking at Takeoff, and both these teams aren't actually particularly good in this map. I feel like for Panic, they might have a little bit of an edge, knowing very well that they brought it similarly close up against Zidium, so that's going to be good for me. And when it comes to their score lines on Hardpoint and those respawns, they're going to be evened out, but I'm actually looking at that standoff map for S&D, Bobby.
Yeah, no question about it. I didn't even realize that it was still in the map pool, but it looks like we're still having issues with firing range. So once again, a map that most of these teams are incredibly familiar with, but as far as how much recent experience they've had scrimming on it, we'll see what they can bring. That may potentially give even a little bit more of an edge to Panic, just depending on whether or not 31er feels super familiar with that. Once again, going on raw slaying power, we know that Panic has the potential to take any one of these maps, but the leadership, the team chemistry has been the biggest issue, no question.
Both these two teams have been pretty bad in control as well, and neither of them had a chance to play Crossroads yet. So that's also going to be kind of a level, hopefully neutral playing ground for both these two teams to try to show us something new today, because I was expecting very much so to see Raid in the mix, just based on the fact that 31er has played it twice. We also saw the Panic play it once. Both teams looked okay on it. I thought for sure they would want to try to meet somewhere they could both be competitive, but I'm not sure who took it off the table. But Crossroads being the leftover option is a very interesting map number 3 for me.
All right, well, now that we know how that's gonna go, for the first time today, I think we can start sending you both to the other side of the studio to prepare for match number 1. Good luck, guys.
Oh, my legs.
What was that sound?
I did the mom workout with Molly earlier, and it was moms are strong apparently.
People keep saying dad bods are the way. Maybe mom bobs are the way.
All right.
You said
I don't think I'm going to
subject.
aspire to that, but you know, to each their own. It is going to be Panic and 31 are getting us started today. Once again, this has 5-game potential. Every single one of the games today, I would say, does. And definitely almost feels like do or die right now for these squads. As, like you said, once you get into that 0-3 territory, you got to question, are any of the top 4 teams going to be worse than 0-3? And realistically, they've still got tougher competition to go up against as well.
I think the simple way of putting it, you go 0-3, you have to win out to have a chance of controlling your own destiny to get into that top 4. Otherwise, you're hoping for things like tiebreaker situations or teams to drop matches that they maybe shouldn't, which is never something you want to do playing through 3 games. But one of these 2 teams are going to be in that same ballpark of having to kind of, again, win possibly all of their last 4 games. Not great news because there's still a lot of very even matchups that these 2 teams have on their schedule that they still have to go through. So it's not like, hey, you're out of the woods just because you got through your hardest part of the schedule. Maybe for Panic, you can say that they've played Animus and they've played some of the top teams that are out there, but yeah, you just have to win this matchup. Otherwise, your season is going to be looking real dark and cloudy, put it that way.
Yep. And that's not where you want to be, especially going into the later portions of the season. Like, you get to that point where your back's up against a wall and all of a sudden, especially for the less experienced players, that can potentially mess with your head as well. So you want to do your best to set yourself up for success. Obviously, best case scenario, you just want to win, period. And that's the thing that we're looking to see out of this Panic squad. I would say there's more pressure on Panic than there is on 31er. Definitely a lot more experience right there, a lot more acumen, and a lot higher expectations. So these guys are going to need to step up today if they're going to have a chance at seeing those playoffs.
Yeah, it's one of those things that again, the roster doesn't match the results for Panic. You expect them to, with, again, a core 3 players that have been solidly set in towards EU competitive action, that they're going to be competitive and possibly be a fighter for maybe a top 3 spot, not just a top 4 spot. Of course, that conversation, when we really think about it in the broader scheme, is kind of moot because you have to finish top 2. It doesn't really matter what happens after that. The money that's saved for stage 4 is fine, but not making it to stage 5 is, it's essentially a loss, I think, for everybody who's in the mix. So, yeah, definitely things right now for Panic that you have to show up. You have to show us why exactly we have even giving you some residual favor from last year coming into this season.
But one of the beauties of the brackets is you can come in, you can have a hot start.
Agreed.
And there's a situation where even if you're not the better team, if you're playing better COD that day, you can still find a way to maybe take one of those top 2 spots in the European region. So we'll see. Anything's possible. Obviously, players that have been in stage 5 in multiple different years on this squad. We have Afer, who I believe was on the Strut squad last year. Yep. We have Yaya, who was on the Nova squad from a couple of years ago. We know they've got the experience. I believe Onur was on the, he might have been on the Strut squad as well, but looks like the Takeoff Hardpoint is ready to go. I'm fully expecting a strong start for this Panic squad. We'll see what they've got. And Slayer going to be sniping off this. I don't think we've seen any hardpoint sniping so far, so this is going to be interesting.
Brixta already in a nice position to watch this cross. Couple of opening kills for 31. Wow, clean kill feed for 31er. So now they only just get the hardpoint. There's already a couple of members who are looking to put a little bit of a spawn trap onto Panic. Maybe even flip those spawns and scores on an opening 3-piece. And Owner is the only player to get a single kill for Panic so far. It's been all 31er off the rip.
And they have been so slow off the start. Every single one of these hardpoint games around, they've got to find a way to change that. Slayer starting off with the respawn snipe. It's actually the crossbow that he picks up his first kill with and has immediately changed over to the switchblade. Maybe just looking for a couple big opening kills at the long range, but once again, you got to set yourself up for success, and right now 31 are the ones doing that.
Yeah, nice little route here from Lydia. Gets around the back, pinches, comes back to the hard point, doesn't try to play her life to anchor up spawns, but 31er will still find the benefit of getting the scrap time and getting over 30 seconds off the first hard point. Not bad at all. But the problem is now you've completely lost any sight over towards this new setup. Kills would have to come through, and it's all happening from the front right now as Panic gets themselves set up on the second floor.
And they've got 3 players already rotated up into that next hard point, but Brix is going to push on up. It's all 31er in the feed, and the early setup completely evaporates for 31er. Slayer looking to find a one-man push, but he's going to hit marker with the crossbow as well. And it just seems like a lot of ego shell decisions right now for Panic.
It's completely disjointed. And looking to last week to this week, zero improvement from Panic right now through the first hardpoint and a half. And when Score locks things down, he's got a really good route to just make sure that nobody from Panic can freely get to the staircase. Lydia's going to follow up, and the dynamic setup for 31er is working out perfectly. This Panic team is looking absolutely miserable at the moment. They need to figure it out.
I don't think I've seen a single double shell. Every single one of these just single file into the hard point, feeding free kills into double setups on the opposite side. Panic look completely lost. They get the early setup early on. Slayer still pulling out the crossbow, and that's what he's gotten, I believe, half of his kills with so far. They get the early setup, and obviously you can find a big chunk of time if you can find a way to chain together P3 and P4, but their holds have got to look stronger here.
Need something, just a sign of life at the moment. Tread missile earned here for Zed. He's actually fully streaked out and has an operator at the ready. Under playing deep on top of this balcony. Zed down low over towards Jenny's side, but I mean, Panic, they're still kind of waiting and hoping that Onur can maybe sniff some players out. They're still fully bunkered inside the hard point. So as Zed calls the Pred missile in, a chance for 31er to get their break underway. Still 40 seconds on the hard point.
And for 31er, a big question has been whether or not Legacy is going to be able to keep up. Even though they've got this lead, he's only got 2 kills so far, and Yaya's doing some big damage with the War Machine. He's got to start stepping up right here. Get Zed, popping the Sparrow, got to get maximum value out of those operators to have a chance at finding the break, but he gets shut down immediately. And now starting to see some signs of life for Panic as they get heated up right here. It looks like for the most part, 31 are already chalking it up, and they should be able to get the rest of this scrap time for free. As I say that, they get broken by a one-man push.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that was just 31 are slowing down because the Pred missile was being called in or what the comms were there, but 31 were just way too passive considering the amount of tools they had to try to set up a break attempt early. Panic do work their way back into the game, but they will be left wanting on this rotation to our final hill in the rotation. Onur up top looking to try to scout out where 31er is, but like, brother, get active. Like, you can't just sit here while this hard point's open. He does shut down a pinch, but you got to get in there.
And that's, once again, you got to get into the action. They get completely wiped off the board. Brixa pops a War Machine. 2 operators in play right now for 31er, and they continue to farm. Legacy popping the claw, and shouldn't be anybody coming through that doorway anytime soon, but somehow one player finds their way in. Gonna get shut down once again as the streaks continue to build. We said Legacy needed to start stepping up.
Yeah.
Just like that, he's building streaks.
Yeah, he's already up to 11 as well, kind of in the running for top fragger on his team. Not that necessarily that statistic means too much in the scheme of the current scoreboard, which is dramatic and very convincing, and still solo slided challenges from Panic. I mean, Bobby, this is like 2021 COD Mobile of we're just going to try to outgun you. They are not playing a team game at all, and 31er is reaping the benefit.
And it seems like the Panic players have somewhat of an idea of the position that they need to be playing, but they're not trying to help out their teammates from those positions. They're just looking for kills and hoping that they can farm something out of it. Right now, Yaya, the only player that's been able to muster anything, he's doing his best to make his way up toward that hard point, but right now, still no real pressure over toward P1 as Afer finally makes his way on it.
Yeah, about an 80-point game at the moment. 31er bounced out from the hard point, but still hold on to the left side of the mini-map. Panic looking to try to change that, but as Lydia and Brixton clean up kills, the follow-up Predator missile will also alleviate the zone from any further Panic members. Last player left around the site would be Onur, and he will be traded out. So, yeah, 31 are back into the hard point, although spawns will start to move around here a little bit. Big opportunity for Panic to neutralize and hopefully win a rotation for once.
But we saw this last time around. They had 3-4 players set up on P2, and it got absolutely picked apart. They have got to look stronger and have got to have each other's backs. Obviously, trust is going to be a crucial factor, and the streaks just continue to rain. Brixta going to find another double there with the Pred missile. And as we push over toward P2, Panic with the early setup once again. Lydia has a chance to play spoilers. She shuts down to 1, and just like that, she's the only player on the inside. Finds out Slayer as well, and that's a crucial kill.
Yeah, that's just good team comms right there. Slayer gets scouted on the back end of the play. Lydia gets the turn and predictive pre-fire. And with Legacy cleaning up kills over towards the favorable hardpoint spawns, there may be a chance here with good kills for 31er to actually flip the hill and the spawns at the same time. Legacy getting it done with the L card, but still 50-50 battles occurring over the top of the second floor. Zed having a tough time getting in the window. Slayer still trusting this crossbow for reasons unknown for us, as 31er will find a way to break. Still 28 seconds to fight for.
Maybe he knows something that we don't, but you gotta think there's better options with the way that we've seen these players dominating with the Deagle. It's a little bit surprising that he would use something that is so limiting. Legacy has been stepping up big time, and I think we haven't pointed out enough the amount of hardpoint time he's locked in. Over 2 minutes at this point. 31er have now built a 100-point lead. Yaya's going to break in for scrap time, but you have got to be pushing out for next. Fortunately for him, his teammates win a big gunfight on P3, and now a perfect setup for Panic once again. The question, can they hold it?
Yeah, Brixta does actually get a bit of an off spawn towards the bottom side of med base, so she can actually join her teammates very quickly for this break attempt, largely coming from the front. 31 were really slow in this break attempt last time, but now you've got War Machines, Claws that are all out, and oh boy, how about that duality? 31er used that as a chance to break, and they get it on the first go. Opportunity for Panic to try to work into a response. Afer will get to the second floor with a chance to pinch as Onur is right behind, but still, the kills not fully convincing as of yet. Finally, Yaya and Afer will turn the tides, and Panic are in over 100 points.
Legacy doing his best, but he's going to get traded out off that first kill. Slayer pops the Annihilator. He's looking to find a couple, but no chows through that entryway. Right now, a couple kills go through for 31er. Opportunity for pressure, and it looks like Legacy should be able to catch somebody off guard. Didn't have any type of idea. He does get traded out, but Brixta is there. The breakthrough once again. 31er looking for scrap time, but main focus over toward P4, and they've got the setup once again. 3 players already rotated out, but a big double kill for Panic right now. They've got an opportunity to close this gap even more.
And there's an opportunity with Kipronics just watching these spawners come off to cut these down, and then all of a sudden have numbers to break on in for new. Lydia, first one forward. How have they managed to do this? This should have been a 3v5 on the hard point, and Panic only get a single kill from Onur, who really wasn't a part of the play. So you've got 27 kills for Onur, 25 for Yaya, but those kills are not leading to objective time for the squad of Panic, and 31 are put themselves in win condition here.
There's so many solo challenges. You have teammates for a reason. One by one, they file into the hard point, and these kills are as easy as can be for Zed. Here, have a Pred missile. Why not? Right on your head, and 31er continue to maintain this lead as they fill up the hard point. They fill up the feed. Lydia, another big kill right there, and that should earn them another solid chunk of time as Slayer not going to be able to find the kill. Only 20 more points needed.
Zed's gotten himself to streaks again, by the way. Lydia's earned up another set of score streaks of her own, and 31er, as much as Panic look terrible right now, 31er's played really clean, and you need to give them a lot of credit after they were, you know, a little bit outplayed, I would say, in their first 2 matches from last week, playing up against both 117 and then following that up against Animus. They just looked like they could not fully keep up with the teams on the other side, but here, it's been all 31er all the time. Panic, I mean, you're going to get 32 and 27 for Onur and Yaya, and they're going to get blown out by 100, maybe 20 points.
Right now, they're trying to see what they can make of these last operators. Afer, Purifier, Onur, Claw. Once again, the kills struggling to come through where it matters as they're just farming outside the hard point at this point. Afer finally breaks on in, but with only 3 more points needed for 31er to lock this in, Legacy's gonna break on through anyway. The operators don't matter. And that is a convincing map 1 win out of a 31er squad that, if you remember back to stage 3 on their first hard point against this Panic squad, without the Afer upgrade, got completely picked apart.
I don't know what's happening. I mean, at this point, there are no other reasons or excuses we can throw Panic's direction. They are not playing good COD right now, though. 34 kills for Onur, 27 for Yaya. He actually ends up putting together 27, 36, and 14. The most engagements, I think, on the map, but it doesn't really make much of a difference. It's just, this team is playing 2 individuals. 16 and 33 for Afer. The upgrade's looking like a major downgrade right now for Panic.
Yeah, I don't know what can possibly happen. You got to feel like it's probably heavily affecting their communication as well. But Panic just looked like a frustrated team through and through. And right now, just trying to do their best to boost their stats because they haven't really been able to boost anything else. And like we said, you got to give so much credit to 31er. Major improvements and just solid team play on every single turn. Even when we saw Panic hit the early rotations, they made the good decisions. it was just better teamwork for 31er, and they were able to make them pay every time.
And that's where I really want to take the conversation from here on out, is 31ers playing much more polished than they were last week. And I think that this is another example of this team learning from their mistakes, looking back at them, and finding a way to say, this is what went wrong, this is how we fix it. The double chows, so much cleaner. The patience at times, I still think they were being a little restrictive towards trying to set up their breaks and then hitting the goad call, but at least they're putting together the right ideas. So for 31er, you're happy with that. I think in terms of improving your hard point, they're starting to check the boxes, like I always like to say. The thing about it is, can you continue that forward now, especially when you eventually play up against tougher opponents? Because right now this Panic team's looking like a pushover for everybody.
Yeah, no question about it. The one real weak spot that we saw last week was Legacy had a couple downside performances. It looked like that was going to be another one of those. But the fact that he steps up, not only to keep kills even with the rest of the squad, but to do it as the OBJ man doing the dirty work, he was getting some big-time kills, absolutely no question about it. And even some out-of-position kills to open up pushes into the hard point, make life easier for his teammates. Yeah. I feel like he's definitely been stepping up too.
On top of that, Zed's playing really well as a lockdown AR, and then Lydia and Brixton are actually putting together some really cool double sub plays right now. I'm really liking the way that they're playing off one another. So the girl power is working now for this 31er team, but we have to take the conversation to the search and destroy. We're going to get Standoff. Again, we already talked about it a little bit on the desk. Firing range should be in the pool, but there's still some technical issues with it, so Standoff is replacing it. Of course, it was probably one of the most played search and destroy maps throughout up until it was out of the pool, and of course last year. So the expectation should be that there should still be a playbook for both of those two teams. Just comes down to have they gotten good rehearsal on it recently as we jump on in and see how we start things off.
Well, Slayer, the recent addition for the sniper spot for this Panic squad, Onur, filling out the same, and they are going to be on the offense to get things started right here. 2 players sent back alley for 31er, the rest on over toward A. Lydia and Brixton trying to lock things down over there as both teams opt for a fairly passive approach off the start.
The nades, though, for Panic do land backside on the refrigerator, so this defense trying to play backside cafe has to back up just a touch. Lydia, this is bold to stay this far forward, looking for an angle while Gore did get out-sniped early. Nice shots from Lydia. Capronic's barely even shot back. And that turns it into a very early 4v4, and Panic are going to give up in this play through gas, likely just to try to find something over the middle of the map.
Gore has been so big for 31er so far in the search and destroys, and having him out of the equation, definitely a solid start for Panic. They've yet to make inroads toward any of the bomb sites. The bomb currently just sitting back at gas station, not in a position to really make any type of a play toward the objective. Aper's going to be able to spot out Lydia right there. Just like that, Panic have the man advantage. Will they be able to capitalize? Bomb finally making the wrap back toward mid, but it is completely isolated from the rest of the squad in a very delayed push right here.
Zed's got a shotgun playing on top of the site as well. Legacy in the corner, sniped out, and actually Zed drops to Afer's SMG. So clean take on the way. Last player left is Brixta. She was trying to assist on the play through backside fences, but now has to reposition to go into a 1v4 where her odds are obviously not all that high. And Panic's patience looks like it will pay off here for round number 1.
And this is probably some of the most disciplined search and destroy that we've seen out of them. They've looked lost on so many occasions so far. Brixta spots out Yaya. That's a shot that you've got to connect on, and with that, that should be end of hopes for a 1v4, able to take down 1, but it would take a massive blunder out of this Panic squad to have any chance of not winning it, and Slayer, they're to clean things up.
Okay, so well done. The big shutdown on the core to start things off, definitely a huge impact towards Panic's ability to rotate around the map more freely. And we'll see these same set nades go out over towards this backside cafe push again. Panic putting a lot of attention with those opening nades that direction. This time it's a lot towards the front side of cafe. Brixta still steps forward, and Lydia does get on the edge, gets the information, backs down as Gore secured first blood already.
That is a huge opener. Now Panic gonna have to reevaluate. You still have the bomb in hand, but you got one player lurking way up. Oh, that's going to be a crucial gunfight. Yeah, you've got to win that one. Elcar versus SMG. He gets obliterated. Legacy going to find another one in the mid-map right here to leave it all down to 2 remaining Panic players. Both on the backside of Grandma's right now. Legacy probably not going to see him on the ground right there. But he wins it anyway. Caprox, what are we doing? And all down to Slayer, makes the read on the Legacy, but can't hit the shot there, and that should be the end of the round.
That is the ultimate bruh moment. Are you kidding me? Caprox just gets absolutely obliterated. Oh, no.
That's exactly what you were set up for.
Exactly. That is your only play you're playing for, is to stay prone, take the contact on the cross, win the gunfight. Oh, no. Not like that. Once again, 31er setting up a bit of an aggressive defense. This time it's a 3-man stack in towards A. Panic continue to throw a lot of their nades up towards the middle of the map, so a lot of this defense stays safe. And now the question to Panic is, how do you try to break this apart? And that's a good opener. Middle of the map 1 as Slayer finds first blood.
Seems like he's got a clue on where the rest of the remaining players are going to be. Zed very content to play back behind Tractor. And you got 4 players grouped up. One stray nade could be disaster. Oh, but the wallbang goes through for Slayer. And just like that, an opportunity to apply pressure over on A. He clears out another. You still got to deal with Zed. He's going to be able to take down one, and Yaya makes his way through to Cubby, but can't quite connect with the R9. And just like that, all down to Lydia, a chance at a 1v3.
Slayer's down, though. He's the only one who's really getting kills at the moment. Lydia resets over the top of the bomb site. Oh, almost had Onur completely entrapped and down to a single bullet worth of health. Just could not quite land the final shot, and Panic behind 4 kills from Slayer take their second round. I mean, at this point, just let him get out of spawn. Everyone else just stay there because he's literally doing it all himself.
As long as he can get up to that tank position, they have not had a whole lot of an answer for it. Gonna sit back and try to get information on to push up to Tractor, but looks like he's scared off those 31er players from pushing up quite as far. Still Legacy on the inside of Cubby, but a couple of big kills come through for 31er on the flip side as Zed takes down Yaya.
Yeah, different setup this time for 31er, and the idea seems to be Zed is your kind of flex player with this shotgun. He's playing backside fridge this time instead of playing on top of the A site. Alongside Brixta, they combined for 2 kills, and now the numbers stay with the defense of 31, or at least until Capronics does find a long-range shot onto Brixta. So we go 3v3. Slayer just seeing if he can land something right over the top, but the nade doesn't really do much from that position, and Legacy staying covered over towards Tractor side will also have a little bit of assistance from Gore if he needs it.
It seems like the entire game plan for Panic right now is hope that Slayer hits a crazy wallbang to open up a push in. Probably not going to be a consistent game plan, but Onur spots out Legacy underneath Tractor. One player pushed back to barrel, but he's going to be forced back as well. Gore looking to chow. Battle of the snipers, but shot. Slayer is not to be trifled with right now. Another comes through for Capronx. And right now, 31er have got to find a way to deal with Slayer. If I had to guess, probably going to see a little bit more of a passive setup over on the A side.
Yeah, there's really only 2 options. The first is this to stay away from his scope. The other would be try to dominate this front hotel side. We have not really seen 31er find a lot of success getting in front of B, but if you could try to find a way to smoke out mid, throw a stun towards bottom hotel, maybe you have a chance to kind of take away the middle of the map, but 31er will do the former of the 2 options and just play a very restricted, giving up a lot of space around the map in order to play contact, and likely they're going to have to play retake as well.
And with nobody on the inside of Graveyard right now, they have no information. Slayer has once again been able to get up to that tank position. Lydia forced back. Your sniper looking for a pick, and Brix is going to find a big one, but you still got to deal with Slayer. Yaya able to find the trade off of that. And right now, Slayer looking to hit those shots, but Gore finally finds a way to make him pay. Gets traded out right there, but Legacy there to do the dirty work. Onur there once again, and it is back and forth on the inside of A.
Lydia and Zed are kind of stuck at mid-map right now. Zed's still holding onto the shotgun, so he has to be very careful of how he tries to re-aggress in towards the site. Flash gets set. Onur will reset. Long-range shots for Zed eventually land as he gets into kill range. But all the meanwhile, while all this focus for Panic was towards A, Capron's been having to bomb the entire time here at gas station, and he should know, based on the contact that was made, that he's got a lot of free space here behind Grandma's.
Yeah, the question is, how aggressive does he want to get off of this? Looks like he may end up looking for those kills. Right now with this wide wrap behind Blue, should be able to spot out one. Crucial kill onto Lydia, but that gives away the information. And right now, with the bomb in hand, if you're 31er, you got to know that the bomb's going down soon. You got the R9 in hand, and it looks like he's reading this correctly. Info is there, but he's going to make the wrap back toward Grandma's, and that makes it that much tougher for 31er.
Yeah, it's just this long-range post plant here for Capronics essentially eliminates Zed from being able to contest, but he's just going to hop. Capronics, he's not even able to see it from this angle. Where are you going?
What?
I thought for sure he was going to wrap hotel and play right inside the turn on cut, but instead he goes all the way back to white? You can't see the bomb from back there.
You can't see anything. You can't hear anything.
What are we?
I mean, just big time banking on 31er playing afraid, and that was about as poorly as you could have possibly played that plan. Slayer had an opportunity to find that pick over top, but it's not going to happen. And once again, the passive approach working out so far for 31er. Question is, can they find a way to make Panic pay on the push in Legacy? This should be a freebie. You've got a shotgun. He's 1 HP.
The thing is, you just don't want to get sniped through the door, and he's still in a really tough spot where it's going to be hard to isolate him with a lot of help over the top of the A site. The question is, does 31er help him over the top of the A site? That should have been a free trade right there. That's a miscue on this setup from 31er. You get Legacy into a pretty good spot. A chance, obviously, to try to get first blood, but there is no help from the top of the A site. And now numbers stay with Panic as they try to make their approach into A.
Breaks a big kill. Another for Lydia as well, but gets traded out. And just like that, Panic, man advantage once again. Got a deep, deep wrap for Zed right now as he looks to make his way back through that spawn area. But with a shotgun in hand, not going to be in a great spot to apply pressure, but they do slowly make their way back. And he reads it perfectly. Beautiful double kill right there, and now it's all down to Onur. It's got to be Brixton to make the play right here, but as he gets up to that tank position, moves off the head glitch completely for no reason when you know they're pushing in from tank. Onur cannot capitalize at all, and back-to-back misplays now mean a tie game as we flip sides.
I'm wondering if Panic is even in the same Discord or TeamSpeak call at this point, bro. Flat out. It doesn't look like they're even talking to each other. So 31er will flip onto the offensive side, and they tie it at 3-3 after Slayer was really the only reason they won the 3 rounds they did. And now a quick hit right into the front side of Hotel. Zed still with the shotgun out, looking to possibly threaten into Cafe, but the thing is, you've got number 5 and Afer, who has been hit by nades at mid-map. They should know he's here. Brixton can't quite find him. And now Afer gets a chance to kind of pop up and create some damage.
And Zed should be in a spot to be able to sniff him out right there, and that's exactly what you want. One player taken down, nobody in Delhi in position to peek out right here. With Legacy pushing out, this is a solid position to get locked down. Slayer doesn't see him on the rotation, and this could be disastrous for this Panic squad. Once again, he gets all the way up. Should be a freebie right there, and as he takes him down, it's all down to Onur.
And he's on the wrong side of the map. As the bomb will be planted here at A. Onur is stuck with the Holger in a very, very tough position. Plus, of course, it's 1v5. So let's just call a spade and say that this is going to be a 4-3 to 31er. And that's just all around decent COD timing for 31er. Zed's in a good spot, like you mentioned, to kind of make sure that Afer can't really rotate anywhere. Brixton was trying to find him through mid-map, just could not quite find him. And then after that, it just came to the simple fact that Legacy just sneaks through with the perfect amount of timing.
Flash out.
So here comes the final approach from Onur. Flash is good, but no, Gore will be assisting through tractor side, and 31er will get their 4th round as expected.
3 straight for 31er. Panic with such a strong start, but like you said, that was heavily on the back of Slayer's crucial kills to open up that A bomb site. And they, once again, just look completely lost on the defensive side. Heavy A push right here for 31er. Utility goes over top. There's a lot of Panic squads, or a lot of Panic players looking to counter Yaya. Opening nade, but traded out immediately. Zed, so difficult to deal with that R9 in hand. And just like that, 31er have the man advantage again.
Just all gas, no brakes from Zed. I love it. Just play with that fire all day long, brother. 11 kills for him. He gets the plan out. Legacy also says this R9 looks like fun. Let me try, as he almost pulls a double and nearly single-handedly wins the round. Still some work to be done here, but Onur products are in a really tough spot, especially with Brixton just kind of lurking through mid. Gore sniping from tractor side. Surely Brixton's heard Onur sliding around through mid. Seems to be ready for the challenge, but doesn't make a difference. Onur still gets the read. Shot goes wide by Gore, but the second one lands. Focus to the back door, no worries. Gore gets the final 2, and 31er get the 5.
Love that different look out of 31er. Catch him off guard over on A. Find that opening kill, but get the bomb down quick. And Panic have just not looked like they've had a clue on the retakes. Zed going to pick it up again. I think with the way that he's been playing with the R9, no question, you want to continue to force the issue over at A. They're going to do exactly that. Risky play, but as long as he can get into Cubby, that's all you really need. And completely clearing out the backside, as much space as you want to get that bomb down early.
Yeah, Brixton plays top hotel window to watch that cross from the defensive tank. So there's no exit. You either commit or you die. That's kind of the idea, is Brixton also make sure there's no long flank coming around through gas side. So this should be 6 here for 31er, and Panic have just not put up a fight flat out outside of Slayer, who has slowed down since round 3. It's just been all 31er all the time. Still a chance possible to get into this 3v5 situation, but you got to go and you got to go quick. And Onur will at least kick things off with 1. Brixton, a late pinch. Gore watching over the top of the bomb heady. Looks like it should be pretty tidy, and it is. 31er still impressive today.
Kaprongs has just been out of the play every single time, not remotely close to being in a spot to make any type of an impact kill. He gets 1 right there, but once again, not something that's going to change any type of an outcome. And right now, you got Yaya and Afer, who you expect to be 2 of the leading Slayers. They sit on 3 kills apiece, just solid teamwork across the board. And they look for a heavy counter here on A. But it looks like a different look at a 31er, and now you force out all the utility and once again get into a nasty spot for Zed as he gets pushed up with the R9.
Still a tough approach here to get in towards B. You've got some good defense nearby. Caprotic's playing Cafe. You've got help from Onur to watch this flank, and then the cross is being watched by Slayer with the scope out. So this is still a really tough approach if 31er want to commit to this. Zed has not fully put investment in towards B, but he's just hoping for a first blood, and then I'm sure he would want to go immediately after that.
Kaprongs just waiting for somebody to peek across, but why
peek?
Why challenge sniper with an LMG? You know somebody's going to be in that position every single time. 31er find a way to make them pay again, and with nobody watching the cross, Zed's going to make some noise and doesn't actually opt to push in. It is going to be Legacy taken down, but trade by Lydia. Yaya in position to find 1, and it's not quite hopeless yet for Panic, but they have got to look stronger on this retake.
The only way this breaks down is if Zed doesn't find a single kill, but he's in a corner with an R9. And the chances of him finding 1 kill are high, but the chances of him finding 2 kills are not out of the picture. He does get spammed out, though, so hold on a second. Let me eat my words real quick. Retake on the way. Lydia playing from hotel side, throws out a nade, then comes back down, but no, just too many players to shoot at. And Panic will get the retake pretty darn cleanly and stay alive. 6-4 goes the count.
Honestly, a little bit surprising to see a B push right there, given the fact that Panic had no answer to the A pushes so far for 31ers. So my expectation is fully that they head back to that side. Even just the blind aggressive, throw all your utility at it, see what sticks, and it looks like they're going to do that.
Why not?
4 players heading on over, and per usual, 1 player going to sneak back toward Grandma's. That is going to be Bricks to look and watch the cross.
31er need to make a read here, though. There were double trophies down for Panic, so none of these offensive nades actually landed in towards the site. And with 5 members stacked up, it looks like 31er may have made the read that this is not an easy call for us to commit in. And there may be a chance for them to back out as Bricksta gets 1 on the backside, cross through B. Gore's still kind of lurking over towards the A side of the map, but 31er have a lot of intention on at least putting stress towards the B site. And with a follow-up pick coming through, now both sites are a bit of an option as Gore takes down Afer through the wall. And Zed nearby should be able to plant.
That should be enough for 31er to lock in the win, but Onur somehow finds a way to win that one. Lydia knows there's 1 player up top of blue, but she gets spotted out as well. And with the bomb going down, Panic's still an opportunity to make something happen right here. Really on to Onur to try to find an opener with this scope. Nobody to be spotted top. Grandma's, he's going to have a big engagement over toward Trackster. Bricksta not going to get spotted out quite yet, and
last man standing.
No real hope right now as that last teammate drops. Onur gets spotted out, and the peek from Zed will be enough for 31er to take map 2 as well.
Yeah, that little push through mid from Yaya, it just came down to you have to be able to communicate that moment. Who's going to peek first? And honestly, I would have liked to have seen Onur take the first challenge, pull the scope of Gore towards back barrel, but everyone was all set up perfectly for 31er, and Yaya's route was just absolutely predicted because of that setup in the first place. So it's another one of those moments where it's just like, you see Onur and Yaya, the last two players left. You expect that they're going to be able to try to finesse something in a 2v3, and they just look like they're not even playing anywhere near close to another. And at a certain point, I'm rubbing my temples over here. Like, I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache. Like, what are we doing if we're panicked? This is not the expectation based on the players on the roster. And honestly, they're just kind of lucky that Slayer popped off at the beginning of the map, because otherwise this could have been a real quick one.
Yeah, it could have been a 7-1, 7-0, something like that. And once again, just great teamwork out of 31er. They knew their game plan. They stuck to it. Even when Panic found a way to put them in difficult positions, you have Brixta bailing you out with some crucial snipes to clear out the mid-map. And once again, it's this is a much improved 31er squad. I think we have to give them credit where credit is due, but obviously the big thing that has surprised a lot of people is just the lack of cohesion, the lack of chemistry, and the just general disappointing play out of Panic.
Yeah, very much so. But I still walk away pretty impressed with 31er, flat out. I mean, I think the question marks about this team are starting to provide answers. Zed being one of them, Brixta being another. Both have played lights out, not just today, but they've impressed over the course of even their first two matches against tough opponents. So really clean stuff here for 31er. 7-4 the count. And now we go to a Crossroads control where, again, it's just like I have negative faith that Panic's going to be able to put together good team play because we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's been non-existent, and when it's so crucial to have players in multiple positions inside of those mid-map areas, it just seems like with all the solo challenges that we've seen out of them, with all the individual play, so much of it's just based off trying to catch people in out-of-position kills rather than controlling the map itself, and that's just not going to pay off in control, and especially a control mode that this 31er squad showed big-time improvement in nearly taking a map off of Animus.
Yeah, I mean, it was an 0-3 their first time out on raid, and then they went 3-2. It was still a loss, but still, like, they were putting together really good constructed formulas to how they wanted to approach their offense, which for me, that's like step number one when it comes to playing Crossroads. You have to have good breakoffs. You saw it in North America. Well, you'll see it in North America coming up. There's some really cool constructed stuff out of that region, and hopefully there's going to be a chance for 31 or anybody in EU to kind of show us the same thing, because every time we've seen this map so far in Europe, it's pretty much been one-sided for the defense through and through. Slayer sniping off the rip will get the opener, but the SMGs for 31 on defense will control this mid lane, which is, in my mind, the most important part you can find if you're the offense.
And right now, it's just been Slayer. He's been able to find a couple of kills. Yaya finds one, but yet to make any real progress, and you got to get Lydia cleared out if you want to have any hope of having a little bit of security, making your way out of spawn. Brixta's going to be able to get pushed up as well. And just like that, the spawn trap is on. And if you're, oh my gosh, if you're Panic, you've got to do something about this. And Capronx is...
hasn't moved yet. He's just sitting in a corner.
He may have disconnected.
He may have disconnected because he's literally right next to Yaya. I mean, he's moving left and right every now and again, but he may not be connected at the moment. Regardless, couple of kills back and forth do get us to a 20-place 20. Problem has been for Panic, how do you stop this clock? And their focus will be over towards B. It looks like Caprodex is in the mix. He's just not moving.
And better team play once again for 31er is 2 versus 1. You're going to get the better of that one 95% of the time. Capronx on the top side going to need to be dealt with. Legacy is going to be there to clear 1 off the objective. And once again, the more you can force Panic into a tough spot, the better at this point in the round. But we do finally see some progress over toward that B side, and no real answer for the position that Slayer's in, especially with the sniper in hand, should be able to clear off the long angles. And that early B capture is going to be a huge one for Panic.
Yeah, 31er just kind of looked like they were stuck in the gray area of, did we want to challenge this, or did we want to set up defense around A? It wasn't really either, and they're getting a little bit picked apart here. Straight kills coming out for Panic. Good response for 31er to stop the transition towards A, but a minute 20 on the clock and a 12 playing 10. Both teams have to be looking towards the life count pretty exclusively here as Legacy gets turned around under the pursuit of Slayer, but still the spawn trap gets denied, and there's a chance for 31er to still hold this control on A.
Nasty shots out of Zed, but does get traded. Once again, no real progress over toward A, but if you're Panic, you can afford to play this TDM, and Slayer's going to be able to find 2 Switchblade in hand, gets spotted out right there. Mid-map control still going to be everything, and as Brixta finds 1, or actually assists on the and a couple more come through. Panic starting to fall apart right here, but a big kill for Slayer.
Little pinch coming behind from Legacy, but he only gets 1 shut down. So now with the member on, stopping the clock at 54 seconds, it all rests with Gore. 1v5 with a 3-man stack, not looking good for his chances. So Panic, I think it's just in the midst of 31 or not sure if they wanted to recontest B or set up for A. They just won too many eliminations, and that lack of decision-making came to end up biting 31er in the rear.
And with Kapronks basically being non-existent in that one.
2 kills.
For the most part, the same for A. For the fact that you're basically 3-man able to take around to the offensive side is huge, and maybe one of the signs of life that we were looking for this Panic squad. It looks like 2 players going to push up for that early map control, but breaks it. He's there. War Machine going to pop early. Pretty even trades off the start.
The thing about this is even though Panic are giving up space on the A zone, they do have A for deep in the offensive spawn. So he could be a problem, or maybe he just gets instantly taken down, which he does. So progress towards A, eventually stifled. Kills looking decent up the opener for 31er, but now Slayer's in position to try to get the Annihilator out. And there's not really much of an opportunity to respond to this at the moment. He's just trying to make sure nobody rotates through bottom garage. And as patience kind of echoes across all of Crossroads, the defense looks to make the next step proactively, and they're getting a little punished here for it.
No value out of that Annihilator whatsoever, as finally we see some of those kills come in for 31er. May finally be able to get some objective time locked in. And with Brixta still at the top of that mid building, nobody's coming through that way anytime soon. Legacy's going to be able to get pushed up as well, so the rotation's going to be very, very difficult for Panic if they want to stop this capture. They're not going to have much of a chance to do it over on A, and definitely going to be looking to set up toward B, but the lives disappearing quickly.
Yeah, and the thing about this, look at this push through for 31er. They're going to take away bottom snow and make the play up towards the defensive spawn by watching these crosses. If they can get top fire control, Panic will be stuck on this left side of the map pretty much the entire way through, and the kills are looking clean for 31er while they try to set something like that up. Gore sniping at range, just looking to see if anyone's going to challenge from top beanbags, but it's just Slayer in his way at the moment. And this is kind of a moot point, non-consequential 1v1, but still, the kill comes through for Gore, and Panic will be left with just 6 lives.
And it's still 31er dominating those inside buildings. Brixta has been really tough to clear out, and Lydia continues to be a thorn in their side, just applying that pressure to the defensive spawn. She's going to be able to make her way in, finally taken down by Afer, who is still having a nightmare of a game. Slayer looking to pick one off that objective. Knows he's got to deal with Zed, but he can just comfortably go prone. And to be honest, I don't think he needs to. Chow does get taken down by Yaya right there, but still a 7 life advantage for 31er. And realistically, they don't need to put too much pressure on that objective. They can afford to play a TDM with a minute to work with.
Yeah, it's just about trading at this point. And I have to say again, I am super impressed with how Lydia and Brixta are moving around the map. They are swarming. As soon as contact is made by Gore or Zed, they are right there to force the engagement and follow up on at least a little bit of chip damage early. They've been great. Zed also continuing to build for streaks. So we talk about the survivability of an anchor AR he's been able to provide. So even though it's a 1-1 count, you look at the tools that have been added up by 31er in round number 2, and they have the advantage in operators and score streaks coming into this next defensive attempt.
Well, Lydia's going to get pushed up early once again as the SMGs make them pay. Brixta pops the War Machine early on. I think the second usage that she's gotten already, and has not been dealt with. The perfect read onto Onura as well. And as Zed drops the pred, these 31 players going to get pushed up, and the operator's going to pop. They want to end this round as quickly as possible, and Legacy's going to be a nightmare to deal with as he looks to spawn trap, but that Sparrow is going to get taken out of the equation. You still got to deal with with Legacy, though.
Jeez, and he's working for full streaks here. Still has a Fennec tucked behind boxes, does get overwhelmed as all of Panic spawn at the same time, but now Lydia just laying prone, saying, anyone want to come up here? I'm just going to get you all purified out, no worries. Nade to follow. There will be a trade, but Lydia still confirms 2 post-mortem. 23 plays 9. 31er, perfect exchange and cycling of the operators will dominate this defense, and Panic is in major trouble.
I don't know what Panic thought was going to happen filing 1 by 1 into a prone purifier. That is a guaranteed death if I have ever seen one.
Bobby.
Now all down to Average.
You want to role play what those comms should have been? Hey, Bobby, there's a purifier top platform.
Oh, okay. Do you want to come with me?
No.
Oh, okay.
Panic just completely giving it away, man. It's just, all you have to do is call it. Yaya's at like 3 HP. His teammate should have said Purifier top stairs. The kill feed definitely says it. And he goes, all right, I got it. Come on. What are we talking about?
I really hope that Kaprongs is having connection issues, because if he's not, this is not a good look for him.
No.
Afer's going to find an opener onto Lydia with the nade, but once again, looking for some of those impact kills, and Gore onto Yaya is going to be a crucial one. Kaprongs finally starting to get involved. He's going to be able to find a double. Doesn't go traded either. Still got to deal with Lydia, and she somehow finds a way to make the hip fire connect. So at the very least, you maintain a little bit of that mid-map control, but with Brixton taken down on the bottom side, now a lot of pressure onto Lydia to win these gunfights, but she wins the opener. That's huge.
Dude, Lydia has been so freaking good. I don't remember this ever being the case in the years past. Lydia has stepped up in a major way for this team. And in week 1, we said that this very well may be a team that she has to lead. And she's provided so far. One tick of progress locked on. Clock will stop again. Those 31 make their way on. Brixton, not the best war machine for her third pullout, though. So still a chance here for 31er with a couple of kills to get the second tick. And maybe even more than that, as Panic really aren't in a spot to contest.
And for the most part, the strategy we've seen teams go with is you save all your operators up for one moment where you make a big push. 31er really haven't done that, but they found a way to make it work really well by constantly spacing them out and getting that constant value throughout the round rather than forcing yourself into a tough position in Legacy.
Oh my God.
Gotta find one onto the flashed Afer there as well, and just like that, 31er find the life lead here, and now making their way on over to B. That's a huge one for Slayer, but he has got to go big with the Annihilator.
There's just not a lot of space for him to work it. He is in no man's land at the moment.
What's that?
Zed, I don't know what he thought he was shooting at, but it was his teammate. Nice shot from Gore, shuts down the Annihilator threat. Bronx is not having a good map like you mentioned. He needs to come off spawn and pop his operator immediately, because 31er are putting on a threat. Slayer doesn't even get the claw out. I mean, not good news here. 11 playing 7. There's a stack over towards B.
Well, Lydia's going to be able to clear out another right there and still has eyes onto that B objective. Nobody clearing that off anytime soon in Panic. You've got to take some team fights, and they're just not there. Slayer's finally going to be able to take down one, and to be honest, that may be the first lapse in communication for this 31er squad. Regardless, they still sit up 3 lives, but when we're in the top side, it is going to be the claw shut down. 31ers still get the better of the gunfights, and with the Sparrow pop for Zed, that should be enough to lock in the game and the match.
Should be. One player will drop. Last one left is Slayer. 1v3 situation, still doable. Zed, though, Katniss Everdeen from the low ground. No worries, finds the kill. And 31er are going to 3-0 Panic, a huge must-win match for both of these two teams. But doing it in 3-0 fashion, I actually don't know if tiebreakers would be by MapCon. I assume they would be. That's huge for 31er to pull it out cleanly.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got that one map up against Animus as well.
Big call. Yep.
Keeps moving you forward in the overall map count. Like you said, that is crucial, and right now setting themselves up for success. I feel like they have improved so much, not only from stage 3, but from the first couple of games that we saw out of them in stage 4. And like you mentioned, probably the biggest takeaway, the SMG play out of Brixton and Lydia.
100%, and I think, again, just the trust that comes with how they're getting information transmitted to them from players like Gore and from players like Zed. The ARs, the long-range rifles, are locking down lanes. It's giving space for the subs to run forward, and boy, are they running. And again, not to just, say the story is just those two, because Legacy, you even mentioned in the opening of the Takeoff, real slow start, but a super hot finish. They ended up finishing top of the kill leaderboard as the OBJ player. So it's another one of those moments where you walk away real happy with what you've seen here from 31er. And on the other side, it's a dumpster fire in Panic in their camp.
It's just like it was right in my ear. I mean, like what you guys already mentioned, that I will just mirror. This 31er squad is just looking phenomenal. I mean, you got these players making plays when they're already dead. You already mentioned it a while ago. You got Lydia getting killed with the Purifier and the grenade when she's already outside of the map. So again, that is not just the individual plays that we saw, but the teamwork that 31er actually has, and for Panic, seems to be like a little bit more individualistic.
I mean, we were wondering how close this one was going to be. And like you mentioned, it was important for both squads to really kind of pull something out. And 31er just looked as strong as they needed to be for this particular matchup. I mean, we were even talking about it when we were watching everything kind of finishing there. That was a little bit rough for Panic, so we'll have to see what they are able to do when it comes to kind of reassessing for the second day of the week of this week of the challenge for them, and see if they can really improve from there. But that's match number 1 in the books. First 3-0 done and dusted. We still have 3 more matches on the day, so we're going to be sending it to a short break. When we return, it will be... Oh, I lied. I got too excited about that. We've got an interview with 31 are getting set up so we can actually chat. All right, well, then we're just going to hang out until that's ready. How are you feeling about that, Bobby?
I'm excited. It's their first win, so naturally their first interview as well. And this is a team that I think it seems like almost, I don't think there's like any actual way to know this, but it seems like the 31er players just like each other more than the Panic players. It just doesn't look like the Panic players ever want to be around each other. They want to be as separated as possible, doing their own thing, and 31er just play like they're friends.
They play like they care, I think is the biggest thing. But Lauren, looks like we do have our interview ready to go.
All right. First of all, can you hear us while we're sitting here talking about you guys?
I do hear you.
You sound great. Welcome to the show, Zed. So congratulations
thanks.
on a phenomenal performance there. How are you guys feeling after that?
We were pretty confident that we're gonna win, to be honest. Today we posted, today is our first win. We came in, we know it's gonna be 3-0, 3-1. It's our game. We were pretty confident. I'm not gonna trash talk Panic, but an esport version, they have no chance. So we know we're gonna win.
I love that confidence.
Yeah, the confidence is blooming. You guys look amazing for today. What was the play going into this day, knowing very well that this is such a crucial game for you guys, and just going in for that team chemistry? How is it looking like for you guys?
The chemistry actually is something I don't understand in this team. We always lose every scrum. We never win in scrims. Maybe one try. Our scrims, no comms, nothing. We're dead. We come to tournaments, the energy, the comms. I have you mid, I have you top. I don't know why we're scrimming. We just play different in tournaments. That's something I like in this team, but it's annoying in scrims. It's working. When we call Legacy, we're playing together since September, so we know each other.
All right. Well, that's great to hear. I think we all love to see the improvement out of you guys, and I think definitely your big pop-off game this time around was in the Search and Destroy. You had a huge impact with the R9. Obviously, Standoff not officially in the map pool anymore, but you guys are still playing it while we wait for firing range to be fixed. Did you guys have a lot of confidence in your game plan heading into that one, or was it just kind of like a last second, this is what we're going to run with?
Actually, they picked up Standoff, but we played Standoff before, and we had this double shotgun thing when I was popping off as well. So I told them, if we're gonna play Standoff, we can do this. No one's gonna see this coming. All right. So we did this we had this planned.
Zed, the improvements, we're all really impressed with how you guys went from game 1 to game 2 in weekend number 1, and then of course the improvement over the course of the last couple of days here. But starting 0-2, you guys still have to play Kings and Exclusive. Where's your headspace at when it comes to approaching those other 2 at the moment top teams and finding a way to possibly supplant them on the leaderboard?
If I'm being realistic, tomorrow we're gonna try to take so many maps as possible. Kings is just a definite level. We're gonna do our best, give the show we can give. Exclusive is gonna be the money hill. If we wanna go for top 4, we have to beat Exclusive, Mount, and Exitium. So there's almost wins. Now we have the energy. We got our first win. We performed, but this is something we have to win. We're gonna analyze. We're gonna vote. We're gonna work. It's a long way.
All right, well, you guys definitely want to keep that momentum rolling. Before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give?
I would say shout out to my old 31 rosters. We started as a German roster, fully German. We had Nutella, we have Fibble, we had our sub right now, Suti. Shout out to every one of them. It was a long journey. I hope we could be here as a team, but that's the destiny. But shout out to every one of them. Even to Brownie, to Bonnie, our old managers. Shout out to everyone.
All right, well, congratulations one more time. Thank you for jumping on and chatting with us. Hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, it was a nice time. See you.
All right. Now we can talk about a break, but that's always nice to be able to talk to some more players, get in some new faces up here for these interviews as 31er gets their first win of the day. But like I was saying before, now it's time for a short break as we prepare for match number 2. You can see on our beautiful screen right up here, it's going to be between Mont and Zidium. I'm excited to keep this train rolling, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 1 is done and dusted, and we are now heading forward to match number 2 on the day between Mont and Zidium after a dominating performance out of 31er. Let's talk about match number 2, Shift. What can we expect out of it?
It's going to be a difficult one with the first week of games to get a full expectation or even a prediction, I think, on who has the edge here. Zidium's coming in as 1-1, so you naturally look at the leaderboard and say, hey, they should be better. But they won a very very close game against that Panic team that looks completely terrible right now. So how good is that win, I think, is now the current question in my head. Whereas on the other side for Mont, I thought they played their 6 maps that they did lose relatively well against tough opponents. So there are some elements, I think, to this Mont team that could still lead to them possibly finding a win condition here against Zidium.
All right, we've got some stats that we can take a look at in this head-to-head here, Mommy. What's jumping out at you?
I'm just going to mirror what Shift actually said. Mont just went up against such giant teams. So when I'm looking at the scoreline so far, I feel like it's not going to be too valid up against Zidium. And obviously, we did get to see Zidium really do so well up against a really shaky Panic squad. But for Mont to go up against Kings, exclusive in 117, not found in the first few days here in Stage 4, it's not going to look good for them at that point. But I'm looking very well that they could actually perform really well up against this Zidium team.
All right. Numbers sometimes, especially, and we talked about that last week too. The first week is sometimes hard to use as a judge of how the play can continue throughout the rest of the challenge season here, Bobby, as we get to have some more talking points for both of these teams. Yeah,
Mont look way better than I expected to see them up against 117, especially the way they got steamrolled the first time around. My expectations for the Hardpoint for them are a lot higher coming into this one, and I think this is a Zidium team that still, especially with what we've seen out of Panic, have yet to really prove themselves because that win looking less and less significant. But obviously, Daytel, definitely a standout last week. He's going to need to step up again here in this one.
And then on the flip side of that, we have some points that we can also be making about this Zidium squad.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, as much as we gave a lot of credit to Mont putting together good ideas in Hardpoint, they were still very one-dimensional in being able to actually execute. Zidium, when they were playing in their opening on Takeoff versus Panic, they were capitalizing on major mistakes that that Panic team were making. That has to be the case here again. Whereas I also was really impressed with how Zidium were able to break down Tunisia, a map where a lot of teams, I will be honest, have looked really flat on. Zidium put together some really cool looks, and I hope to see it in the pool again this week for a chance for them to go up in the series early.
Could be a factor in their success or failures here in this matchup on the day. We'll get those picks and bans up here in a second, and while we're doing that, you know the drill. We'll see them pop up. If anything jumps out at you, call it out, but also, what do you think is going to happen here in this match? Oh, you got the Tunisia. You got it.
I'm happy with that. I think that's really, really smart from the side of Zidium to get that in the pool, pending, of course, that they picked it, which I assume that they did. Meltdown as map number 5 is also a really interesting one, but I think this all starts and ends with what happens in the hard points. Summit's going to be, I think, more of a scrappy, just go at each other, see who can come on top of the kill feed. And then if you get to that Hacienda, which I very much so expect us to do, I'm hoping that Mont can play it to a very similar form to how they played Arsenal last week. They were good at controlling rotations, and we already know that Hacienda, one of our wider maps and one of the more extreme maps in terms of hill-to-hill rotations, that's going to come into play again in a major way if Mont want to have a chance.
Who's taking it?
I'm going wild here. I've got Mont in 5.
Okay, Mommy. Look at Mommy's face.
I said it. I said it with my whole chest, too.
Okay. Your whole hairy chest, and for me, with my bare chest, I'm thinking the same thing.
Are you actually?
I am. I mean, okay, so when it comes to going down for, like what you mentioned, Tunisia is a perfect map for Zidium. When it comes to those SNDs right now, it seems like for Mont, they just do well in Express. So I'm interested to see, because they did not do well in that Meltdown game, and we're ending things in Meltdown. I feel like they're getting down with those SNDs.
Come on.
I am going to go against the grain, and I'm going Zidium on this one. I'm going Zidium 3-1. I don't think it goes to a map 5. If it does go to a map 5, I think Mont wins. I think they are the stronger search and destroy team. But I think Zidium are going to find a way to win it before then. I think they, at the very least, take the Tunisia search and destroy. I feel pretty confident in their hard point. And if they can take that control swing, well, that would be a 3-0. I take it back.
Think about it. Think about it.
3-1. I don't know what maps they're taking, but I think 3-1.
All right, well, then we'll go to the other half of the studio so we can get to this second match, and we'll see who is right here.
All right, my math was
3-1 on
that one. I was like, wait, no, they just won the first 3 maps. That can't work.
Ditto. All right, here we go. I mean, when it comes to this matchup, they're so well matched at this point. Mont still has a way to kind of prove themselves up against a team that we kind of pegged in the beginning, was kind of lucky to be here because of the brackets that they were wished upon. Lots of DQs on their end, but Zidium's actually proving that they are very much one of the better teams to qualify.
Yeah, no question about it. I think Mont has definitely improved. And maybe it's not that they improved, but they weren't playing Kings the second time around.
Yeah.
And that's the reason they look so much better. We talked about the fact that they're, the second worst team statistically as far as hardpoint score goes. But I think that was largely skewed by the result that we saw up against Kings. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to play out. But obviously, Tunisia, one of the players that popped off big time last week, leading to a win for Zidium. We see Kree popping out the R9 off the start right here. It's a couple early kills, but trades both ways as nobody makes their way into the hard point quite yet.
Big fan with the R9 right now. We've seen how it can actually change tides when it comes to the gameplay. So far, though, he does go down. It is going to be Mott with the first few points here, and so far it's going to be Zidium trying to fight for that top control, and Fahim's going to be winning an essential gunfight. It's basically getting that power position.
A kill for Storm, but they still have to clear out the hard point. Jace not going to be able to win that one. So Kree soaking up the hard point time, looking to be that OBJ guy, and Fahim able to find two right there as Mont looking strong off the start of this one, but nothing super convincing out of either squad. Definitely very heavy in the kill department toward Mont, but they haven't necessarily been able to turn it into a dominant lead. Obviously, Denisio starting out with a goose egg. You've got to get him going.
And what's interesting is the gun composition from Mont. They have a little bit more of those ARs, but just as I said, that Etsy actually switches out into that Fennec, so they have a little bit more of those tight angles covered. So far, though, that Pretty is going to be getting just one, and that rotation off of Mont going to be there early again. Had such solid hold in that P1, and so far we're trying to see who is going to be getting those anchor spots outside of the hill. And so far, though, it's still going to be Zidium.
We've yet to arrive at any of the money hills. Etsy's going to hop up, but Denisio takes him down, and that sets up Kree on the inside. Crazy range on the R9. Looking to take down ZZ. He's got 11 kills already, but he gets shut down as well, and now Zidium starting to get into position to make something happen right here. Genius on the top side, making sure nobody has easy entry, and he's going to be able to slide through the bottom as well. All down to Jace to win that gunfight, but a couple more bullets will be all that Genius needs, and that's a nice force free for him.
This is a good setup coming in from Zidium. They have two people in the hill, but just as I said, that Etsy gets a beautiful triple. What a misplay coming in from Zidium, just looking at one angle. But they are going to be set up early for next. They had player number 4, that's Denisio. Definitely a good guy to set up there because he will be doing those long-range engagements, but what a huge kill coming in from Fahim and getting those scrap points.
It looks like Denisio's anchored a little bit too far back, so all of his teammates going to spawn across the map, and he's going to be left solo to try to win these big engagements on the backside. He gets shut down, and just like that, Mont in control of the spawns. Rondo has a big task up ahead, trying to hold from the front side, but they win the crucial gunfights. Only 2 more players left on the back side. Rondo with a chance, but the worst time possible to switch weapons, and it looks like Mont will be able to maintain spawns and the hard point.
That's going to be huge for Mont, as they do get that control here in P3, soaking up the points in P2, and now getting majority. And like what you mentioned, Denisio was just a little bit too far into that hard point, allowing everyone else from his team to spawn so far away, right by into cable car. And now as the rotation finally pulls through, we did get to see Zidium going for the early rotate. Not quite sure if I'm liking this because they're just giving so much scrap points away to Mont.
Giving away scrap points and giving away a lot of map control as well. That's going to leave your players, every time you lose a gunfight, spawning all the way across the map. Rondo has got to win these opening gunfights. Looks like they will be able to stay alive before the new hard point pops, but Daytel slides on in. Storm going to be able to take down one with the claw in hand, but traded out as Fahim pops the Sparrow. Kree still looking to anchor spawns, and that's a big gunfight win for him, but they've got to continue winning those to find inroads toward P4 right here.
And Genius just losing that gunfight by P3 area just allowed the rest of his team to spawn right beside him and just basically scraps every single kind of rotation, early rotation that they did here in P3. Monta, on the other hand, brings out a lot of their purifiers down, and with the operators ready, able to get a majority of the points here in P4.
Kree having a solid game so far. He, Genius, Storm all at 11. Denisio and Rondo still struggling to make their way on into the hard point, and Mont is just locking it down once they get in position. Their holds, no question, have looked so much more convincing, and they sit up now 85 points right here. Genius locking down the stairs, just trying to open an opportunity for his teammates to make their way in the hard point. Big gunfights on the bottom side, and he's going to be able to win one, but shut down from the top side. Fahim is there. Jay locking in the backside as well as he takes down Tunisia, and he has not looked like the same player so far today.
Here we go. We do get to see really good kills coming in from player number 3, Jay on the back end of their spawn. So far, they have a really good setup. When it comes to those spawns, though, obviously P1 going to be a really contested hill. Denisio does bring out the Annihilator, but gets shut down with Jay Pretty. And so far, so good for Jay winning these really big kills, not only dictating where they're going to be spawning, but also getting rid of anyone else that tries to infiltrate.
And Zidium has had no signs of life ever since that early control over on P2. Right now, they are struggling to get back into this one as the lead builds all the way now up to 110. And even with the ARs in hand, the SMGs in the hands of Zidium have not had an answer, and the team play just so much better for Mont right now as they continue to build toward that 200-point mark. Kree gets shut down. Jay has been an absolute beast on the map, but you can say that for really any number of players on Mont right now.
Daytel wins an essential gunfight, trying to fight for that spawn control, and so far both of these teams are going to be spawning off a little bit in a different direction. And like what you need for Mont is to get those back-end spawns, and so far we do get to see Zidium getting a hold of it. Player number 2, though, in an essential gunfight, but Denisio does win it.
Couple big gunfight wins, but Zidium is so focused on maintaining those spawns toward P3 that they're still giving up a huge amount of time here on P2. Storm, huge break on in. Utility is going to go out. Genius there to reinforce. They'll look to lock down the bottom side right here, but obviously the spawn's going the way of Mont. Not necessarily the worst thing in the world, and they still find a way to break in that front side as well. Hipfire connects, and Etsy is there to reinforce again. He has looked like a big-time pickup for this squad as he is frying. Not something you see the ARs do too often on Summit, but now sitting on 27.
I was going to say, he keeps getting multi-kills, and it's a really high-impact kills as well, as that allows his team to go in for rotation and setting up for spawn. And not just that, OBJ as well. And now we do get to see Zidium kind of having a difficult time entering, especially with a War Machine in hand for the favor of Mont. 212 and 66 is the scoreline, and they may very well end it here.
Yeah, if I had to guess, they probably will. You see him push in the front side. Couple of kills with Purifier in hand, but trades once again. Genius shut down with Claw, and now all the operators off the table as Storm looking to solo hold on a front side hold. Just not going to be sustainable just like that. Mont breaks back on in. Nade connects onto Genius as well. Kree with one last shot to try to break from the front side, but there's no map control and no real hope of them finding this break here.
I'm surprised that Rondo actually won that gunfight, but there you go. It's still going to be yellow here in this hill, so it means that Mont is still trying to go in for the break, trying to go in for the scrap points. And Zidium, where is the map control? It's just fortunate that player number 2 coming in from Rondo is actually going to be spawning right there, but everyone else in his team not going to be there, and they can very much win every single time here in this P3 hill. Big kills coming in from Fahim, and there you go. Just like that, Mont doing an amazing job here at this Hardpoint summit, and Zidium just lost out when it comes to those anchoring points.
Well, I said I didn't know where the 1 was going to be on the 3-1. It was on Summit. So there we go. We have our 1 loss out of the way, and now an opportunity for Zidium to lock in the 3-1 win. I will say that was not a map that gave me a whole lot of hope. Is once again that win up against Panic looking less and less impressive day by day. But Etsy definitely showed out on that one. Not only being on the AR, but picking up a minute 21, but Jay with 3 minutes inside the hard point plus 12 as well.
That is a phenomenal number. 3 minutes on the hard point is no joke. Not just winning your gunfights inside of the hill, but also everyone else doing their job at doing those early rotations. And even though they didn't do the early rotations back in those P4 spawns, it just doesn't matter because they timed their operators right. The fact that they're winning their gunfights so well in those rotations. And so with Zidium, they look kind of lost here in this Summit map.
Yeah, I mean, they got cooked straight up. Like, even the SMGs did not look super strong. Denisio took a long time to get going, and obviously Hacienda is going to play much differently. The ARs have an opportunity to play a much bigger role, but Etsy did not look weak at all, and I would imagine he's probably going to be one of the tough things that they've got to deal with if they want to take that next hard point.
Being picked up from Team Mobility definitely is going to be great for him. If you can't beat him, join him, and that was a huge pickup for them. And the fact that they were able to fry with ARs in a map like Summit, like what you already mentioned, is a huge deal, because not only are they getting those angles right and creating space for their team, they're just going in for early rotations every single time, winning those anchoring spots. But we're now going into this search and destroy, where Tunisia, like what we already been pegging before this broadcast, is it's a hard map to master, and majority of the time these teams actually ban it. So I'm pretty excited to see how they're going to play, because so far Zidium has played and they have been pretty impressive so far.
Yeah, they were able to take the search and destroy fairly convincingly. Was it 7-3 up against that Panic
Yeah, it was
squad?
7-3, yes.
And like we said, maybe you can't put too much stock in it, but at the bare minimum, they have an idea of what their game plan is going to be heading into this one. And it was honestly on the offense that I would say they look the strongest. So heading into this one, you gotta put map 1 out of your mind. This is the first game that you're playing today. We're so excited to play Call of Duty Mobile. Tunisia, search and destroy. Zidium looking to bounce back here.
Let's see how Etsy can perform, because their first game, they kind of struggled with that team comp, but now it looks like they are pretty comfortable. But looking at their gun compositions, obviously Etsy's going to be holding on to that sniper rifle, and Zeze as well. That is what I like to see.
Nades over top. Hit marker onto Denisio, nothing to connect. Daytel looking for information in the mid-map, and it looks like Zidium going to opt to play very, very slow on the opener right here. Denisio is going to get shut down off the start right there, and Genius, they're going to at least have information on him. Is Fahim just going to sit back and keep eyes on top winery? Genius still trying to be pesky and see whatever information he can get. I believe the flashbang connects onto Jayce. He's going to be forced up, and that's a huge kill. Trying to find a second here, but Fahim, shots do connect. Trades on both sides, and now into the 3v3.
Rondo not able to connect with the switch there. I mean, he was in mid, but unfortunately, it was just Genius trying to go in for that infiltration. Rondo gets one, though. That's going to be huge for him, but it's going to be information off the side of Daytel. Doesn't go in for the kill. That's good. Needs to wait for the rest of his teammate to go in there. Etsy gets that pistol kill. 2v2 situation. Bomb's going to be planted right here. It's going to be a safe plant, so that's going to be good for them.
Ooh, and Daytel gets spotted out, so he's going to be forced back toward mid. We may see a double push, still peeking out that side to try to get info, and right now, big shots up ahead, and Storm connects on the quickscope. Now all down to Daytel as he looks to find the kill. Cree is going to be there. And he's going to play time as much as he possibly can. It seems like he has no idea where he is right now, and big shots right there, as it is going to be Zidium taking round 1.
That is going to be really good, just trigger discipline coming in from Cree. Spotted one person already, spotted the last player from bot, and decided to, you know what, we're going to be paying back just in case that we're not going to be winning that gunfight, and that is how you play OBJ. Zidium, 1 on the board. That's going to be a good start from an otherwise really catastrophic hardpoint matchup.
Cree with bomb in hand, Zidium making their way up in the mid-map, and no real defense here for Mont. They're going to leave Zeze on the backside to try to win this opening gunfight, but a nice little flank comes through. No kills, though. And it looks like Zidium's going to have a pretty free avenue on over to B. Little do they know, players in the high ground on both sides are going to make it difficult for an exit. And right now with the utility going out, they get 1 player spotted out. Jayce is going to find 2 there as well. And this plan has backfired big time, but Denisio with a must-have snipe right there to at least equalize to some degree.
Huge flank from Denisio. Just kind of applies a little bit more confidence here in this Bravo flag. But if you're going to be Zidium, you know that majority of the players are probably rotated in. And now they do have a chance to go and rotate from mid all the way into alpha. And Denisio is going to give that information that, okay, this part of the map is going to be cleared out, so maybe we can go in for that alpha push. But so far, though, player number 4 from Mont, Zeze, is going to be sniffing out a little bit. Okay, I feel like they're going to be going in for that alpha push. And speaking of, Rondo gets the tag, doesn't finish the kill, though.
But that should clear off enough pressure. Fahim going to be able to slip through, and he takes down Rondo. So now Zidium down a man, and he's going to continue to hold the backside. And we've still yet to see a rotation for the rest of the players over toward A. Seems like you should have the necessary info, but they're going to be able to get the bomb down. Denisio can't connect on the scope, but is going to be able to find one. You still got to deal with Etsy through mid, and Zeze Gonna be able to group up right here. Denisio just can't seem to connect. Now Deagle in hand. Kree, huge kill onto Fahim. He's there. There's no teamwork for the Mod squad, and Kree's gonna find all three to just like that extend the lead for Zidium.
Kree again in the same spot 2 rounds in a row, and he has been absolutely nasty with his positioning so far. What we need to see from Mott right now is the fact that they need to control mid, and every single time here in Tunisia, that mid control is going to be essential, but no presence whatsoever from Zidium, looking like they want to push out into Winery instead, getting that information down.
Denisio looking for info over onto A. Fahim's going to sit back once again with the AR in hand and just hope somebody over peaks. Storm looking for wallbang, nearly connected right there, but Fahim's going to get the info, but Denisio reads it anyway. Not going to be able to get away with his life, and that leaves the A site somewhat open, but Etsy finally fires back, has yet to find a big impact in that one, but that is a crucial kill. And Genius gets information, but Daytel is there on the peak in the opposite side. Huge kill, but Denisio firing back once again. And now a 3v2 as Zidium cannot miss with the snipes.
Timing is just not on the side of Mont right now, even though they did get that flank down. It was just a little bit too slow, a little bit too late, and Kree puts again the last say here in this S&D round. 3 in a row now for Zidium. And Mont looking like a little bit lost, and even though there were signs of flight with those bait and switches, good effort, but for Zidium, they're just so good when it comes to that entry.
Well, we'll see if Mont throws a different look right here. A lot of defense here in mid, but Zidium heavily pushing over toward that A side, and a big gunfight coming up top Winery. It's actually going to be Jay right down below as Etsy opens up. Genius going to drop. Snipes not connecting that time around for Zidium. And now down 2 players. You've yet to clear out any type of angles over here on A. The smokes do go across. Fahim fires through, trying to find something, and he's going to get spotted out. Big opener, and Jay's going to drop as well, just like that. It's only 3 players remaining in the sniper force way back in the mid. That's going to be Etsy. And Rondo gets pushed up right here. Not going to have the angle, though. Big shot from Etsy.
Daytel going in there for the flank, needs to go and step on it, but is going to be winning out. No, he loses that essential gunfight. Kree again is the master of that angle. 2v2 situation with bomb going down. Definitely going to be tricky for everyone else, but not quite sure if Mont actually knows that bomb is going to go down. Kree gets a hold of it. Information already given to Mont, and now they're going to be going in there, attacking it, but a miss from Denisio definitely going to be crucial.
That would have been very nice to have back. Nobody in the corner. Etsy's going to be able to sneak back. Nobody peeking the bottom side, and Etsy really in a nice spot to be able to connect with the scope, but Denisio picks up an AR. That'll give him a little more versatility and reads that perfectly. Etsy's going to be the only one left right here, but Deagle does connect. Now into a 1v1 once again. Scope versus scope. And right now, both players playing slow, but if you're Zidium, you got to get this bomb down ASAP.
Monto making the way around. If I can see it correctly, that's Mont on the right side. No, that's Zidium on the left side. Oh man, I'm liking this. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm like, I'm so confused right now with how zoomed in it is. But there you go. Bomb's gonna be planted with both of these players. Gonna have that sniper in hand, so definitely gonna be essential. Who's gonna be getting that information first?
Zidium playing the waiting game. Wrap back through the top side for Mont, and still got 25 seconds to work with, but Denisio is going to play the most passive possible angle and hope that he gets the information on the defuse if it comes through. He's not going to peek through right here. I don't think that that's the spot that he thinks it is, but he's going to be in a spot to clutch it up anyway, and very trusting of his play, as one stick on the bomb could have been around for Mont.
That was a good call coming in from Denisio, just playing his angles to his advantage, knowing very well that, okay, that last player from Mont probably going to be an alpha. I will make my wrap all the way into the next hill. That definitely going to be open for him for that Bravo plant, and just sitting back really nicely. Now, as we do get to see 3-1-1 split here for Zidium, a different approach this time, as Bravo plant never actually went in there was never actually a good one, first off.
Well, Kree has had himself a game, sitting on 8-1 right now. Utility does go across. I think Genius spotted 1 player, and 1 forced all the way back as well. So very little A presence once again for Mont. They have not found an answer, and the snipes have not been hitting for ZZ. Rondo, nice little pinch through mid as well, and that's going to be a two-piece. Just like that, wide open A site once again for Zidium. The game plan working to a T.
It's the timing of the flanks as well, and the communication from Mon is just kind of lacking for me. Daytel always tries to go for the flag, and eventually, by the time that he actually gets there, everyone else from his team is going to be going down as he goes in for that mid push. Is going to be greeted by one player. Rondo goes down, 3v2 situation, but that is also information given to Zidium as well, as Jayce goes down, a 3v1, and it's going to be so difficult for Daytel to just go and infiltrate. We need to see faster comps from Mont if you find some presence into Alpha, and it always works out for Zidium to go in there early on, and not just that, not leaving that mid super open for Zidium to take.
That was back-to-back really good gunfights out of Jayce, and then he just completely full-body peeks a high-ground head glitch, which is asking to get obliterated. But they get really aggressive here on the defensive side, and I like this look out of them. Zay's going to get pushed up early, does take down Storm. Rondo fires back, but it's trade still going the way of Zidium, but Denisio on the top side going to be able to find one, and another for Geniuses. Now it's all down to the lone player in Etsy.
Here we go again. Curry just wins it every single time in this hill. I mean, in this angle, rather. Etsy gets spotted, and Curry gets that kill again. We're at a 6-0 right now, and it's just a phenomenal way to start that S&D. Zidium looking super solid here in Tunisia.
Just night and day differences between the Hardpoint and the Search and Destroy. It makes me very curious what we can expect to see in the Control. But as we flip sides, Mont with an opportunity to see if they can take an advantage right here. No push toward mid. Bomb carrier is going to hop down, and they full send it on over to B. Genius going to be forced back, storm the top side. Scope in hand, but not going to be able to connect. But fortunately for him, nice little hop up out of Genius. He finds two. Fahim is there for the trade, but Cree has been so nasty so far, and all down to Daytel as a phenomenal hard point. Looks like it's about to be followed up. Wait. It's not over. Nice two-piece right there, and a nade perfectly placed. Might be able to pull off the 1v4.
He is getting spotted though, and Rondo plays the Holger well, and a 7-0. I did not expect that it was going to be this phenomenal off of Zidium, but it really just goes to show that their play up against Panic is the same here for Mont, and the fact that they did it so convincingly. I don't even know if Cree died. I don't even know.
I know he died one time, but he was 8-1 the last time that we looked. So that very well could have been what I think he finished with 11-1 performance. Absolutely cooked that squad, and not something we typically see out of an LMG player in Search and Destroy either. We won't get to see the final stats, but 12 kills on the board, and he was the bomb planter as well, just doing it all for his squad. And maybe Mont is just an express-only S&D team.
That's what I was saying.
It's crazy to think that this is a squad that went down to the wire up against Kings on Express S&D just to get 7-0 here in the Tunisia.
Man, they just had no answer for Cree. They tried to bring a flank down, but Daytel always just lose that gunfight. I think lost it 2-3 times already. When they did get that upper hand with getting the man advantage, not able to sustain as they always left the gap open. When it comes to those bait and switches, Zidium is just so good at sustaining their numbers.
Well, in the interview last week, Cree said that Aver was his son. Right now, all of Mont looked like his sons with the way that he was tearing up that map. So we'll see heading into the Control. It truly is going to be the swing mode. Don't really know what to expect because neither of these teams have looked phenomenal in the Control. It's going to be very, very telling, and I'm excited to see how they match up.
Not only that, they've never played Standoff before here in Control, so we have no say whatsoever. The most we can do is just kind of guess, as you do get to see Zidium having a 33% win rate and just going up against Mott's 25%. But what we've already seen so far when it comes to those respawns, it's just not that accurate so far because of who they went up against and with just how many days we actually have so far here in Stage 4 and also in Stage 3. So, I don't know. It's a question mark, like what you mentioned. This is a swing mode that we'll definitely see who's going to be starting on the defensive side first, and speaking of, it will be Mont.
I kind of figured because there was no way that Mont were the ones that picked Tunisia.
Yeah.
So You got to think Mont do have the advantage off the start of this one. This has looked the most defensive-sided of the maps that we've played so far off the start. Yet to see any kills. Genius going to play back, and nice little shots out of him to be able to take down Fahim. Trades do go through, and it's going to be make it 2 for 4 off the start right here as Jayce gets pushed up into Grandma's, and Zidium have got to get some map control pushed out, but crazy shots out of Kree. UL in hand, and Zidium fire back.
And Jayce, just his ability to be in really difficult situations and coming out on top, that does not happen this time around, as you do get to see that Mont just pushes just one more time here in through spawn. But we do have player number 3 coming in from Zidium, possibly going for that spawn control, but not really winning those gunfights.
Respawn sniping, something we've seen more and more in control. I think Storm sees Etsy over the heady, but only Pixels to work with. He's going to be able to take down Kree, but a couple kills do go through for Zidium. And they've been able to maintain the life difference, but they have got to get players on the objective. Storm looking to get pushed up right here, but a big double kill for Daytel. And now with only a few seconds to work with, Rondo's got to go one direction or another. They're looking for the spawn trap. They get players on to B, but going to be tough to maintain, and you need somebody to watch that wrap back toward mid. Right now, that's all on to Kree, and he gets shut down.
Mont applying that pressure in through spawn. Sends out 2 players, but unfortunately they do go down, but that does create enough pressure for them and stop the push coming in for this B pick. And a crucial 1v1 right now being won by that one player. That's going to be Etsy. Okay, that's going to be huge for Mont. The fact that they were able to stop majority of the players here in Zidium to go in for that B push. Now just 15 seconds left on the clock, and not just that, A being contested right now. It's going to be hard for Zidium to try and win this objective.
Big snipe for Etsy, but Zidium still keep players on the objective. Daytel there to trade out. Genius finds another right here, and he's looking to single-handedly save this round. He did it first by getting that progress over on B. He gets shut down. Tracer there is Kree finds another one, but you got to keep an eye on the lives. Rondo needed to win that gunfight in the top side, and now that's all down to Denicio. Looks like a phenomenal attempt on the offensive side, just not quite going to be enough for Zidium as Mont take round 1.
Daytel has been doing an amazing job at getting those high impact kills and not only getting that spawn trap down, but also being able to flush out majority of the players from Zidium to stop that progress in Alpha and eventually playing time to their advantage. That's going to be really good control games coming in from Mont.
If you're Zidium, like, you got to just be happy with how close you were able to play from the offensive side. Storm's going to open things up, trying to fire back as you do have Etsy still respawn sniping on the opposite side. They take the life advantage and no real map control toward either of the objectives. If you are Zidium, you still have to deal with Zayze. He's been able to push all the way through, but he gets shut down. Jayce trying to do the same as he makes his way in toward their spawn. But right now, Mont have got to get some pressure toward these objectives, and another big kill for Genius.
Oh, I'm loving this bait and switch coming in from Mont from Grannies, and just allows them to have a slow tick of progress here. Kree, though, gets an essential kill, and with him with a War Machine, definitely going to be difficult to go and push into Alpha. And now with Mont, you know that information down, but they are going to be so much down when it comes to the lives.
And right now, Zidium are just trying to end this as quickly as possible, make sure Mont can't gain any progress on their operators, and they've still got a decent amount saved as well, still 3 ready to go. If I had to guess, they'll probably opt to save most of these, but that's 4 in the feed right now for Mont. And this round is not locked in yet by any means as they get the A objective stacked up right now. And this should be a free capture if you're Zidium. Just sit back, play the TDM if you can, but they can't seem to win any of the gunfights. And just like that, the life lead is dwindled down to 5.
It's Daytel again. He's so good here at Granny. He's winning 3 gunfights in a row. And now he's going in for the hunt, trying to look for Kree, but he is going to be in a really good spot. As we do see that Mont is going to be fully streaked out with those operators. That's going to be huge for them, especially going in for the defense.
We see one come out for Jayce. War Machine is popped. Same for Etsy pulling out the claw. They've got to win some of these gunfights, and they lose so many of the early ones that even with the operators out, it's not making a difference. Jayce has got to go big, but now a 7 life differential as they have not had any answer for Rondo over here on the B objective, and that is a lot of wasted utility unless we see some type of miracle here out of Mont. One player going to be able to push through, but 3 straight for Zidium, and just like that, we are equalized in the operators for both sides.
Zidium, That is going to be huge for them, the fact that they were able to defend and just slow things down just a tiny bit here in this Bravo push. And Mont had every single chance to go in there for a successful push into Bravo, but unfortunately not. And even though that they got a really good push into Alpha, it didn't really sustain now. You do get to see an essential 2v2 being won by Daytel yet again.
Rondo pulls out the Purifier and gets 0 value. Nice shots out of Storm. He's going to be able to take down 2. And the life lead on the offensive side, always so difficult to find. Denisio somehow finds 3, making 4 right there, and he's cooking. This is a little bit more of what we saw out of him last week. ZZ's gonna be able to find 1, but Denisio pushed up early on to the B objective. Not quite enough patience though, as the Mont player is gonna be able to slide on through. And had he stayed on that box head, he may have been able to find both along with some objective time.
19 and 23, though Zidium still has that advantage, and Denisio definitely was the biggest reason why. Huge 3. Oh, we changed just in time. Play number 3 coming in from Zidium wins that gunfight. That's genius. Opting for that spawn trap here. Will be greeted by one player, still wins it. A 1-on-1 yet again by Zeze. Almost tags him up, but it only deals some damage.
Well, going up to the top side, Genius gets shut down, but Kree still applying that pressure from the barrel position. He gets shut down. Rondo's going to take his place. Takes down Daytel, gets back, plays his life, and once again, in a perfect spot as they get the A objective captured, and now a 9-life lead on the offensive side. Mont may have to invest some operators right here if they want to hold off the push. Genius going to go ahead, opt to pull out the Sparrow, and that's at least going to force him back, but they've got enough trophy systems that it goes to waste. And with all the kills going the way of Mont, they may actually not be forced to invest in anything right here, as Zidium having big-time struggles making their way toward that B objective.
He's making it difficult for them to go push here in back alley. Not just that, we do get to see play number 2 and 3. That's Jace and Etsy applying pressures here in Statue and Tractor as well. And whatever progress that Zidium actually had when it comes to the live, slowly dwindling down here.
Well, any advantage they have has completely disappeared. They have looked absolutely abysmal trying to make their way into B. And they get picked apart. Big nade for Genius to be able to open up that tractor area. And this is their best chance. Suddenly they find 3 in the feed, and it's not the operators that are making the play. It's the guns. Kree fires back and somehow wins that one as well. And now a 4-life advantage. 2 players over on that B objective. You got to deal with the one on the backside. That's ZZ. He drops, and now you can force your way in. No respawns remaining, and they use one of their operators as well. Risky play is now 1 remains for Mont. It's all on to Etsy in the 1v5.
1v5 with a Kilo, and in a really tight spot like this, still gets the double kill. Oh my goodness. Almost gets a kill off of Rondo as well, but doesn't get it done. Zidium now gonna have finally their essential gunfights won at this point of that attacking round, and now looking like they're a little bit shaky when it comes to the defense, but I'm excited to see how they'll finish this round off.
3 operators on each side, but Zidium have accomplished their biggest task. They have an offensive round and now put themselves in position, but big opening start for Mont. They're going to push heavily over toward that B side. Still one player they got to deal with, and it's Storm. He's been so good so far. The double quick scope will connect and at least keeps a couple players pushed off. Operators going to be invested early for Mont as they find a couple more and some big time progress here on to B.
ZZ though needs to find a way to get more kills, but unfortunately for him does not do so. But we do see that Mont goes in there for that B push instead. That's player number 4, and it's Storm. Always, especially with the claw in hand, able to get Etsy if he plays it right. Not just that, also able to get Zeze.
Wow, crucial kills with the claw in hand, and he's still going as well. Spots 1 crossing through courtyard, trying to find 1 more through deli, but Daytel shuts him down. Lives fairly even between the 2, but Mont have lost just any amount of progress that they might have had. As right now B is completely locked down, and they're basically sent to a full reset with Denisio beaming the way that he is. He's finally going to get shut down as Etsy takes some tractor control right here, but he has got to win some of these gunfights, wins the first one onto Kree, and that's huge.
They just have no answer when it comes to Storm's performance, especially with that quick scope. And so far, he is going to be in a really good position to possibly take out one player and get that information for the rest of his teammates, which is Kree, to go in there for the backup. There you go. He goes down, though. That's going to be good for Mont, but the fact that Kree's going to be right there for the trade is going to be very difficult for Mont to go and pursue.
Multiple opportunities for Storm as he starts to slow down a little bit, and that's 3 straight now for Mont. Zidium fire back. Rondo the top side, going to be able to equalize to 9-9. It's going to come down to the wire on this one. War Machine comes out. Creed trying to get him forced back. But it looks like he's going to opt to make his way toward B, or toward A. He finds one. He knows there's still players on the inside. Shots across, though. Jay and Etsy doing the dirty work. And now Zidium down to 4 lives right here. -3. Jay finds a vehicle explosion as well. And the 2 remaining players have to find a way to clear off A, but they're not anywhere close. Cree, you got to get to the objective, and it looks like Mont will find an offensive round of their own.
So far, Mont is so good when it comes to the offense, but they are going to end it here on the defensive side. Adjustments need to be made and not allow Zidium to go in there for that spawn trap, which we actually saw a while ago. But looking at what we have here when it comes to their artillery, Etsy has a good shot to possibly try and stop a push coming in from Genius if he does go in there for a spawn trap.
Huge opening kill for Storm. He's been phenomenal, although a couple chances to make big plays in that last round. Shots weren't coming through. Jay Pred Missile in his pocket, but he gets shut down by Genius. And if Genius gets pushed through early right here, might be able to do some damage, but Daytel, just like that, finding a crucial double kill, and the lives back to even. Genius still yet to be dealt with, and he finds another onto Fahim.
Rondo going on the back end. It's going to be greeted by Jay, and he does lose that gunfight. Jay goes down, and that's still going to be valuable information for Zidium. The fact that, okay, we have sites over here. We can spawn trap. We wait for Rondo. He does go down, though. That's going to be good control coming in from Mont. The fact that they're not going to be allowing that spawn trap to happen.
And for Zidium, the objective play hasn't looked phenomenal, but the slaying has carried them most of the way through right here. Denisio shut down at top tractors. Storm cross the map, able to make the shots connect with the Fennec. And it's back and forth in the feed right now as Zidium still sit up 5 lives, but you have got to get pressure one direction or another. Genius sneaks all the way through. He's trying to find the one-man spawn trap, but they've still yet to find that progress that they need. NEA progress is wiped off the board, and they're so tunnel vision on getting the kills that they only have 10 seconds to work with. Denisio does the dirty work, gets the objective cleared right now, but they need a perfect hold.
Here we go. That's going to be really big kills coming in from Etsy, just flushing out every single one of the players here in Alpha, but Denisio is going to be able to sustain that kill, able to flush out the majority of the Mont players. Still 10 seconds left on the clock here with just a barely tick of progress here in Alpha. Zidium going to have a really difficult time, but they do have life advantage. But with big kills coming in from Zay, just not allowing anyone else from Zidium to go and touch the hill. It's still 2 seconds down. Creed goes in there really huge for those kills, and it's a back and forth that we love to see. Storm tries to go in there for the kill and tries to touch the point, but unfortunately for them, Mont still goes up big.
Zidium so focused on the kills that they forget about the objective. And map number 3 slips away. That was some of the strongest offensive play that we've seen out of any of our teams so far, but they come up just short right there, as now they are put in a very difficult spot, especially with the way the first Hardpoint map went. Now, obviously, Hacienda going to play way different, and this is going to be their map pick as well. So heading into this one, maybe not quite as worried as we would anticipate, but that was an incredibly winnable map. And Zidium just don't find a way to convert.
My goodness, can I just say, for each of these teams, they had that really essential player. For Zidium, that was Storm, always getting those essential kills with the sniper. And for a time, we actually got to see with Mont, they did not have any kind of answer whatsoever when it comes to those quick scopes. But the fact that they were doing so well here in mid, that control in mid from Mont is definitely going to be essential. Daytel was so good at that defense here in Granny.
And Genius nearly single-handedly won round 1 for Zidium. The huge clear off over on the objective, the last second push on into A, they do come up just short, and obviously phenomenal AR play out of Denisio as well, just controlling the map. But Etsy on the flip side was able to do the same for his squad. You can see right here just beaming onto Cree. And Mont just, they play the objective better in the last round, and that's what it comes down to.
And now we're going into Hardpoint, where you know that Etsy and Fahim can definitely beam with their ARs, especially when we saw that in that Summit Hardpoint, which is already going to be super small as a map, but now we are going to widen things up. So now the question is, will Denisio and Storm finally pick it up, because they were very slow in that Summit map?
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, we saw what Denisio could do on map number 2 right there. So I am curious if I don't anticipate we're going to see respawn sniping come out, but we've seen it already today. So maybe with Storm feeling the way that he is, might happen. It looks like he is going to opt for the CBR early on at least. It will be Cree and Denisio in those AR roles to get things started. Definitely eyes on them to control the map early to see if they can set their team up for success.
And now the setup is definitely going to be interesting when you want to set up for next already pretty early on. Which side of the map do you want to control? So far though, big gunfight here in Rock as you do get to see Zidium getting majority of the anchoring points here for P1.
Well, Rondo up top, got a big gunfight, but double chow out of Mont. We'll get things cleared. Zidium able to get some early time. Fahim in the high ground. Not going to read the one Zidium player wrapping from behind, but it's okay. He finds the kill anyway before getting traded out. Denisio going to get sniffed out by Jay-Say, spawning on the opposite side as well. Somehow Zidium still maintaining control right here as Storm just staying low for as long as he can. Genius there to reinforce, and Denisio on the top side clearing out that high ground control, and it looks like Zidium should be able to get a little bit of early time, but right now, neither team with a whole lot of urgency to make their way over toward P2. And Mont are going to find it completely for free as Zidium get caught lacking on the rotation here.
Zidium going in very slow when it comes to the rotation here for Lambo. And only just one player, and Etsy punishes him. The rest of the plays, though, coming in from Rock, and they have no utility, no operators whatsoever so far. Tries to go in there for those nade and stun checks, and unfortunately for them, not able to go in and capitalize on those utilities.
That just seemed like a very delayed reaction out of Zidium, and I don't know if they got tunnel vision on the objective at hand, but fortunately for them, they're able to break back on through. Nice little force spree for Rondo right there. Genius still yet to get going, but they're locking in the hard point time right here, and with the way they're playing this, seems like if they had rotated early, this could have potentially been a full 60 for them, but still struggling to break back in. Huge kills out of Genius, Rondo, and Storm. And that should clear out a little bit of leeway for them to lock in the rest of the scrap time. Big shots over top, but you still got Genius locking down the inside, and Daytel won't have a chance.
Daytel tries to go in there for the scrap points, and now how many players for you, Zidium? Do you want to just get these scrap points down, winning a lot of these rotational gunfights as well? But for the rest of Mon, they are going to be positioning here in top patio, and they are winning those gunfights going into this hard point so far. And now everyone else coming in from Mont, though, they're losing a lot of the gunfights now, and even though it just opened up, everyone else needs to go in there for that pinch.
That's a big time break out of the Zidium players. Genius gonna spot one on the backside, shuts him down. It's gonna be split spawns right now. One player left to be dealt with, and that's a huge kill for Daytel. Storm's still looking for him. I don't think he's going to make the read. He's getting absolutely flooded, and the gravity vortex going to open up, but Rondo throws out the 100 killer, and he's going to be able to find a double. Etsy's still there to reinforce, but he's looking to get pushed up toward that barn area. It looks like Mont an opening to be able to pick up a lot of this time here at the end of the hard point, and Zidium is scrambling to make their way out of spawn.
So far, no map control from both of these teams, as we do get to see right side spawn just flipping all over the place. Mont, Zidium just spawning right beside each other as we go in there for the rotation for that next hill. So far, though, Storm winning that essential gunfight here in Old just soaks up a lot of that scrap time, but Mont going in there for an early rotation wins a lot of those gunfights down, but they do have to worry about player number 1, which is Cree.
Fahim has looked great so far for Mont, but the rest of the squad struggling to get going. Genius does get shut down by Daytel right there, but still a big chunk of the gunfights going the way of Zidium. Fahim's gonna drop a pred though. That gets things cleared back slightly. Denisio with the Annihilator in hand, trying to find something. Daytel, Purifier is gonna get shut down. Etsy still locking down the backside. Cree slides on through, finds one kill right there, and that opens up the hard point for Zidium, but not in a spot to lock down the back angles. Fortunately for them, Claw is going to pop in. Storm finds a big kill to open up another opportunity.
This is gonna be so difficult for Mon. Yes, they're going in there for the pinch, but they are going in there one by one. An essential 2 fight, but unfortunately for them, Rondo is gonna be taking them out so early on, and now Zidium's actually soaking up majority of the points here in P4, and even though Mon went there for an early setup, the setup wasn't really solid as we'd like to hope.
Zay, cheeky spot up top, wins the opening gunfight. Zidium gonna look to flood through mid right here. Rondo reads one. One more player tucked into the corner as they pick up the scrap time. Jace is there, finds a trade. And now Kree waiting for some information from his teammates. ZZ tucked way away in the top side, but there are 3 players pushing him, and he's going to get taken down. Now full top side control for Zidium right here. Denisio not letting anybody around that corner anytime soon. He's still locking things in, and big gunfights ahead for Rondo as he's got to find a way to clear things through the smoke.
And it's a little back and forth from both of these teams. It's still going to be blue here in P1, but very, very quickly, Genius is going to be able to flush out majority of the players in P. Oh, he does get taken out, though. That is a huge kill coming in from Jace, knowing very well that they're able to shut down a Sparrow for them. Etsy, though, tries to go in for the kills with the Kilo 1-4-1. Still going to be yellow, but with just 2 players right there for Mod, it's going to be so hard to go and defend.
Teamwork just looking better for Zidium. A couple big individual gunfight wins for Fahim once again, but there's nobody there to lock in the hard point time. Etsy finally able to take down 1, but Zidium have corrected on that initial mistake. They rotate out early toward P2. Big time Money Hill, and Rondo's going to drop a Pred, or at least going to earn it. That should give them some information whenever he opts to use it, and there it is. Double Preds. Not sure if I love that move, but Jace is going to be able to sniff him out, but he doesn't win the gunfight. Had every advantage possible, and Zidium once again are there to reinforce.
Now the spawns are going to be tricky though coming in from Zidium because they're going to be spawning off. Mont will try to go in there for the pinch. Play number 2 though wins that essential gunfight in Rock, and Rondo doing a phenomenal job at stopping that pinch down. Another Preddy comes along and gets a beautiful double kill, and now essential, very essential streaks coming in from Zidium. So far though, still winning majority of the points here for P2.
Zidium building on this lead, now up to 60, and Genius is going to be difficult to deal with on the front side. Definitely hasn't had the game that he would like to, but picking up the hard point time, contributing where he can. The rest of the squad has absolutely carried this one as Denisio is once again going to earn streaks. The ARs have been phenomenal for this Zidium squad. It is going to be Jace lurking up. Does clear out Rondo, and they're going to have to find a tough way to clear through this top side as he finds another one, and he has had Preds on Preds.
Wow.
Big time information for him right there, and that's going to force Jace out as he gets taken down.
Even though the setup was already good for Mont, objective setup down, spawn setup down as well. They're still losing majority because of the score streaks that Zidium already had getting into that P2 control. So far though, it's still an open hard point where a majority of these teams are still trying to go in there for that spawn control. And here, having that essential operator here in Tin is definitely going to be huge for them.
Big nades, but Rondo is there once again and single-handedly locking down this hard point. Does finally get taken down by the gravity vortex. Zidium now find themselves up 90 points following a Summit hardpoint where they looked lost for the most part. They have bounced back big time. Mont doing everything they can to close the gap, but Rondo, crucial trades once again. He has been the X factor in this one. Kree trying to contest the remaining hardpoint time, but he is going to get taken. As Mont pick up the rest of the scrap time, but nobody rotated out as Zidium set up perfectly over on P4.
My goodness, what the heck are these spawns right now? And it's Genius and Daytel, and Genius just spawned right beside Daytel. Speaking of spawns, no spawn advantage whatsoever, no control from both of these teams as they're still trying to fight mano a mano here at this point. And so far, it is going to be Mon winning essentially these gunfights down. But for Zidium, they are spawning off into that right side bedroom, and everyone else from Mon is going to be spawning off on the left side by Lambo. And essentially, no one does have any operators to play with apart from Kree.
P4, typically a chaos hill, and that's exactly what it's going to be right here. Split spawns once again. Mont now on the backside, pushing their way up on in, and they are getting all the kills. But Storm, nice little nade, and Claw's going to pop as well. He holds it down single-handedly. Denisio on the backside. It's Etsy breaking in by himself, but Kree's there around the corner, and as expected, pure chaos here on P4. Zidium just trying to get any amount that they possibly can as they move closer and closer to that 250-point mark. And despite the struggles out of Genius, it's been enough so far. We'll see if they can close things out right here as Genius gets shut down once again. Got to get this hard point cleared out.
We need to see Mont just get a hold of an anchor spot. just so they know where everyone's spawning out. Because like what we saw a while ago in that previous hill, Fahim did not know where everyone else was actually going to be going for, and everyone else was spawning off into the right side of the map. So far though, Zidium still winning a lot of these gunfights here in 2F, getting some points down as well here in P1, but they just have high ground control, and you're going to be winning a lot of the gunfights here in P1 if you do have that 2F control.
Rondo not able to slip through down below, but once again the AR's dominating for Zidium. Genius slides on through, big gunfight right here, runs out of ammo, but fortunately Storm there for the trade, and Zidium continues to move upward. Rondo's still in the high ground, and wow, what a shot out of a Cree. Must have been multiple headshots right there as he takes down another. Denicio still anchoring toward P2, and a big gunfight win for Rondo, or a big gunfight for Rondo, but he doesn't win that one. And now maybe Mont's first opportunity to find a big chunk of hardpoint in the late game right here. Fahim has got to lock things down, and he's in a nasty spot to open things up.
Early rotation again here from Mont P2. And they do have to worry about those two players coming in from Rock. That is Storm and Cree. And so far, though, Cree does have an operator to play with. He has 43 to his name, but Jay says no. And potentially to try and stop Genius as well when it comes to that operator. But there you go. Etsy is able to bring him down. So far, though, so good for Zidium. Even though they're trying to go in for the catch-up, they only have to worry about these two players. Wow.
I mean, Zidium just looked like they trusted their teammates more. Mont sitting back, kind of second-guessing which way they're going to enter from. And Zidium capitalized as the operators come out, and it looks like this is going to be the final push they needed to take this one to a map 5. One last attempt out of Mont is not going to be enough. And they take the hard point as we now head into the final map. Is this our first EU map 5?
This is our first EU map 5, yes. And we love to see it here with the two teams that need it the most. They're definitely fighting. I can see their fighting spirit. I like it, I like it. But there you go. I feel like for Mont, they just struggled with the gunfights in general. They were set up really well in some hard points, but when it comes to the gunfight, they were just outslayed every single time. Take a look at Rondo with 46 to his name, and everyone else is in the green except for Genius.
Yeah, Rondo was just a nightmare. I would love to see how many untraded kills that he had, because he was just constantly peeking into odd corners, finding kills. Storm, it wasn't even the ARs that ended up on top. I mean, well, Cree was 44 and 23, so you can't really sleep on that. But across the board, even with Genius struggling the way that he did, still picking up 2 minutes of hard point time, finding a way to make an impact. And like you said, across the board, they got outslayed in a big way for him doing what he could, but no objective time for him. Mont get taken down as they can't take 2 straight hard points. And now we head to the search and destroy, which I believe will be Meltdown.
Meltdown. That's not good for, well, both of these teams actually lost Meltdown, but it's just a matter of how well are you going to be, you know, just adjusting to your playstyle. But going back to this hardpoint game, both of the teams actually kind of struggled to anchor down particular sites, the power positions, the spawns as well. And you already saw that majority of the time, especially rotating into P4 and P3, where everyone was just spawning right in front of each other so many times. But it's just the essential gunfights that Zidium just always won.
Yeah, no question. And even when it looked like there was finally going to be a good setup for Mont, Zidium still find a way to break back in. And once again, the teamwork looked amazing. The AR play was phenomenal. And now we'll see if that continues here heading into the search and destroy. Obviously, first time around, Tunisia search and destroy. Zidium handled business easily. For me, I feel like I gotta lean the way of Zidium just
right
a little bit with how lopsided that was. Obviously, all the maps play very, very differently, but that was one of the most one-sided search and destroys we've seen all tournament.
They looked so solid in this Tunisia map, and the fact that we thought that Mont might actually have more of an S&D advantage doesn't seem to be the case. Looks like Express is definitely a little bit more of home for them, but now a lot of the time their competitors knows that you're gonna have to ban off Express up against Mont, and now we need to see some sort of adjustment from Mont now that the fact that, okay, that's your best map and you're not going to be playing a majority of the time. Meltdown, on the other hand, they did go up against 117 Not Found, lost it 4-7, so it wasn't too big of a loss, but I don't know, that Tunisia map was just so bad.
Yeah, that was not pretty at all. And it does feel like that was very heavily dependent on the snipes from Storm and I believe Denisio as well. So we'll see if they're still firing on all cylinders. Those two players can pull it out once again. But Kree opting for the R9. And I'm assuming we'll probably see some heavy defensive pushes over toward A. It's going to be Denisio solo to overlook onto B. And Mont currently sending players straight up the middle of the map. Very, very split approach.
I'm already going to tell you, Zidium has more of an upper hand now because Kree with the R9 is definitely going to be really tricky for that defense in Alpha. And we've already seen it time and time again. That is one of the biggest reasons why Mont actually lost their game up against 117 Not Found, because Saturn's was such a menace. And now Kree going in for that mid though. Not quite sure if it's going to be a good push. Needs to probably settle down just a tiny bit. It's a good thing that he does go back with his teammates.
See how patient he is, but Denisio more patient, and the scopes open it up for Zidium right there. He and Storm, couple early kills, and that forces Mon into a really rough spot right now. Storm knows exactly where this player is, and he's going to peek through. Why? What do you think is going to happen right there? Fahim finally able to fire back, but the bomb is down. And two players watching it over it for Zidium right now. Noise being made from that generator room. And Daytel tried, I mean, with the Fennec from right there, that's just not the gunfight you want to be taking.
Yeah, Genius takes him out with the Fennec. Close range this time. Tunisia though spots out one last player, and Fahim going to be in a little bit of a pickle as Kree ends the job. And for Mont, the weaknesses are showing here when it comes to their search game, and the fact that they have no answer whatsoever. The fact that you're challenging a sniper, trying to re-peek that angle is definitely, you're not going to be winning that most of the time.
All right, well, it looks like Kree actually going to switch to the Krieg, if I saw that right?
Yeah, I think that's the Krieg.
Was he the one that was using the shotgun last round?
He was, yeah.
Haven't we seen him? Was he not on the UL, or am I tripping?
A while ago?
Yeah.
No, he was on the R9.
On Hacienda.
Oh, Hacienda. Ooh, well.
Maybe I'm tripping. I swear this is the third different gun category we've seen from him, but I'm probably misremembering something. Denisio's there to open things up once again. Mont have gotten pushed up. Daytel in a nice spot, but you still got to clear out the sniper's nest, and he looks like he's going to be able to do that. With that, the bomb should have enough space to go down, but they're going to opt to sit back, play things slowly right here, still down a player. Etsy looking to find a pick to alleviate some of this pressure.
There you go. We need to see the bomb go down. That's good for Mod. Jayce finally does the job down, and you need to see play number 5. He will give that information if someone is going to go in there for that flank, but no one will. They need a little bit more. But did you see play number 2? That's going to be Etsy. Possibility for getting big kills. Gets one. Goes in for the reposition, though. Timing not going to be onside to get the next trade.
Ooh, Etsy finds another right there. Kree not able to get the better of it. And now 2 players remain for Zidium. Is one player going to lurk in through boilers, nearly finds a way, but now into the 2v2 we go. Only 16 seconds remain. Rondo's got to be the one to make a play right here, waiting for his teammate to regen. Spots out Daytel on the top side, but there's not enough time to find the kills and the defuse right here. Genius slides on through, but he's going to have to stick it, and not enough time either way. Big time round for Mont as they fire back.
That is a good push coming in from Etsy from spawn through mid just to get those boiler kills, and just the timing is just so good on his side. Now Mon finally got a point on the board where Zidium kind of lacking when it comes to those passive plays now, and the adjustment from Mon is definitely going to be good for them.
Well, they are full sending over here toward B. Will Denisio be able to counter at all? Smokes over the top side. Zayze trying to look for information. 2 players in that mid-map area. Gonna slide back to boiler room. Denisio wraps back. Not looking to peek out right here, and they at least clear out the generator side.
The bomb has been planted.
They're gonna hop back, and right now it's a 5-man retake for Zidium as they're trying to find a pick to open things up, but Genius not in the spot to do it. Zayze, cheeky play on the backside, and Jayce gonna lock down that vehicle heady as well. Daytel with the opener, making a 2-piece right there, and that should be enough for the round for this Mon squad.
Daytel, it's a fact watch. That's going to be really good kills for him. Storm, though, gets that information. Fahim just gets stacked up just a tiny bit, but it's just a little bit too much for Zidium right now to try and win this round. A little bit too late. I like that play from Zidium. Smoke them out. Try to make them uncomfortable to not want to push mid through generators, and not just that, also smoke out Denisio, who has been a really good stopping force for Zidium right now. So far, so good for Mon, and the adjustments have been right.
All right. Back-to-back rounds, what they needed. Zidium, a little bit of a different look right here as Kree gonna now push on over toward the B side with Denisio. Spots out one, but can't connect on the snipe. That would have been a big opener. Kree still in a nice spot to work that heady with the HVK in hand, but Fahim gonna be able to take down Denisio. Genius gonna drop as well. Kree fires back and equalizes to some degree, but Daytel still in a position to get the plant down if he wants to.
His teammate wins an essential gunfight. Etsy again with a pistol. Has to worry about Storm though, with Elcar in hand. Ooh, gonna be big kills coming from Storm and Rondo. Still a 2v2, but with bomb being planted, it is going to be 36 seconds for Zidium to try and defuse. But I feel like for Mont right now, they're in really good positions. Unfortunately, does go in for that kill. Storm wins those. Jayce gets spotted, goes down. Defuse is finally gonna happen. Wow, that is going to be great for Kree, actually. Honestly, I think this is the third time that he kind of changed up his weapon. So far, he's not feeling it, but looks like the HVK choice is going to be good for him.
Phenomenal retake out of those two players to equalize once again, and that pick by Storm with the sniper, definitely what changed the pace of that round. We'll see what they can do, as it's been even all the way through. It looks like, once again, a slightly different approach right here, as it's going to be Kree now solo making his way on over to B, and will be Genius now pushed up in the top side of generator rooms. Daytel trying to sniff one out, and Jayce lurked way up in mid. Big gunfight incoming. Does Genius read it? Yes, he does.
Jayce, you got to look at the right direction. Obviously, everyone else from your team is going to be on that side of the map, and does go down. And now every single time that Mont actually wins the round is the fact that they had that mid control. And so far for Daytel, he's trying to sniff out that one player that took out Jayce. Then it's going to be that boiler room control that most of these teams desperately need.
Ooh, big shot out of Etsy right there. That's going to be the opener. Into the 4v4 Kree. Cheeky little spot right here. He's got a laser on his Hulker. That's got a worst case scenario. Gonna be difficult to get information around that outside angle, but right now he's going to be stationary as Denisio not going to be able to connect onto Fahim. He's forced back, but with the bomb in hand and only 40 seconds remaining, Mon have got to make a move here.
That just allowed Denisio to actually go in there very deep into generators, but for Mont, they're going to go in for that alpha control instead, as Rondo will be the first point of contact there.
Storm can't connect right there, but fortunately for him, Rondo is there. Does get traded out. Fahim hops off the bomb heady, though. That opens things up for Storm. Kree finds another. Had not moved from that spot, and now all down to Daytel with only 12 seconds remaining. No real chance of him taking the round, and he can't take Storm anyway. Beautiful quick scope once again as Zidium retake the lead.
The patience from Kree in that round, they did not move at all. There was a one Mont player. They were just basically sitting right next to each other. And if Kree actually moved, he would have gone down, especially with the Holger in hand not being so fast. But patience pays off for Mont, and I mean for Zidium rather, and for Mont needs to find a way to go in for that B hit again, but it was really read well by Zidium, just pushing aggressively as well.
Fahim with the bomb in hand as we see the aggressive B push. It's worked a couple times for him so far. Kree pushed back, Denisio taken down, but Daytel does not come out on top. Etsy has been nasty with the deagle so far, so punishing. Not gonna be punishing with the scope though is Storm. Now his 8th kill on the board. Fahim looking to get the plant right here. 2v3, they're in a rough spot, and Kree is already rotated over here. Nice little flank out of the remaining Zidium players. And Storm with a big gunfight up ahead. He gets shut down. Jayce doesn't read it right, but Fahim finds one, and now into the 1v1. Rondo right around the side. He's up on the generators, and it's going to be a close one. Rondo gets the better of it.
you could just sit back, you know, play back a little bit. You had the Kilo 141 in your hand. You also had a tower control on that right side, but Rondo still wins those. Here's the thing with like trying to go in for the kill instead of playing for time. It's just, it always goes into a 50-50. You don't know if you're going to be winning that gunfight, where if you're going to be going for that objective instead, you'll also have time on your side, increasing your chances of actually winning the round. Zidium now up 2 and looking very solid on that defense, but now we're going in for the attack.
All right. Up 2 rounds. What can Zidium do? They read this properly. A lot of pressure over to A. Mont get the openers. Only 2 players remain all ready for Zidium. Fortunately for them, Storm is one of them. Gonna be looking for a pick here. Daytel looking to get aggressive. Storm force back. He finds Kree as well, and now all down to Storm as the fast A hit pays off early for Mont.
Zidium just did not chuck as much grenades and util as we wanted for an A hit like that. They were just not prepared to have such aggressive positioning from Mont. Storm gonna be in a bad position. Smoke is going down here on that right side of the map near generators, but again, it's just such a difficult task going for a 1v4, especially with a sniper in hand, as Daytel goes in there for the snipe as well. And now, Zidium, their first offensive round not really working out for them, and now you're thinking, okay, maybe we need to go for that B hit, but for Mont, they might be reading that as well.
I mean, with the way the snipers have been playing, if you're Zidium, you might as well throw a look that way. You only have Etsy to counter, and Storm has been phenomenal all game long. It's a lot of pressure toward the mid-map right here. 2 players making the push over toward the B side. You got Kree there, assisted by Denicio, but oh my gosh, have Mont read this. Aggressively pushing over toward B, but they don't read the players mid-map. Big opening kills, but they fire back. Denicio takes down Daytel. Can't find the second one, though. Only 2 players here. 2v2. Genius knows there's one around the corner. ZZ's gonna drop, and now all down to JC.
Bomb is gonna go down, and for Zidium, they're playing their numbers to their advantage. They're trying to scope out this Alpha side first before they try to commit to a plant. So now they have the information. Okay, Alpha is gonna be clear. Now we're gonna be picking up the bomb and possibility to go for that Alpha plant instead. And JC is gonna be really quick as Genius tries to go and retrieve the bomb. JC actually goes in there for that rotation, and Alpha as well in a really good position to try and defend if he gets this right.
Timing, though, doesn't see them wrap the corner. Now both players inside that A bomb. He saw Storm around the backside, but he didn't see Genius. Storm spots him out, but he kills the planter. The bomb has gone down. And now JC versus Storm. Storm's gonna fire right there, slides through the top side. Still a lot of time left, and JC gonna play this very, very patiently. But it looks like Storm is read it perfectly, but doesn't see the position. JC finds a way to win the gunfight. And just like that, we're tied at 4-4.
Beautiful. That is how you play Search, especially clutching up a 1v2. Get that information now. You wait for a plant, and that rotation going into Alpha was essential. Not only that, you were able to isolate those 2 players. You kill the plant. He tried to go and stop the plant, not able to do so, but the fact that he was able to isolate, not just that, not re-peek the corner that he actually shot at, going through mid as well, that is beautiful for them. And this heroics from Mont definitely going to be big for them.
And Storm played that so well too, but he did not anticipate how quickly he would be able to make that wrap back to mid. Mont find a way to take a round, and now Genius making his way over the stairs. Little does he know, there is already a Mont player pushed up on the objective, but Daytel gets taken down right there. Kree looking for information through mid. Etsy fires back. Genius taken down. Bomb still in hand right here as Fahim peeks the corner, but the Holger is going to be tough to deal with through that angle. That's going to be forcing the Mont players back once again as Denicio with the responsibility of holding down that sniper's nest.
Kree was so busy just trying to shot at mid, and the fact that he actually was able to bring out Mont players from that side of the map, going on from the right side. And now Mont just flushed in 1 by 1, and they're winning a lot of their gunfights as well. It's just Storm right there. And like what we mentioned, Storm is a really good sniper, but obviously going to be overwhelmed. And for Zidium, after just that 1 player going down for them, there's no defense whatsoever on that right side spawn, and just Mont went in there scot-free.
I felt like Zidium was going to be able to do some damage over on the generator side, but they have not looked good at all. And now with 3 straight rounds dropping on the offensive side, a little bit more of a passive approach right here. Couple players going to be watching those mid angles. Rondo sitting back, waiting for the peak. Daytel going to make his way through the mid-map. Timing may go his way. Looks like it does. He does not. He can't win the gunfight. Storm takes him down. One for Denisio as well. And that's the opener that Zidium are looking for.
The drop shot, the 2021 drop shot actually does so well. Genius gets a pick. Now it's going to be a 2v4 situation where the Mon players are going to be far away from each other. Zidium, though, even though they do have the numbers advantage, very careful when it comes to that rotation. Bravo is going to be wide open, and it has a really good spot for them, and obviously they do have the numbers, so the plant will go down.
Etsy watching from spawn building, and you got Jayce all the way over on the opposite bomb site. Going to be tough for a 2v4 retake. You got to pray for some heroics out of Etsy. As Jayce in a horrendous spot and playing this so incredibly slowly, very little chance he's able to find any impact right here. And Etsy going to hop up to the overlook, but no idea that Genius is on the opposite side of this one, and that's going to be a free kill and should be the round for Zidium to tie things up, barring a miracle from Jayce.
There you go. Rondo seals the deal, and now we're going to be so close to a possible overtime right now. And for Mont, the fact that they did not win those opening gunfights in mid, and Daytel just losing that was the reason why that they just lost majority of the gunfights in that round. Zidium, though, good adjustment, playing their numbers right, not isolating each other, knowing very well that Mont has had the capacity to go in there for a 1v3, 1v2.
Well, same approach right here for Zidium. Mont get pushed up inside A once again, but you get Storm pushed up into a nice little angle, peeking through mid. Looks like Zay's gonna try to lurk through the mid-map, but shut down by Genius, and Daytel gets a little bit overzealous. He gets taken down. Fahim there for the trade, but it's Zidium getting the better of the trades once again. They're gonna continue to sit back and see if there's a flank out of Mont, but this time they reevaluate, they sit back and play it a little more passive, and right now both teams left guessing, but Jayce, if he makes this push up right here, might be able to get a nice flank.
Mont just needs to be passive. I mean, you're on the defense. You don't have to be that wide open, and the fact that you already lose 2 players so early on into the round just says a lot. Not just that, you don't even have, like, early on in that round, any players in that Bravo side. And now they do finally put 2 members there reading this play right.
Cree looking for info. He's got his smokes left. Jayce on the back side. No information for Zidium as Rondo makes his way up, but will Jayce lurk through the smoke and find a kill right here? Ballsy play if he does. I don't think Cree read it. Rondo might be able to get away with his life. Jayce takes him down. Trade should be there. Cree can't win the gunfight. Jayce's in position to get the defuse. Denisio peeks around the corner. Deagle shots can't connect right there. Genius is there as well, but the shots aren't going for anybody. Genius takes down one, and now it's all on to Etsy, and he can't win the gunfight. Now Zidium, 1 round away from taking the map in the series.
Zidium almost punished by not rotating early enough into that Bravo side, but good thing that the rotation after Mont got those kills, definitely good. I mean, the only blessing that they had, that they were up against the Deagle player. That's it. If he had like a CBR in hand, that would have been a different situation. And now, slow approach. We need to stop Mont from just losing lives here in mid. And again, it's going to be a heavy stack here in Alpha for Mont.
And they haven't really found a way to approach this delayed push out of the Zidium players. Genius going to get lurked up in mid once again. And they sit back, wait for the early peaks. It looks like Mont have finally learned their lesson. Nobody going to overcommit right here. Secure the A site. You got 1 player just trying to find info over on B as well. It's going to be Etsy with the sniper in hand. And this time, Zidium are going to be the ones forced to make the first play.
I mean, for the defense, you just have to stay back. So far, though, no information from both of these teams whatsoever. Etsy's going to be their eagle eyes here in Bravo. So far, nothing yet. With 58 seconds left on the clock, and if you're Zidium, you need to make a move right now, because so far, Bravo has been working out for you, and if they try to make that alpha hit, they will be greeted by these 3 players coming in from Mont.
If you're Zidium, you've given up so much time and still yet to commit to a play. It looks like they're looking to make a push on into A, but there is a heavy defense here for Mont. Jayce on the inside, smokes across. Big gunfights coming in. They go the way of Mont. 3 players drop already. Rondo and Denicio left to try to clutch, but it looks like Mont are going to find a way to force overtime, and it's going to be a spicy one. OT game 5. You can't ask for much more than that.
That was too slow. I mean, yes, you want to get that information down, but you have to commit at some point, and that just allowed Etsy to just push so far away into generators. And now we're going into that OT where Mont is going to be having that switcheroo, attacking them from A, and now that's the perfect timing because Zidium only has those 2 players.
Big opening kill for Rondo, traded out. It should be A control as ZZ finds another. Genius round the corner. Not going to be able to find that one either. Left and right they fall. Denicio finds one. And it looks like he's able to make his way outside, but they don't read Kree through mid. It's a 2v2. Somehow Denicio is alive. And the Zidium players force back as the bomb going to instantly get planted over here on A, but no real position in some huge opening gunfights right here as they're both looking toward that mid entry.
Not only that, Zidium's guns right now not looking particularly well for that A hit. We have a sniper, we have a Holger, but you're going up against a CBR and a Fennec in hand. And so as the clock finally dwindles down, we need to see some sort of push. And so far is going to be into left side spawn as Daytel gets a beautiful 2-piece. Now we do see an advantage for Mont. That is a beautiful aggressive push into Alpha because Zidium thought it would be a B hit because it worked every single time, but that is how you surprise your competitors.
The question for Zidium, what kind of player are we looking at right here? You found some success with the delayed hit, but Mont have obviously found a way to counter that pretty heavily. They full send things over to B, and right now Etsy, the lone man to make the play for his squad, he gets shut down by Denicio. Just like that, things are wide open. Storm going to be able to lurk way up toward the opposing spawn as well, and this is going to be a nasty setup for Zidium as the bomb goes down early.
Storm spots 1. Doesn't quite connect, but the information is going to be right there. Kree, on the other hand, will also try to win a fight of his own, a 1v2 situation right there on left side spawn. Jayce, though, gets an essential kill, even things out. Big kill coming in from Fahim, and just like that, numbers advantage coming in from Mont. Again, it's definitely going to be that control down, and Denicio wins an essential gunfight. Jayce and Daytel get big kills as well, and we are going to see a Mont win with so much time on their hands. The retake is perfect coming in from Mont, and not just that, their first win here in Stage 4.
Zidium fall apart in the final round. The bomb down, the setup looking nice, and they lose every single one of those opening gunfights. I mean, especially that Fennec hipfire. All you gotta do is press the ADS button one time. But Zidium come up short right there as now Mont find their first win, and both teams sitting at 1 win in the standings.
Wow, I am sweating, my dude. I mean, the studio right now is heating up with the competition that we have here so far. Rondo having that 9 kills to his name, getting high impact kills in the beginning of the round, but kind of just fizzled out in the very end. Fahim, on the other hand, looking very consistent all throughout this competition.
Just a couple misplays at the end of that one as the Zidium squad come up short. I think you really got to look back to that last round before overtime where they wait till 40 seconds on the clock before they commit to a move. They allow Mont to just sit back and play the waiting game. They find the opening kills and seemed like things unraveled from there.
Unreal, man. Look at that. I mean, it's just the adjustment from Mont, knowing very well that it was Zidium's round to win in that last round. But the retake was just so clean. Glitter, oh my goodness, what a matchup. And can I just say, Shift and I were right.
I was gonna do it. I was gonna give it to you.
Oh.
It went the full 5. To be fair, Zidium almost had it a couple times, Bobby. This was a really close match.
It was so winnable on multiple
times.
They're just lucky.
They threw away the control. They threw away the last search and destroy. I won't say they threw away the last search and destroy, but it was definitely winnable. I don't regret my choice. I don't regret it.
Honestly, I don't think you should feel bad about that one because that was about as close as it could possibly get right now for a second match on the day. 3-2. Going the full 5 into overtime. I mean, that's the type of COD Mobile we were hoping for today.
And that's the type of COD we saw small shadows of from Mont last week. They're playing good COD. It just came down to taking some of the maps through the finish line. They would start hot, but then make a couple of crucial mistakes, and it felt like everything would snowball out of control. I will have to say, though, the way Mont played that last search, really, really well done. Lots of cool variety of how they were setting up their defense. They created so many issues for Zidium, which, to be fair, for a moment, Zidium were figuring out on the offensive side with a lot of control through mid, which was a huge issue for them in the opening rounds of the second half. But this is the type of COD that I was hoping to see from Mont today, and I'm just glad we got it.
I mean, even if you don't know what happened and you're just looking at the quick little summary there, Mommy, that was an almost identical swing when it comes to how strong Mont started on the hard point, and then it swings back in favor of Zidium, then it swings back it was anyone's game.
It's basically a pendulum, and the fact that we see that both of these teams are pretty level. I mean, we saw that in the overtime in S&D, but it seems like when it comes to Mont, every time that they play a single map and they lose that, they're so quick when it comes to those adjustments. The fact that it was a 7-0 in Tunisia, the first time they played that map, they just did not have any kind of answer whatsoever. But that is good signs, the fact that they're learning so quickly.
All right, well, now that we're halfway through today, we're actually going to take a look at our standings, see what's happened so far after these first couple matches. 117 Kings and Animus still holding on to the top of the leaderboard. We haven't seen them yet today. We're going to see them later on, and then that will be changing eventually when it comes down to our fourth match. Not everybody will be able to remain undefeated, and we could see a couple more stats changing there. Panic down there at the bottom, 0-3. A little bit of a rough start for them for that challenge season. They're going to have to try and bounce back if they can in their next match tomorrow. But as far as what we got going on, we've got another interview. Everyone is ready to come chat. So let's jump on into the interview, because if I'm not mistaken, we should have Jason here from Mont. Can you hear me, or how are you feeling?
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. Phenomenal performance here. That was such a close back and forth. What was going through your guys' mind when you got to the overtime point?
Well, the overtime point was like, we just know that we got into their heads after we started breaking. And it was like just catching the momentum, watching every corner, just be patient. It's all about, like, we knew that last 30 seconds they're going to start to push. So either we're going to play for retake or we're going to fight our gunfights and then just see who's going to win what.
Dude, the retake that you guys put together there, though, in the final overtime round, that was even more impressive than the round previous when you guys were setting yourselves up, knowing that they had full control of A, but you guys were able to break it down pretty nicely. A lot of it felt like this series came down to some individual moments. Can you kind of speak to both your own individual skills as well as to your teammates? Because it looked like you guys just had the leg up from the get-go today.
Well, I think everyone has an individual talent, and we're probably the newest roster in the EU. Like, we was last 2 months since we started the team, so we have like big issues in S&D and stuff. Obviously, we're gonna work on it, but most of I trust the guys. It's just like we have to work more on our S&Ds and a little bit patch the controls. And yeah, I believe in the guys that I'm confident in my team.
I'm just going to touch up on, again, this S&D game for you guys, because so far it has been either really bad or really, really good. You gave Kings a run for their money and almost winning in that Express map in Stage 3, but at the other end of the coin, you lost 7-0 with Tunisia. How are you going to find that consistency here when it comes to those non-respawn game modes?
Well, we're gonna vote, definitely. We're gonna watch our problems, like when we did wrong, the communication, of course. It's our third time playing the Tunisia, to be honest. Like, so there is, of course, no excuse here for making a choke like 0 and 7. But definitely we're gonna be working on how to retakes and stuff. Like, the map catches us off guard. Like, we thought, okay, we can do something, but it's a map that we have to train a little bit to understand well how it works.
All right. Obviously, this is a huge first stepping stone for you guys to get your first win of Stage 4, but you still got a lot of work to go, obviously, if you want to break your way into the top 4. What do you feel like are some of the biggest improvement points in the modes outside of S&D for you guys to have more of a chance against those top teams like Kings and Animus?
To be honest with you, Kings are like way out of our league, like because they're good tiers. I have to shout out to Kings, but we've been screaming them. We've been learning a lot of stuff. We observe by each lose. We're starting getting momentum, and we're looking forward to the Animus game. Actually, like I think it's gonna be a close game against Animus, and then we're just gonna see how it's gonna work. Like everything, if it's going according to the plan, it's a solid chances for us to beat.
All right.
All right, I love it. Well, you guys did a great job today under pressure, pulling it out for the dub. Before I let you go, do you have any shout outs that you want to give?
I want to shout out to my team and shout out to Matteo, our manager. He's been putting really hard work for us. Like he's doing his 100%, although he's not playing, but he's shooting. So, and shout out to all my friends in EU. And thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you for coming on and chatting with us. We always appreciate that. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you again soon.
Thank you very much. I hope so.
All right. Well, players are always so sweet when we get them on here. And I like that we've had a couple interviews now, Bobby, where a lot of these teams have given tons of respect to Kings anytime that we try to ask about it.
Yeah, and it just shows like the level that they are on compared to the rest of the competition.
Yeah.
They are the standard. They are the team that you have to beat if you want to prove that you are one of the top teams. So we've seen some teams play it closer than expected. Like we said, Mont were nearly taking a search and destroy map off of them and just came up short. So it is interesting they feel like the search and destroy is their weakest mode, given that's where they came closest up against Kings. I'm curious to see how they can sharpen up some of those other maps.
Well, I mean, we heard it in the interview as well from Jay say there are some very exciting matches that we still have to get to later on today, okay? Which means we're going to be sending it to a quick break before we head into match number 3 between Exclusive and 117. You're going to want to be here for it, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is time for us to head into match number 3, our second week of the challenge season. And I think things are going to continue to be a little bit difficult here, Bobby. It's going to be exclusive versus 117. What can we expect out of this one?
I mean, it should be another banger. We expected that out of all the matches tonight. This is the first real testing point for 117 not found as they look to remain undefeated. And we'll see if they can make that happen up against an exclusive team that, even though they took the L last week, looked really, really strong.
Yeah, this is definitely where things start to get a little bit close. 117 being one of our undefeated teams currently. So if they lose this one, Mommy, that perfect record will be gone as we take a look at some stats here.
And this is a good test for Exclusive to see where they're at the tournament, because so far they've taken on the opposite ends of the spectrum. Last week they lost to Kings, but they did have signs of life in that control. On the opposite end, they went up against a team like Mont and Zidium, where they're trying to go in for that top 8, top 7 spot. So this is a good in-between. 117 is pegged to be that top 3 or top 2 team.
All right, and then anything about these stats that jumps out at you here, Shift, as we also move to talk individually about 117?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about, especially focusing on the 117 part of this, is that they've always started a little slow in map number 1. That cannot happen because the respawns are going to be immensely tight between both of these two squads. I think they're both really, really solid, and I think the little things are going to get punished in a pretty big way here for both sides. But for 117, you got to come out the gate and play your best hard point right off the rip. The other side of this is it's not even just in respawn, but in the search and destroy, maps are getting too tight for 117 because they are making some very critical errors. You cannot do that today against this exclusive team who is very likely going to be able to punish you, like Bobby mentioned, already finding a way to kind of showcase a little bit of that when they played up against Kings last week.
Well, let's talk about that exclusive team a little bit here, because it's going to be a rough road for 117, Bobby.
Yeah, not easy at all. Veer on his revenge tour as always, really looking to bounce back from kind of just a below what he expected at last year. And like we said, the maps that they have lost have been incredibly close. The fact that they were able to do that up against Kings, like these teams have been singing Kings praises all day long. So the fact that you're able to keep every single one of those losses super, super close, I think shows just how talented this exclusive roster is.
I hope everybody in chat is ready for this. And I know we ask the casters all the time, but I want to hear your thoughts as well. So let us know who you think is going to be taking match number 3 home. I want to see if you guys end up agreeing with our casters as we get the picks and bans up on the screen here in just a second. And when that happens, we'll talk about it. But Bobby, I want to hear how you think this one's going to play out. You were so close in the last one.
So close. Oh, this is a really tough one. Honestly, based off what we saw last week, I think I got to lean the way of exclusive. I think especially the fact that you're able to take a control off of Kings, and typically that ends up being our swing mode. No question, they've got an opportunity right here. Some improvement for sure when it comes to the hard point, but I'm thinking exclusive in 5.
Okay, they're starting to pop up here, Mommy.
There it is. Okay,
Give me your thoughts.
You know what? Let me just adjust my glasses real quick. Gotta bring out my handy dandy notebook. All right, so like what Bobby already mentioned, like what we keep saying, Hardpoint is always a hard one coming in from exclusive. They're just not as consistent, only just having 50% win rate for them. But also a really good thing for exclusive if they did pick this map, because 117 Not Found lost this up against Animus 235 and 250. So maybe that's a really good choice for them so far.
This is gonna be such a good series, especially with these maps. Both teams had looked really good on Crossroads Strike when they played last week. I think this one comes down to map number 4. That Arsenal is a huge swing map, I think, for the series, and I do favor exclusive on it based on how they played it last week. It's just Slums is such it feels like a coin flip more often than not because of how the map plays out. You have these moments where nades can sometimes just hit and it determines the entirety of a round. Those are unpredictable rounds, and I don't think you could control the chaos as well at a map like Slums as you can on Meltdown. So I've got this one going 4. And I've got exclusive winning it, I think. Yeah, 3-1.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to send you away. Mommy, do you agree as we send you away to start off match number 3?
I'm just surprised that Crossroads Strike was not banned, because every single control game that exclusive had was a very convincing 3-0. And like what Bobby already mentioned, Kings up against Kings, it was a 3-0 against the #1 EU team. So
that was on Raid, though. It's a totally different map. That was on Raid. Well. So I just think that's both teams are really freaking good. So this should be a really tight series. I do favor exclusive, I think, based on how they play Hardpoint. Again, I think the 200 plus to 250 losses to Kings says a lot. I mean, in a map that plays 5v5 with operators and tons of score streaks, losing by 50 is not a terrible tally at all. It just comes down to, can they actually keep that same level of polish against a very good 117 team? Especially considering we're starting on Summit first. But then on top of that, I really do think that Arsenal will be the real difference maker for this series, because I think the first 3 maps could be really, really tight. I fully expect that we're going to see at least 4. Just comes down to at what tally we get there, because, man, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to predict. It's going to be a fun one, friends. 117 versus exclusive. 117 still at 2-0. Exclusive trying to avoid that hodgepodge of 1 and 2 squads that's starting to be built. Here we go. Summit Hardpoint map 1. Let's get it on.
So far, though, it's going to be heavily contested, and exclusive actually winning majority of the time here so far, as they are winning a lot of the gunfights outside. Only just 1 player left, that's Caesar, obviously losing that gunfight. So that's going to be hard for 117 Not Found, not having a really good time when it comes to those anchoring spots.
Chance to lock down things over towards the left side of the map. They've also got some second floor control over the top side of PC. It just comes down to, can they actually flood back on into the hard point? Big bunker for exclusive. Champy kind of caught in between a number of angles, but he's finessing beautifully. Ends up taking down 2. Not enough to fully sustain the overwhelming force from 117, but it does kill off enough time for exclusive to get off spawn. And as they do, they clean things up and get back in the hill.
It really is that top L control that 117 Not Found needs to have. That break was definitely impressive, but they were all just at the bottom of the map by control room. So far, though, they are getting the scrap points down, and it is still exclusive trying to go in there for that rotation for next.
Exclusive putting a lot of attention on this rotation towards the left side of the map. Worked on by Lucky, long-range shots. Not quite able to land, so the hard point will open up. There are more 117 members here than exclusive members, but a lot of the focus is over towards just who controls the left side of the map, and as the final 1v1s come through, exclusive will gain the majority control of the hill while also having a chance to continue to play for that left side of the minimap.
Solid start so far coming in from exclusive. The setup is going to be really good. Player number 5, Balance, has control here in mid lane. So far, though, loses that essential gunfight, and that is going to be good for 117 Not Found. Now they do have the more favorable spawn.
Yeah. Really well set up here. Says Karma, Caesar, all working on the low side of Catwalk. Help from the teammates over the top as they look to, again, make sure they hold on to this middle ground. Exclusive on the way back. 3 quick kills made their way through, but immediately responded by 117. 18 seconds to fight for here on hold. A little bit of finesse game going on right now for both sides, but again, the focus goes down to the minimap and who can make their way over to P3 first.
And 117 Not Found just went in too early for a rotation here in P3, and that just allowed exclusive to get majority of the scrap points down. Not just that, though. They're going in from front end, winning a lot of the gunfights down, and now for player number 5, that's Balance. Needs to wait for the rest of his team, but doesn't really matter. He still wins those gunfights.
And he also gets a couple of team members to spawn up nearby. Veer, Creed, all spawn up behind Jenny's. There are a couple of members playing deep towards the ski lift. Lucky trying to get some control over pallets. Does well to win another gunfight as the first operators start to make their way into the game. Purifier, Sparrow, both being popped out for 117. Trying to lock in this hold, and Caesar's going to get 3. All of it coming through mid-map. First 20 seconds, good for 117.
That is a really good usage of an operator coming in from Caesar right now. And so far, able to sustain. The 36 seconds left still in favor of 117 not found. But War Machine being brought out just absolutely decimates every single exclusive player trying to go in there from front. And it's a pretty one-dimensional push at this point.
Yeah, really big call from Says. It's a couple of operators for exclusive trying to re-break from the front, but the War Machine gets both shut down, and now the follow-up even better for 117, creating a bit of an exit off the old time. They will take the lead and still have a chance to soak up the back 15 seconds. Over towards New. Now you've got operators and possibly score streaks to be spent to make life a little bit easier, and Caesar's going to get 2. 117 now with numbers. They flip the spawns around. Just comes down to can they actually set themselves up and hold this before the hard point opens up.
Unfortunately for Balance, him trying to go in for those exit frags just prompted exclusives to spawn at the other side of the map, and that was just a misplay coming in from him. And now exclusive, even though rotated early, now has a loss here at P4.
Couple of kills from the front do allow an opportunity for exclusive to continually get setups, but the problem is the reinforcements for 117 off the spawns are so darn quick. Saturn still controlling space with the R9 inside the hard point. Couple of kills for Champy, makes life a little bit easier around the back. 35 seconds to fight for. Operator out for Neil, trying to set up this break with the Annihilator. He's going to get 2. Caesar off the pinch, trying to shut things down off the spawn. He's going to find a double of his own. Right back into the hard point. No, Veer shuts him down. Chance for Exclusive to get back in and actually stabilize this last 20, but Exclusive cannot fully get the team in.
They are just not winning a lot of the gunfights, even though Neil had the Annihilator, not able to get those kills that he wanted, as everyone else from 117 not found is just going to be right there. Caesar, a big 2-piece right here, gets the essential scrap points for his team. Not just that, rotation as well for 117 not found already here in top L.
Yeah, Caesar is smoothing right now. 23 kills in the first rotation for Caesar, and he's doing it a lot, kind of individually sliding in, going 1 for 2. But 124 plays 70. Exclusive, good numbers here as we back open over towards servers. Saves up top, can really only just sit here and control and try to chip away at some members down low. Creed keeps him honest through top window. Rest of the hit for 117. Coming from all angles at the same time, the coordination is perfect, and 117 will find every single kill for the immediate flip.
That was beautiful. A beautiful break coming in from 117 not found. And exclusive just doesn't have a hold of those power positions. Top L needs to be brought. Not just that, create enough space for your SMGs to go in there for the break, and they're just having a difficult time when it comes to those one-on-one engagements up against 117.
138 plays 82. Saturn's has been an issue with this R9. I'll say he has finessed his life beautifully. There has not been a good response with the close quarters battles from Exclusive as of yet. Couple of clearing moments though for Exclusive, allow them a chance to still fight for this old time and also wiggle their way over towards Catwalk. Saturn, so R9 out, doesn't actually catch any of Champy, who predicts more around the corner, but the prize fighters, he doesn't quite have the left hook to reach. Says uses that as a chance to possibly get some work done with the War Machine, but he's shut down, and a chance for Exclusive to open up the hard point.
Big kills coming in from Veer, and even though he's not going to be the top frag, still essential for him to get rid of those operators coming in from 117 not found. So far, it's still going to be Exclusive. From the first set rotations, they actually had a pretty solid hold here, but they weren't able to actually give that left side control, and so far they still have that left side.
Caesar is so good at finessing his life. Oh my goodness, he's creating so many issues. Champy's last War Machine shots finds one while also taking care of himself. And with these eliminations, Caesar pushes forward and 117 are stretching across the map. 30 seconds to fight for on P2, but the focus for 117 is flipping the spawns around. They have not been able to change the tides of them yet, but they're getting close. The block is now in, and Saze is still finessing over towards the time. He's still soaking up hardpoint time. Beautiful stuff here for 117 as they're getting everything they want and more, and Exclusive have to concede the scrap time in order to try to play for rotation.
Now the fight for spawn is going to be here. Karma with the Annihilator in hand in a really good position, gets rid of Champy, and you're going to be expecting 117 not found to go there, but unfortunately for him, Veer's going to be right there at the back end. A good save for Exclusive. The fact that they're going to be spawning off right there, but so far it's still an open hard point.
You have to have this set up if you're Exclusive. Still work to be done. Hunter Killer Drone takes down 2. Champy by himself inside the hard point, long range shots versus Karma. Neither player able to find the connections yet. Hardpoint opens, Exclusive in control. Full flip though, coming around the back for 117. They're trying to flip the spawns around. Lucky off the pitch, shut down. Spawns do move though. 117 will spawn in. Can Exclusive pop a couple of these operators to try to hold on? That's the main question as Champy starts to get to work. Takes his attention back to the back door. 3 in a row for Champy. Shut down, but Exclusive have numbers to continue to fight.
Someone needs to shut down Karma here in Cable Car because so far he's been doing so much damage off into the side. And speaking of, gets the double, clears out the space for his team. And that comms needs to come through for Exclusive. 21 seconds left on the clock and they should not let this scrap time go.
Exclusive chipped away at the lead, but it's not good enough. 117 will get over 200 points if they soak up every final second here, which it looks like Karma will do. Exclusive only have Neil on an operator at the moment. You have to earn up some other ones here because you need to put together a full 60 and still win a rotation over towards New. A lot to ask, but it has to happen right here, right now for Exclusive.
Something that I noticed is that Champy's always getting those long-range engagements with the CBR. That's not working out majority of the time, but it's a good thing, though, that Veer's going to be right there for the pickup as they are trying to go in for that control for spawn. Champy's going to be winning that, especially knowing very well that his teammates are going to be right there for the backup.
Pick up by Creed, makes life a little bit easier. Balance stuck in the corner, predicted by Karma, but now he's one of the last ones left. Nice little slide out as Neil gets 2. Annihilator in hand, still getting to work. Saturns seems to think this is the time for the Purifier. His teammates are able to find success through Snow Pathway, but Balance is able to shut it down, pinching up the play. Sure, 117 are still in the hard point and can contest for now. No one's in control of spawns at the moment either. The block is in. It's all down to who wins these gunfights. And unfortunately for Exclusive, it's not convincing enough for them. 117 still working their way in this back 30.
Exclusive just tunnel vision on the top side of the map and spawns that they just left one entire entrance open for 117 in the taking. That's going to be long. And so far, 117 not found, still getting those essential scrap points down. And we do get to see Exclusive in that early setup in P1, but 117 is so good when it comes to the break here.
Have to have something if you're Exclusive. Fully stacked up. Trying to clear out the second floor. Champy down low, just playing his shoulders, playing his life. Good kills coming through, but Caesar, Saturn still find a way to break. Creed inside with a Holger, not the weapon Yuan as 117 start to flood with everything from the front, but they nearly line up. Neil bouncing back in, keeps a contest alive, but 117 still have the numbers. They're still soaking up the town. Now just 5 seconds away from the dub. Exclusive have to go now. They do shut down an Annihilator and cut some follow-up kills, so a little bit of an extra lifeline here, but it's last breaths, it feels like, for Exclusive.
2 players and 31 seconds left on the clock to try and defend and soak up as majority of the points here. Go into the favor of Exclusive in P1 as they're slowly trying to catch up, but it's definitely a long way to go. As the setup for Nex is going to be right there and for Neil, but he does not create that space for his team.
Yeah, tough claw pull right there, but it's one of those moments where you have to play perfect hardpoint. You can only give away 4 seconds of time on 2 of the scrappiest hills that we have in COD Mobile. Exclusive, to be fair, has done well on through P1. Follow-up is pretty decent, but Lucky getting 2 at the claw gives numbers to not found over towards Catwalk. Neil playing inside, has to hold his life. Balance up top has to do essentially the same thing. Hardpoint opens, 117 in control, contest from behind, and no. Champy, he put together a good map, but it's not going to be good enough. 250, 185 is the tally as 117 strike first.
It's just a matter of the rotation into P3, which we actually saw 117 not found, not win it that second time around, the second set of rotations. And the questionable thing also is the fact that you're putting Holgers in tight spots and you're putting CBRs in long-range engagements for the side of Exclusive.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation point because the moments that we did swap the champion where it's just like, brother, you're frying, get in the hard point. He still got a minute 57 in the hill, so he was doing a little bit of everything, but there's definitely something to say about Creed not being able to have the same sort of lockdown presence that we saw for 117 on the other side. I think in particular, you really saw a lot of really good focus from Karma. He was great, I think, in the key moments, especially through the 3rd and 4th hard points, whereas on the other side, it just never really felt like Creed was ever in a good spot. I mean, even here, it's 142 to 101, and Creed's only got 11 kills compared to Karma's 24. So I think there's a really big difference in there. They're in the kill feed from the ARs in particular, and this is another highlight moment where Karma's able to stay outside the hard point and still provide some production for his team.
He was so pesky there, and they were able to shut him down just once, but after that, there was no follow-up, and that's what we need to see coming in from Exclusive, the follow-up every single time. But now we're moving into S&D where we're kind of expecting Exclusive to kind of just take it to the next level.
They have to. I think that's the biggest thing about it. The Hardpoints, I mean, both teams have shown some very significant results to their name. Obviously, for Exclusive, you kind of look at the matchup versus Kings, you go, well, they're only 1-2 in Hardpoint, but the 2 maps they played versus Kings were really tight. But Search and Destroy, this is where I think the entire series may end up being kind of determined by, because I figured that the control is going to be pretty even. It could just be whoever the better Search team is today may win this series. So whether or not you like Exclusive or you like 117, I think that this map is a true indication for who the better team is between these two squads.
Most definitely, because you need to find ways for 117 Not Found to go up against the snipers right now with Exclusive, because I think they have a better sniper setup, but we are in a map where things can get dangerously close, where Saturns can just pop off with the R9 and just sneak in right past you.
See how it all fends off. 117 will start on the defense first and foremost. Exclusive on the opening offense. Expect to see a lot of nades littering mid-statue.
We are blind.
As we all got flashbang.
There was a flashbang here in the studio, and we're still here.
Very, very long flashbang.
Wow.
There we go. Back into the action. No one's died as of yet, so we stay 5v5. Lucky's got a little bit of support nearby in the form of Karma, who will be playing over towards A with him. And the defense have actually given away a lot of space here in mid-map. And as Neil finds the first connection, Caesar will see that, yep, they're planning at B, and we can't do anything about this.
2 passes coming in from 117 Not Found that just allows Exclusive to just go in there and position themselves so well when it comes to that post-plant setup, which is going to be planted right now for that garage. So far, though, trying to win a lot of these gunfights and balance, gets a beautiful 2-piece.
Yeah, heads-up play right here from Exclusive on their post-plant. For a moment, it looked like they were going to plant, and then everyone was going to leave the middle of the map. There is no need for that when you have 2 snipers that can rotate towards garage and watch over that post-plant position. So stay on top of the bomb, use that brick heady, find a way to out-trade the defense who has to flood forward, and yep, chef's kiss. Perfectly done for Exclusive in the first round. And now we'll see what this breakoff actually looks like. 117, there's the opening nades, and they are going to push through this into bricks this time around, but Exclusive are giving this up voluntarily, trying to get Neil in action on the cross. He does get a hit marker plus see another, but he can't make good on it. Fortunately, Balance does pick up 1 elimination, but 117 are still very far forward here at mid defensively. This is not a unwinnable 4v5. Made a little bit easier now as Karma trades it back to an even 4v4.
The fact that Exclusive played back and just made 117 use all of their utility, or not just majority of it, is going to be really essential for this post-plant situation later on. But looking like that Bravo hit might still be the case. Creed spots 1, not essentially there, but Karma does get a kill again.
There's just no reason you have to chow that. You're in a 4v4 with mid-map control. Like, why slide out just to see if anyone's playing at garage? It's not a smart play. And Veer punishes them. 2 quick kills come through. Now it's down to, can you find Says, who's very wisely playing for sound cues before he pops up. He's going to have to go 1 for 1. He hears a couple of jumps. There's the check. That's how you play it. Saturns take notes. Says saves the round, and now it's just down to Neil.
Neil trying to give as much information as he could in Broken, but unfortunately for him, could not provide that extra set of defense, only from far away. And now the long wraparound going in through right side spawn. Will give that information to nobody. Oh, he does spot 1 though, Lucky. In a really bit of a pickle, but he's just a little bit better when it comes to the scope.
Such a heads-up play from Says.
Yep.
So smart. So 1-1 we go. 117 in their second defense do get mid-map control. That is really everything, honestly. From either side, whoever gets to mid-map first without losing too many numbers will usually win the round. Neil once again looking for an opening shot, but Lucky once again beats him to the angle. Smokes are out, but Saves will push through. And then follow-up nades could still be here. This is demanding control from 117. Exclusive have so many issues not knowing anything over towards A or what's waiting for them at mid.
Speaking of Says, he's going to be a problem here through mid. He does get spotted though. A little bit low on the life, but it's a good thing for him that he's able to go in for safety. But they're still going in for that mid control. And so far, 117 Not Found in this second round of their, the third round rather, still has pretty good solid control here in mid.
They have to just play for an out trade or some wall banks. Scott Says just had his body outlined by those shots coming through. Saturn's playing over towards bricks. He's got Balance watching his cross for immediate point of contact. I mean, this defensively is a perfect setup, and an Exclusive have to just make a tough decision and commit to it.
Oh, that's going to be tough coming in from Exclusive. Saturn's gets that pick off. They have all sides covered. 117 not found, like what you mentioned, is going to be a perfect defensive setup. One through Arches, that's going to be Says, giving that information down. And speaking of, gets that, but then unfortunately loses the gunfight. Caesar as well gets the essential gunfights, though.
Yeah, good trade. Exactly as it's drawn up. Put your SMGs up close and personal on this archway, force them to have to run into you, and that's exactly what you would expect would happen. So 117 should be primed to take their second round, and as Veer tries to figure out how to make this round look a little bit closer than it was, Exclusive need to be talking about what we need to do to contest this mid ground, because at the moment they're giving away too much for free.
Giving away too much space as Veer is going to be spotted out. And now the hunt right now ensues, and Lucky's just a little bit too fast. And he has been such a phenomenal entry point coming in from 117 not found. Getting rid of Neil early into the matchup, just getting rid of so much information on the side of Exclusive. And not just that, just doing an amazing job at just running towards mid and getting those positions down.
And the thing here for Exclusive, they put a lot of focus on trying to keep Lucky away from that mid cross at Dumpster. But if they want to continue to do that, they need to start committing nades, and that's not going to be the case. They're going to start flood it over towards this backside brick staircase and then push through it with good smoke coverage at mid. Well designed here from Exclusive. Late nades trying to come through for 117 to stop the plant. They are not successfully able to do that, but they do get a trade, taking it to a 4v4 where Exclusive have two members still holding on to scopes, although Veer will find an LK on the ground to make this post plant a little bit more dynamic.
Neil goes down though, and Karma just is allowed to go through Broken. Not just that, also go through the back end. And now for Exclusive, you had numbers advantage, and now it's going to be dwindling right off the bat. Lucky gets that kill. Not just that, the defuse as well. And I feel like that communication from Neil, that him going down should have been an indication that you're going to be expecting a flank from 117.
Yeah, it's a tall ask, because the beauty of that retake from 117 is that they actually send multiple members through the same side of the map, which is a great response when you read that Exclusive sent 3 players to commit immediately to B. If they have 3 members on B, they don't have 3 members anywhere else on the map, so take your numbers advantage, force your way around the opposite side, and then retake through mid by playing it through electronics. Perfectly done. And I would assume something very similar will be done here as well, as this is a very, very, very copy-paste execute for Exclusive. This time Lucky holds on to a nade, and it lands onto Champy. Big difference maker there. Karma's also holding on to nades. Those could also land, but doesn't quite thread the needle in time. 117 still putting a ton of pressure on this B plant, which has been stalled to this point.
And that stall just allowed 2 players from 117 not found just sneak their way in through mid, but Creed, Balance, and Neil get essential kills for their team as Karma, going in for the backside again, wins that gunfight. A 2v1 though.
Oh, I'm gonna be planted. Karma trying to back off, gets a reset, has time to reload, also has a CBR to play with. He will not know where Veer's positioned, but he tracks him down, and the 1v1 nearly goes his way. Veer's little bunny hop may have saved his life there for a moment. And with it, we go 3-2 in the last round of the first half.
Matrixed his way in his life there when it comes to those bullets. And now for 117 not found, they just had a difficult time with the break, but I think that was still pretty good. I mean, they just lost their gunfights, but with Exclusive, a good adjustment as well as going in there early into the break definitely worked out for them. But 117 not found though, doing the same case in the other rounds.
Veer just not quite able to land, as Lucky will tally first blood through mid-map. It's a very, very aggressive play from Balance that gets shut down pretty much right in Lucky's face. So Exclusive will once again be a bit amiss in terms of trying to get some control of mid early. They've got Neil still waiting for a crossover towards Statue side, but 117 are not going to give him a chance to get a pick here by the look of it. This is a very one-sided defensive setup, and it's going to work out if they hold their spots.
Neil, though, might create some space, but Saturn's able to get rid of Creed. So far, though, they're just applying so much pressure. There you go. Say's able to get 1, but Champy with the trade. And so far, Neil being so far away is actually perceiving to be a very difficult time for Exclusive, but he is able to get 1. Karma gets the trade.
Decent attempt from Neil, but the shots just are not there for him today at the moment. Champy trying to chase down Saturn's not going to happen. Lucky's there for the team shots, and it will be a 4-2 half. 117 after the opener did what they needed to do to continue to put pressure on that early Exclusive hit over towards B. And that was definitely the difference maker on their defensive side. Comes down to what do they have designed up here for the offensive half. As Exclusive come off spawn, it looks like they want to put a lot of investment over towards bricks immediately. Yep, trophies are down, 2 of them actually. But Lucky connects through mid-map. And with Balance dropping, this post plant, or pardon me, this defensive contest, this is not quite working out still.
Goodness. For Exclusive, they were able to go into mid early, but not able to go into position, especially with Lucky on the scope and just hitting his shots every single time. And now they're going to be going for the plant in Bravo. And their defensive setup so far, though, Neil gets that pick off at Caesar, gets the trade off of Neil.
Yeah, this is a scope diff right now, flat out. Lucky will drop. Follow up, though. Veer's coming back into it now, all of a sudden. We get to a 2v2. Bomb is planted. Creed, good route. May stop this post plant through garage. I believe he's seen Caesar, sure has, but does not know that Says is playing close by. A chance for him maybe to foil this. Oh, and a shot misses from Veer. Says slips away. 1v1 with Creed. Creed on your left, Veer on your right, and oh, Says in the corner! Takes the 1v2 through garage, and 117 get the 5.
The hip fire with the LK24 just did not work out for him. Maybe a misplay with the button. But unfortunately, Exclusive, you had the numbers advantage. And for Says, a little bit of luck on his side. 117 not found, already up 3 into this game where they're just playing back just a tiny bit, allowing everyone else from Exclusive to push back.
Saturn's looking to get greedy with the Holger mid-map. Gets caught on an off angle. Offensive trophy systems keep everybody else safe as Caesar will once again land another key shot that's over towards the top of B. This puts a lot of pressure on Exclusive, who have 2 snipers and an LK out. So Creed's going to have to go God mode, essentially, to solo defend everything while the rest of his snipers are essentially playing hard-scoped angles.
These snipers need to go and pick up another weapon if they do want to go in more for that defensive setup here in Bravo. Because, I mean, they cannot go too close for those angles in mid. If they do, it is going to be up to Creed with the LK24 in hand, but so far he is having a hard time all by himself.
Yeah, he's dealt a lot of damage, but yeah, he needs a little bit of assistance. Veer does provide one. Follow-up from Creed, not quite there. Careful, brother! Oh, boy. That was a tight angle to take that gunfight. Exclusive find themselves now down to the 2v3. No motion yet from Karma, but he's looking for a chance to slip through A, and he has. Neil may have gotten the read, but it doesn't matter. Shots land. Creed now by himself, and Caesar's waiting for him. 6-2, 117 up big.
It's just such a one-dimensional push coming in from Exclusive, not just in the offensive side, but also on the defense, and they're just having such a difficult time. The fact that the snipers are having a hard time getting those first bloods as well.
I think the biggest thing is Exclusive need to make a realization that Lucky and Caesar are just beating them flat out, and you need to get your SMGs into angles where they can't get sniped. Play forward on towards Cemetery. Play forward over towards this mid-cross. But instead, they try to play back. And how about this for a hit from 117? They all flood through electronics. Smoke will encompass the majority of it, but maybe stepping a bit too far. As Says, Karma both drop. We got ourselves into a 3v2, still a numbers advantage to 117.
I love the fact that 117 did not commit into that alpha hit because they had no information whatsoever with how many people are going to be there. But one thing is for sure, though, Caesar cleared out that Bravo site. And speaking of, he still wins those, 10th already to his name.
It's just so hard to work against this double sniper setup right now for 117. They were controlling so much space. Champy gets one for free. That was the gift. Maybe gets another by Saturn's, but he'll wisely slide away, play the post plant and the clock. This would be a 1v3 for Champy. Saturn still holding the same staircase corner. Champy trying to go prone and maybe pop up to surprise him, but no, Saturn's was pre-aiming it the whole way through, and it'll be a 7-2 map 2, 117 in convincing control of the series.
This is not looking good for Exclusive, not just for that S&Ds, but also for the respawns as well. And we're going in for control. And like you mentioned already, whoever wins this S&D is going to possibly win this control. And it was so convincing.
I think it's just whoever won the Search and Destroy is probably going to win the series, flat out. And that's easy to say now, especially with 117 up 2-0. The chances obviously favor that. But I think the thing about it was we knew what we were going to see from both these two teams in respawn, especially in the opening Hardpoint being on a map that is pretty much down to basic rotations and trying to play just good fundamental Call of Duty. And with 117 coming out on top there and then putting together a convincing result here in the map number 2, yeah, the series definitely trends their way regardless of what happens on a very unpredictable map like Crossroads. You still have an Arsenal after that, which again, I think both teams have played very well so far to this point. So the news doesn't get much better here for Exclusive when it comes to try to set up a reverse sweep. But it starts first and foremost with the fact that Exclusive was getting out-sniped in this map. And the fact that I think they were a little stubborn when it came to not adjusting and just continuing to say, oh, yeah, we're getting out sniped, but we're going to continue to play these first contacts, sniper versus sniper. I just don't love that call. I would have loved to see them change it up a little bit.
Should have adapted like in the middle of the game, because Neil was at an angle where he was always lost that engagement to Karma as well, and he was kind of slow when it comes to that rotation. But obviously everyone else from Exclusive needed to kind of just step it up. It's not just those snipers down. And if a sniper is not working out for you, like we already mentioned, just swap out to a CBR, swap out to an LK, which will give you a little bit more of a fight when it comes to those close quarter combats.
Or at least play the angles a little bit differently. You know, trying to bite off more than you could chew, I think, is a very easy cliche to say over the top of it. Like you mentioned, it felt like Neil was definitely the second one peeking a lot of the angles that we had. So if that's the case and you want to continue to snipe, it's fine if you're giving away opening angles, but put yourself in a spot to where you could still contest and be a part of the defense or offensive setup no matter which side of the bomb you spawn on. But that's 6 of 1, and now we have to talk about the half a dozen of another, because Crossroads coming up next. This is one of those maps where we've seen, I think, both teams play this map already.
Yes.
But the thing that I'm remembering the most is Veer was a huge X factor for the side of Exclusive, and you need that to show up here if he wants to continue to try to see more of this series, because 117 is looking like a full complete squad, but Veer in the first week of action, he was a problem for everyone that played up against this Exclusive team.
And the tricky part about Crossroads Strike is the fact that you have to control it so early on. You need to get that catwalk, you need to get control inside of the buildings, because you do not want to get spawn trapped. We don't know who is going to be on which side, but the attacking side definitely is not as the defensive side compared to other maps like Standoff, where the defense definitely has a little bit more of an advantage. But again, Creed needs to step it up when it comes to that Holger, and also when it comes to Veer as well with those snipes, if he does essentially pick up that sniper.
Yeah, it's be interesting to see what they decide to do here off the rip, because again, you guys will find out on Monday, but the way North America played this map, boy, I'll tell you, they looked real good on it. So with that in mind, it's kind of a do or die situation, and if you're looking at this from Exclusive standpoint, you are hoping that you would, and again, I think that this map can be offensively favored if you play it correctly. The biggest thing about it is we have yet really to see anybody fully play it correctly in my mind. There's been a couple of instances and a couple of moments, but the biggest thing for me is you have to control mid-alley. You have to get some control in some contests through fire. If you can do that, you've got both zones up for grabs, because the defense has to take care of you in their central garage before they can even try to retake either zone.
One thing to reference early on in the matches, 31er played Crossroads Strike to perfection. The duo of Lydia and also Brixta just funneling through fire every single time just goes to show how you need to just get this essential power position so far.
On Exclusive, we'll be starting on the offense first, so we'll see if we can kind of take those trademarks and see if they can fulfill. And it looked like Veer was about to come out of spawn with a sniper rifle, so we'll see if that's indeed the case, and yep, he will. And he'll be sniping from top catwalk position. Opening gunshots and fights are good here for Exclusive. We're already on A. 117, a lot of focus towards playing through Sandbag's side, surprisingly enough, but even though the kills are coming out, first tick of progress should be pretty inevitable here, but Champy backs off and is instead going to look to follow up with the next set of gunfights.
Okay, that's going to be really good gunfights coming in from Exclusive, but it's still 2 in between when it comes to the life count. They do have control over Bravo, only just having that one person left, so that's going to be a big deal for Karma to win that engagement.
Yeah, you just can't stay on the zones without at least 2 members playing through mid-map. And so both zones will be about equally captured, but neither will have a full lock on the first tick of progress. Neil, okay, here we go, play through fire. A chance maybe to open up a little bit of space. Good first one with the Fennec. Off the reload. Saturn's next up, but no, Saturn's turns them aside. Life count stays with 117, but Exclusive, again, you see that forward pressure. It allows someone to get on, and they do capture the first tick at A.
Then Karma is going to be really pesky here in this particular building in Cat Room, where they're just applying a lot of that pressure down, but it's a good thing that Neil actually able to get rid of Caesar. That's going to be really good adjustments from Exclusive. 16-2, 12 though is going to be your life count, but that second tick of progress already in Alpha going to be done and dusted. And we do also have that one player down balance trying to get that mid-map control.
Well, the focus is decent here for Exclusive, but they're not able to stack nor get the extra 60 seconds, at least as of yet. Lucky does get shut down. He's got a pred missile ready if he wants to drop it. That will be an extra 60 here, though. The double stack is going to be good. 9 plays 12. 117 getting a lot of good cleanups on the exit from the A zone. But Exclusive can work off spawn, but they have to win these next set of gunfights.
Here's the thing with Exclusive, they were just focusing on that objective. Everyone is on the right side of the map, but then the setup coming in for trying to get Bravo was just not there, and that allowed 117 Not Found to put a player like Saturn's to be pushed up so deep into cat room.
4 plays 8. Exclusive still working with a little bit of space. Lucky now has some garage control, and this is not a place where you want Lucky to be with an SMG. Veer trying to watch for a cross. Neil, key 1v1. As Lucky will drop deep over towards the offensive spawn, but problem is the life count is just so low at this point. 2 plays 5, and unless 117 make a critical error of trying to solo chow, they should not lose this round, and they won't. Says gets the final 2 over towards garage, and the defense will strike first.
Good tempo so far for 117 Not Found, and now they're going up for that offensive side where they look super solid on the defense, just playing back and not just allowing themselves to be picked off one by one outside, knowing very well that they need to go to us instead. And now so far for Exclusive, we need to see the same play.
Interestingly enough, 117 had 3 operators off the ready. Did not use any of them. Exclusive come out favorably, at least initially, for the opening breakoff. Balance mid-map, a problem. Should be traded out, and he will be by Saturn, but the double stack deep from Exclusive do control A, and no progress will be made for 117 on the zone.
Creed gonna possibly win an essential gunfight up against player number 3. That's gonna be Lucky if he does decide to go into fire room. And so far he does. He's going to be very, very quiet there. And so far, Exclusive does not know that he's going to be there. Says does not win an essential gunfight and goes down.
Lucky just needs to play his life here. He's going to force the spawns to be on the top right side of the minimap. So you should know for sure if you're 117 how Exclusive are going to come off spawn. And Lucky very wisely keeps his life and even pops the claw to make himself more of a problem while one of his teammates jumps on towards B to stop the clock at 50 seconds. Progress being made rapidly. Creed cannot flush Lucky out of this position. How good has he been at keeping his life? Kills still come through, though, for Exclusive. A couple of operators are being spent, trying to build a bit of an advantage, and they have to this point. Now, all of a sudden, Lucky's got to kind of be the next set of playmakers because this has been fine for him getting kills, but he needs to get his teammates on, and Lucky's going to go on to 3 in a row as Saturns jumps on B to stop the clock again.
He is winning this round for his team. Still alive. Still being hunted down and still wins. Come on. Exclusive, you put your bodies up against Lucky, and finally Balance gets the deal done, but it's going to be a 12 and 14 where you had such a huge life lead.
It's too late. That's the B zone gone. There's just no way you can reclaim this at the moment. No operators being pulled for now. Extra 60 seconds is added. Exclusive only have a 2-life lead. And now all of a sudden you've got Caesar behind. Karma's trying to clear out space in front of the spawn by way of the Annihilator, and both players are going to start finding eliminations. Now 11 plays 11. Balance. Oh, tough gunfight through fire, but a key win for the defense to stay alive. Claw out for Creed. Trying to lock things up through mid. Contest goes on towards the zone. You can bounce this off the barrier, but Saturn's with the Purifier! He's gonna take down 2! No help from Champy behind. He had a War Machine out that gets instantly denied, and the first tick is locked. 117 now have a major life lead.
That is going to be really huge gunfights and a really big Purifier for the side of 117 Not Found. 7 lives to 3. But the second tick of progress already down for 117 Not Found. And not just that, you have to worry about the OBJ if you're going to be Exclusive. You're going to be losing a lot of the time. Neil gets a kill, gets a beautiful double. A 1v4 not able to sustain, and 117 Not Found looking super solid here, especially in those spawn traps. The control is just amazing.
You cannot allow somebody to stay top fire or inside cage for that long if you're Exclusive. It just, Lucky was up there for 90% of that round. You have to trade him out. It's inexcusable. You cannot allow that to happen. Because then things like free capture at B come through, and now it's just nail, meat, coffin. Says War Machine gets the opening double. Champy stays alive through it, but just barely. Exclusive off spawn, do well to try to reclaim some lives lost, but problem is they're still not in a good position through mid-map. Veer working on it though. Clears out 1. There's a second contestant down low. But Veer's attention is all over towards top cage side, and eventually Neil will clean things out through mid with Exclusive getting a chance at A.
Okay, so far so good coming in from Exclusive, winning majority of the first few gunfights here in this round number 3, not allowing for a clean sweep for 117 Not Found. And now the kills and the life lead is definitely going more towards the favor of Exclusive right now, and we do get to see that play number 2 from Fire is applying that pressure.
117's lost a little bit of focus here. These are a lot of individual challenges. And Exclusive, who got fire control, are reaping 117 1 by 1. Hunter Killer Drone even gets 2 for Veer. And this isn't done yet. That's an extra 60 seconds, 2 minutes on the clock, and Exclusive, we should not see a single score streak or operator used here. Just out-trade the rest of the way home. Give yourself a huge advantage in resources to round 4, and maybe you have a chance to kind of mini reverse sweep this map.
There you go. It's just so much left in between them, and already that second tick of progress almost quite there, but they just have to play their lives to their advantage. 1 minute and 40 seconds, that is more than enough time to try and set up for this attack here in Bravo. So far though, 117 not found is going to be stacking up fire. But we do see Neil going in for the flag, and that control is going to allow everyone else from 117 not found spawning off into the left side.
Yeah, 17 plays 14. Really clean stuff here for Exclusive, and that just felt like 117 thought they already won the series. So they came into this round 3 and just didn't really have the same approach they did in the first round. So very wisely, neither team will pop anything as the A zone was captured rapidly, and Exclusive now have a ton of tools set up for their next defense.
They are stacked. Operators ready. Score streaks right there. Neil, Veer, and Champy. It's just a matter of when they are going to time it right for their side.
I think the thing about it is, yeah, use something early because you should be able to earn it back in time for round 5.
Absolutely.
So it'll be a Purifier and a Sparrow to get things started, both finding a bit of value, but Says causes some problems. Neil says it's time for me to pull out the Annihilator, and actually both Predator missiles are being called in. So Exclusive have dominated the opening kill feed, and this should be all that's called. We shouldn't see anything else being pulled out for the rest of the round. You're already up massive, you're Exclusive.
Now for Balance in a really good spot to try and spawn trap, but does get taken out, but his teammate is going to be right there for the trade. Veer with 16 to his name, Kilo, in a really good spot for those long-range engagements to try and stop the push on the left side of the map for that Bravo side.
23 playing 14, Exclusive. Yep, that works. Saves will drop. Everybody else just stuck in spawn. The only player to get through is Caesar, but with the life count the way it is, Exclusive have done the job pretty much perfectly until this point. 117, a little bit of momentum here at the late stages of this round. Chance to stop the clock at 25 seconds on 8A, but it would have to be a miracle if 117 were to find a way to pull this one back.
Exclusive just learned so rapidly in the past 2 rounds that they played, and 117 not found, just dropping the spaghetti. 6 and 15 is going to be your life count with 21 seconds on the life count. It's just looking so hard for 117 not found. Looking very lost in the past few rounds.
It's just tough because Exclusive put together a very clean 3rd round, and then you just pop out a couple of operators to dominate the 4th. The 4th was really not in question, but the thing about it is that if we're being really nitpicky, Exclusive may have used too much. Because now you've got 5 operators at the ready for 117. I think Neil has a Predator missile, and then I think there's 2 operators available, for Exclusive. So efficiency has to be everything. That round was so quick that Balance, Veer, and Neil likely don't re-earn their operators until the late moments of this offense.
They need to be careful then. They need to shred it out. Needs to get those opening picks in order to get those score streaks just in time for this round. And now we are finally at a round 5. And we'll decide who will win this series. Is it going to be a clean sweep, or can Exclusive go in for the reverse sweep? Caesar gets an essential gunfight, but unfortunately goes down, is met by 2 players from Exclusive.
Saturns does get shut down, though. Hold on, that late Purifier pop gets mitigated. So honestly speaking, this is not terrible at all for Exclusive. They're down 3 lives for now. And Says has actually gotten around the back to make life a little bit more difficult, but still, that said, Exclusive are not fully trapped up, and they may have a chance here to still work their way and control mid to get onto A.
It's a fight for Catwalk, and so far Saturn's just left that gunfight. Wanted to go in more for the trades over here in Alpha, but that also leaves Catwalk super duper open.
You have to stack this if you're Exclusive. Big gunfight from Neil, shut down. Saturn still playing through Catwalk side. Clock will stop at 48 seconds. First tick of progress is locked. Balance is watching the fire door. Champy, low. He actually does get one connection with the War Machine late into its charge. Not found, looking for a chance to recontest this. Couple of kills come out. Now would be the time to go. Caesar, Says, Saturn's all fighting from the same side, but the second tick of progress is already locked. The 3rd is on the way. Neil Creed still holding on. Saturn's gets dropped. Extra 60 seconds. Lucky trying to play with the claw. He will find a couple of kills into spawn, and that does build a 5-life lead for 117. And Says doubles up in front of fire. Huge advantage for the defense.
Says goes big. Not just that, it also allows the pinch from 117 not found here into Cat Room, and they win on the majority of the gunfights here, but does get shut down by Creed via the boxing gloves. But then it's going to be play number 5, and Caesar just slips past the defense and goes in there, tries to go in for that spawn trap.
You've operators at the ready for Exclusive. Purifier, Sparrow, Annihilator all being spent. Says just playing in a corner inside a container. Caesar doing what he can to create problems, but not really able to do too much. Neil, Annihilator in the defensive spawn. He's playing over towards campsite. No one's giving him a peek though. He's running out of charge, but he's still finding a couple of kills. Neil gets a huge double. 6v6. Says still hiding in a corner, has not allowed anybody on. That's going to be a 2v4 as the last player spawns up in balance. Creed on the corner. First gunfight won. Over towards Says' direction. He's been here for a minute and a half, and he may finally get the contact to win the game right here. But Creed is going to come help balance out in the backside of this play. Say's still holding. He's got the other two members watching over his top. First kill good for Creed. Say's, here comes the pop. He finds the first. Now down to the 1v2. Creed has 20 seconds to play. No utility, no nades. War Machine from Say's is predicting windows. Sees him, doesn't quite connect. 12 seconds on the clock. Creed has to go. He's looking for the contact with Caesar. Does he have time to make this play? He can't find Caesar. The spam's out. Time is an issue. Boxing glove shut down, and 117 take the series.
Oh my goodness. A clean 3-0 sweep, but not so clean in that control. And 117 not found, that was clutch. And the fact that you saw the War Machine being brought out at that time, that is going to be good situational awareness. They tried so hard. Exclusive tried so hard.
I think the biggest thing about it was 117 played perfectly in the first 2 rounds. They let off the gas, though, in the third. I think was the biggest thing. They after they won the second round, they're like, oh, we got this. We won our offense, no problems. And Exclusive said, not so fast. But I think there's a little bit of nitpicking that we could do. Again, when you got tight maps like this, and when we start to get to playoffs, we're going to have this conversation more regularly. But when Exclusive gets a clean round 3, not having to pop anything, you don't have to spend everything in round 4, especially on the defensive side. So maybe a small bit of nitpicking there, but again, it came down to literally the final couple of kills, a tight Crossroads control.
At this point, I don't think it's nitpicking. I think it's a valid response because we saw it firsthand already that in that round number 5, Exclusive was just dry when it comes to the utility, the operators, and the score streaks as well. So again, it is the matter of that timing and knowing very well when to use your score streaks and your operators. What's the biggest difference here in this control game?
I think the thing about it is that's going to be a huge conversation point as we see top teams play each other more regularly, because those are where the differences come through. You're going to get great individual moments. You should expect that, and we got plenty of it in this series. I will say, though, Says is really stealing my attention. This guy is nasty, and he moves quick. The guy's literally all over the map, and when you already have a small map in front of you, you really feel like he's everywhere all at once all the time.
I mean, that was an intense ending to that series there, Bobby. We were both watching it together, kind of exclaiming at the exact same moments.
Yeah, it was straight chaos. And obviously, talking about the fact everybody in round, like at the beginning of round 4, invest their operators, knowing that you're going to get it back, and then they all get them back at the exact same time in round 5. And at that point, it was just a coin flip. Who's going to end up getting more kills out of it? And 117 just had enough smart plays, and one player just lurking in spawn to play spoiler. But wow, I won't say a convincing 3-0 because that was a phenomenal control game, but definitely to get a 3-0 against a team like Exclusive is convincing in and of itself.
Yeah, I was going to ask that too after you guys just kind of watched the whole thing played out. Are you surprised that we ended up with a 3-0 when everything was said and done?
When it comes to Exclusive, it really is a matter of consistency. Because they definitely have the potential to be top 3, but as what you see right now, they are just having a difficult time when it comes to those individual gunfights. Neil went big. He had 40 in that control, but everyone else just kind of struggled when it comes to catching up.
I think on top of that, there is a level of stubbornness that really bit them in the rear when it came to the Search and Destroy, just not allowing themselves to sit there and say, we're losing these opening gunfights by way of playing these sniper versus sniper battles. Give it up. Play it differently. Like, make the patterns change even a little bit. But I think the thing about it was 117 were winning every single essential 1v1 sniper v sniper, and that's I think the biggest indication of the series. I think there were a couple of moments in the summit that you can point to and say, okay, we made a mistake there, but not the end of the world. But the bullheadedness, I think, in the Search and Destroy was kind of the biggest thing that stood out for me, where it comes to Exclusive needing to be able to make adjustments and trusting someone to make those calls in the future.
Well, we're going to have an opportunity to chat with 117 a little bit about that victory, as I believe we do have Lucky standing by to chat with us. Lucky, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. Welcome back. How does it feel with the 3-0 on match number 3 for today?
Feels good. It feels good. That's what we work for. We work for that, so it feels good.
All right, well, with you guys getting the win today, you now guarantee that you will be one of only 2 remaining undefeated teams. You got to feel like going into the rest of the season, that's got to be a big confidence booster. How confident do you feel that you can secure one of those top 2 spots for EU?
Yeah, I'm really confident. I'm really confident we can win. And I think it's sideways, you know. At the end of the day, all of the teams have little issues, so just push the little issues they have, and you just win. That's why I hope so.
All right.
I love that. I love the positivity over here. And one thing that I'm not quite sure if what your stance is, now that you've just toppled down Exclusive, and you've also tried to go up against Animus into the first day of Stage 3. Now you're just basically getting rid of so much giants into the competition. How are you and your team preparing for that fight up against Kings eventually in this competition?
Yeah, right now they're the main team what we are really trying to focus, because you can see in the level they are just melting everybody, so we have to keep grinding because they are now a really good level. So I hope we can win them.
You are also frying at this point. Like, you guys, like, you gotta give yourself some more credit. But yeah, good luck to your matchup later on.
Lucky, I want to ask you about this grind, because you guys are unique in a way that all of your 3 series so far have included a pretty wide variety of maps. Are you guys dictatively going through and trying to build a wider map fluency so that way you can pull anything out and feel comfortable on it? Or what's your headspace at when it comes to the veto process?
Thing is, if you play always the same maps, they're just gonna ban the same maps, and you're gonna play maps you're not comfortable with. So we try to play new maps, grind them a lot, and just try to make the rival and just say, why have they chose this map? And they don't know what we're gonna do, so it's perfect.
Sweet. Well done, man. Well done.
It's all about the mental game for sure, Lucky. Well, obviously, thanks for coming on and chatting again. Before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs you want to do?
Well, same shout-outs. Shout out to my team because they're putting in the work, and it's grateful playing with them. Shout out to them.
Well, phenomenal performance yet again. So thank you for jumping back on here and chatting. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow.
Same. Thanks for your time.
All right. I mean, confident as ever, but once again, giving some respect to Kings. I'm excited to see what happens when we get to see them face off.
That is going to be, I think it's going to be a bloodbath. I could very well be wrong, and it could just be a 3-0 for Kings, but I would love to see some teams take some maps off them. I mean, they've already had a map taken off of them in a manner that we didn't really expect to see. So obviously, there will be 2 remaining undefeated teams at the end of the night. The fact that we got Kings versus Animus for the final match is absolutely a treat.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a fantastic way to close out the day as we see 117 now at the top of our leaderboard, 3-0. Like Bobby just said, only one of these 2 teams up here on the screen can then match that undefeated record after match number 4. But before we get into it, one more short break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are headed into our final matchup of day one of week 2 of the challenge season here for COD Mobile. In a matchup, it is going to be our last 2 remaining undefeated teams that can't both stay undefeated. Animus versus Kings. Mommy, talk to me about what we could potentially expect out of this one.
It's just fitting to end the series with the Kings and Animus game. I mean, everyone in this studio, not just that, the players as well in our interviews has been saying that the Kings, the #1, and also kind of the standard for these EU teams. So Animus has a really big task to go and uphold because obviously it's not going to be easy up against the Kings.
And even if Animus doesn't win, the whatever happens is going to kind of set the playing field for the rest of these teams. We even heard our players talking about being excited to watch this match after they were done with theirs. This is something everyone is paying attention to see how it goes as we take a look at some final numbers for this match. Let's talk about Animus first here, Bobby.
Obviously, coming into this one, Animus have looked phenomenal so far, but have a definite weak point when it comes to the search and destroy, something that Kings have not shown. On the flip side, you got Kings, who surprisingly did drop a control, but it was against a very hot exclusive team, but it was a 3-0. So there are definitely holes in the armor of the Kings, and I don't think they're unbeatable by any means, but it is going to be a tough matchup for Animus.
What are your thoughts on this one, Shift? It's exciting.
I think the thing about it is, for Animus, you have to win the 1-3-4. I just think that their search and destroy, like Bobby said, is just a little bit too hot and cold. You can't have it. And the thing about it was, their search and destroy, we saw one moment where they were great on Slums and then absolutely terrible on Slums. You can't have that for a map. And again, I think Slums is probably the biggest wildcard map we have in the search pool, but still, to go from great to bad quickly, you can't afford to have that. I still think as far as the win condition for Animus is, you have to start off with a great map 1, win the opening hardpoint, show that the Kings can bleed a little bit, and then carry that through to what has seemingly been a very vulnerable control for Kings, and then find a way to beat them in 4. I just don't see a way you beat this Kings team going the distance to 5.
All right, well, we'll talk about this Kings team here for just a minute, Mommy. How do you feel about this matchup?
Okay, everyone already pegged this team to be really good, but like what our casters already mentioned is that they do have holes when it comes to their armor, and exclusive actually show that in that control. And so like what Shift already mentioned, that 1-3 is definitely going to be big for Animus to win, and I think essentially that control round. But taking a look at what we have here, the Rookie of the Year, Raid has been so phenomenal in this team, and he's providing high impact kills as well. And it's something that we've seen in other teams like Zidium, that Afer is going in for majority of the kills, but for Raid, he has the patience. He actually kind of has the... I feel like he seems like not a rookie at all. He seems very much well matched when it comes to his teammates.
That's huge, too. We've seen how many times teams can rally around one player, and it can really just be a massive morale and skill boost for these squads. But I've got to ask, how do you think it's going to play out? What's the scoreline on this? This is a difficult one.
I think it's a 3-1.
3-1.
A possibility, because I feel like for Kings might win that hard point, because for Animus they're a little bit, 50-50 when it comes to it. Yes, they do have an 83% win rate, but speaking of Hacienda, okay. I mean, when it comes to control though, I think Animus could take the win, but they always bring it close to 3 and 2 up against Paddock and 31ers, so there you go.
Sofa. What's going on the sofa?
I mean, looking at the hardpoint maps, I don't feel like either of those, I feel like are going to give any specific type of advantage over to Animus. I feel like if there's one mode, we heard Zim talk about the fact that Kings realistically feel like Raid is their best control map, so maybe there's a scenario where Animus find a way to take the control, but realistically, I don't think there's any way they take a search and destroy. We saw the Slum search and destroy on there, and even though they did end up winning one of those maps, they got pretty much steamrolled on the second time around, and that's not something I see changing anytime soon. So I'm thinking 3-1 for Kings.
I'm surprised that Crossroads is the control. I thought that just based off of what we've seen so far, Animus has hard vetoed out Crossroads to this point, whereas Kings has hard vetoed out Standoff. So I thought for sure we were going to get a raid, which based on Animus winning last time through and Kings losing 0-3, that would have created, again, the same kind of story building narrative of that's how you win this series. But like Bobby mentioned, you've got a lot of real tight hardpoint maps coming up here where I just don't feel great about Animus's chances, even though they are looking like the better respawn team. I just don't love this map pool for them. I'm going 3-1 Kings.
I thought you were going to say 3-0. I thought you were going to change it up on me. All right, well, everyone's agreeing across the board for this one. That means I'm going to send you two over to the other half of the studio to get us into the last match of the day.
Yes, I'm looking at you, chat. I'm looking at you, Bobby. Not really. I'm actually ahead of you. Not. You're clearly lying. I'm looking at the back of your head. This is, like, I think the overarching standpoint is Kings have shown that they can be beaten, but like kind of. Yeah. Like this would have to be like the first time we sit there and say like, okay, maybe there is somebody who has a chance at beating these guys in this matchup.
I think even back to one of the smaller tournaments I was watching these two teams in I think it was a few months ago. It was before all the roster changes happened and everything, and it was still Kings coming out on top in a matchup that it should have been just not even close Animus winning. So I do feel like to a certain degree there's also a mental advantage coming into this one that's going to additionally elevate this Kings roster. And you got super solid ARs that are going to make life miserable for Animus as well. So yep. I think Gothillia definitely has to pop off, but two players that we've talked about have kind of continuously been below what we expect out of them. Boot and Narks have definitely got to have a big performance.
Other thing, I think people who have been avidly watching this region so far will remember Kings absolutely wiping the floor with Zidium on this map. It was just straight domination. So Animus will have to start strong here, and well, the opening not all that great. Kings will control all of the open hallway, and Grizz is just hanging out, soaking up some free hardpoint time while Rasbo tries to make the sniper work out.
Finds one in the top side, but it's all Kings in the feed, and I mean, Grizz has just been uncontested the entire time that he's been here. Makes the read on this mid push as well. Doesn't take down Narks though. Big kill for Gothillia to save his teammate. He's going to be able to slide on through, but that is just not the spot that you want your LMGs to be. Narks going to get absolutely obliterated by Marvel right there as well. Animus dead set on locking in this scrap time when you need to be on rotation over to P2 as King's looking in to lock in the money hill.
This should block spawns for now, though, until this hard point opens up. You can already see Marvel making a very heads-up play, knowing there's a threat through lobby. He gets all the way deep at driveway. That should lock in spawns, but there is a threat through mid that could potentially, again, keep them a little bit at bay. Wins on the hard point are decent, but at least the spawns are locked in for Kings. Animus will have to hold this from the front, and they should fully know where exactly this hit's coming from.
And Boot, being the OBJ guy, locking things down right here. Shark peeks from the inside. He's been phenomenal, but Boot's there for the trade. Spy off to a slow start, and that may be a big reason that Kings are struggling off the start right here. Definitely need to get him back into the action if you want to have a chance, and trying to break 4-man back into P2, not going to be an easy task right now. An unfortunate start for Kings.
Yeah, he's been idle for the last 60 seconds plus or so. Spawns will be split here for Kings, who just have not been able to work this 4v5, like you mentioned, back over to the hard point. Inferno also shut down topside Rock, so now a chance for Animus to start to rotate back. And Spy needs to figure out what's going on real quick here. He needs to get back into the action in some form. Hopefully it's something serious, but he has been outside of this entire map essentially since the opening get-go. And Animus are off to the races because of it.
And Animus should fully expect to get full 60s until he gets back into the action. If you're Kings, all you can really hope for is to mitigate the damage that happens as a result of this. You get Raid hopping on down, and at the bare minimum, lock in a few seconds here wherever you can. Looks like Spy still out of the action, and 3 in the feed, exactly what Animus need to apply pressure back toward P3.
Sparrow out for Shark. Well won, even gets there before the trophy system can deny any further bolts. Raid up top, just try to hold his life through patio. This should lead to a full flood, but again, it's just Animus know exactly where Kings are coming from. And well, I don't really know what you say here, because you still just have, oh, finally, looks like Spy is back into the action. So now we can start playing the map as intended, but Animus have already built a huge lead because of that little small disconnect.
And honestly, even this last second break for Kings could be big to make sure that lead doesn't build to what it could possibly be, but 3 players already set up early. Nice little hop up at a Shark. That's 2 for him, and Spy is the only one left to defend. Flashbangs go through, and that is now 5 straight in the feed for Animus. So even with all 5 players on the opposition, all guns blazing, Gathillia popping off with the Annihilator as well. He's got 11. Rasmo gonna pop the claw, and if he gets that top side angle, could be huge, but he gets shut down, and that is a crucial hardpoint saving kill for Kings.
Purifier also gets shut down from Narcs, who pulled it out and then immediately had it completely taken away. Boot doing what he can with the War Machine, but honestly speaking, here is now the shift. Kings are starting to come out on top of the gunfights. They've shut down a number of operators with a couple of their own now in the midst. You also have the Predator missile being called in by Inferno, and all of a sudden, Kings, who didn't play the first 2.5 hard points, have a chance to tie this game up off this hill.
That's just how good this team is. Narcs able to break back in. Definitely starting to step things up. Needs to go big right here. Inferno looking to make the push on through. Players already setting up in the top side for Kings. Marvel, he's sitting on 15. AR is going to play a crucial role. Same for Inferno. Right now, heading back to P1, Gathillia is here for the contest time in a big gunfight. It's going to be Inferno coming out on top, and that's going to be early high ground control for Kings.
They've got every bit of this hallway ready to go. Grizz will go prone, just stay on top of the fountain, put the phone down for a little bit, let his teammates just get to work, which they are. Spy on 4 in a row since that little disconnect to start off his map. But Animus off the respawn, control open hall, now towards Art. No, Raid shuts down any further steps. Kings trying to recover some sort of control around the high ground, but Animus, nicely done. Continue to push forward. Now they'll flip the spawns while never really letting go of the hard point.
Shark still uncontested on the high ground. Nobody on the hard point for either team. Inferno waiting for somebody to make a move. He's trying to find the kill. Looks like he's not going to be able to find it, but Raid finds 2, and just like that, Kings back in the hard point, smokes for cover. And they're looking to pick up the scrap time here. Big play out of Grizz. Needs max value out of this Purifier. Shark lurking out. Going to be able to find one. Looking for the second as the flashbang connects. And as clean as can be, he fights through right there. But Grizz taken down with Purifier in hand. And a couple solid feeds that should set Animus up nicely.
Yeah, something shark in the water joke here. Something along those lines as Animus have a chance to build this lead. Kings still hold on to the favorable spawns. Pinch opportunity, though, also in the mix with Spy, who honestly could pull the War Machine here and really make life difficult, but he's having a little bit of a runaround with the Hunter-Killer drone, so he's out of the play for a little while longer. But how about Inferno? They're able to open the door with the double. Not enough, though, and Animus actually with those kills will spawn in. 50-50 spawns around the back. Kings trying to find a way back into the hard point. Ray, no, not going to be able to find the kills, and Animus will hold.
They win so many of those 50-50 gunfights, and that opens up another opportunity for them to get a big chunk right here, and they're continuing to win them. Shark has been phenomenal so far, sitting on 20. Animus continue to move upward, and right now Marvel just trying to be pesky, see if he can get anybody cleared off the hard point. Kings looking like they are fully content to give up the rest of this time. Spy looking to cut off rotations, but it's only Rasmo who's going to be heading that way, if anybody. And right now, solid early move out of Animus once again.
Inferno with an operator. Raid is really close to a Sparrow. You have to feel like those are going to be called upon here at Fences. Try to get this back to a level game. Marvel able to get the Annihilator out initially, but it's Gathillia who get early control here on Fences. Shark follows up with his own Sparrow, and Kings get bounced out of the hard point just as soon as it opens. Animus finding the eliminations around this front fence area on Winery as well, and there's just no room for Kings to work with at all. Stuns and nades start to land. Kings starting to find a couple of kills, and there will be a break for the hard point, but Animus are still spawning close.
A lot of investment required just for Kings to find a way in right here. Marvel hoping to lock down the barn area. Oh, clean shots through the smoke, but the Hunter-Killer right to the noggin. It's going to be Kings finding a big chunk of the kills right here, but it's been so back and forth here on P3. Looks like Inferno going to have the long angles locked down. And if anybody tries to make a move on in, he should have the info as he takes down Rasmo. All players rotated out already for Animus, so even with Kings picking up the scrap time right here, Gathillia in a nice spot to cause some issues for those players on rotation.
Yeah. And for Animus, you have to know that playing 30-30 hard points right now will still win you this map. Kings have to change the tide. Marvel, couple of openers. Smoke will embellish the majority of Rock, but Marvel turns that into a three-piece. Rasmo's got the claw out. Shark tried to jump the wall, but only gets one. And this claw up top really isn't getting the value that you need if you're Animus, so Kings will set up control. 50-50 battle on the way. Boot's gonna pop the War Machine through mid-stairs. Spy trying to hold his life a little while longer to spam it down the doorway, but Animus, they knock it straight down. Right on in. Raid trying to contest for as long as humanly possible, but he's not able to stay alive in the face of the War Machine. Animus will get their break.
Solid initial hold out of Kings to close the gap, but still plenty of opportunity for Animus to get it right back to where it was. Spy gonna hop right here. Finds one kill. It looks like that'll be the break for now, and nobody in position to contest right here. Animus looking to take early topside control toward P1. One player looking to apply pressure on this backside, but Rasmo gonna be able to get the kill, not going to be able to find the scrap time.
Marvel, oh wait, he gets shut down over towards Fire Hall, so now all of a sudden, you've got Animus in control of the hallways. A couple of exit kills go either way, but Animus get a chance to jump onto the fountain initially. Shark shuts down the play through open stairs. Marvel Annihilator out, trying to get to work with it, but again, this is such a tough angle to pop this. Smokes will keep him contested through open. Gets the first, follows up towards the hard point. Nice flash on the way in, but good follow-up as well. King still battling. 220 plays 189.
Inferno has just been an absolute nightmare for Animus to deal with, but somehow they've been able to stay in this one. Couple of crucial kills once again as the players on the objective doing the dirty work. Narcs trying to play his life right here. No smokes to work with and no high ground control, but Gathilia able to clear off at least one. You got Rasmo on the opposite side, but Grizz a nightmare to deal with on the inside. Rasmo still keeping things locked in. Nice shots onto Spy, and he should be weak and ready for the taking as Shark takes him down. Animus once again clear the hard point, and they got to get back on. There's not that much more time that you need, but they opt to rotate early once again.
Yeah, you can't win there, so now it's all about the focus over towards Lambo. Boot shut down over through Trophy. Kings will have spawns and they'll have the hard point. And you got early operators pulled out. Spy with the War Machine first and foremost. Grizz pushes into the smoke with the Purifier and gets shut down. Animus now a chance to break from the front. Pinch from Inferno. Doesn't quite see the hit. The rest of Kings still staying safe over the top of Lambo. Play from Shark over through Trophy. Shut down. Animus still spawning in though, but Kings are holding.
Wow, crucial gunfight wins. Raid still has a Sparrow to work with. Players rotating from P4. The reinforcements will arrive for Kings right here, and you got players entering from both sides. Got to find at least one. No kills to be found with the Sparrow quite yet, but they're holding off for the time being, and just like that, they take the lead.
Sparrow still is alive. Oh my goodness, Raid gets two. Grizz from Trophy Door. He finds another double. Rasmo, he's been good so far, but he has to be miraculous here, and he gets shut down. The Pred Missile takes down another two. Animus are scrambling to get in. Kings are gonna find a way to steal away map number one, where Spy barely played in the first three hills.
Oh, if you get a 45 for that long, you got to capitalize.
Yes.
You have to take that map at all costs. If you're going to have a chance to take one off the Kings, it's right there. You got to think heading into the rest of the hard points, your hopes can't be too terribly high. And then the search and destroy has been your weakest spot all along. Right now, Animus have got to find a way to regain off of that.
Inferno was the only reason that Kings were even in that game for as long as they were. How many times did we see, at least in the kill feed, the LK popping for 3-4 kills a life? It looked like Razna was about to put together a similar response there at the end. He goes on a huge streak from the top open window, but it just doesn't make much of a difference when Kings win rotation over the Lambo, and then when you ask them to play perfect hardpoint, they say, bet. Sounds like a good idea to us. And it was actually Raid who came through and really locked things up. I mean, the Sparrow is just a small part of it. He got the job done initially with the SMG, cracking the code, and as soon as they got the read, the Animus was spawning driveway side. Those operators sang a different type of tune.
I mean, you get gifted a 50-point lead early on. You just got to make the most of it. And unfortunately, once again, one of the big storylines for this Animus squad, Boot feeling like the weak link. Obviously, you do have an OBJ player who you expect to have slightly lower KDs, but when you're going double negative, that just can't happen. You've got to get better at playing your life and finding those kills on the inside of the hard point.
That's the biggest thing about it, and I think there's still a learning curve when it comes to COD Mobile comparatively to the OBJ players that play multiplayers. Like, you don't always always have to be in the action. Like we saw Grizz as a perfect example of it. Prone, behind smoke, behind fountain, come get me. Like you have to be a pest. You have to be a nuisance. And it feels like more often than not when Boot feels like he's about to be contested, he's putting himself voluntarily out of angles where you should just be able to go 1-for-1 at worst. Yep. And he's ended up just kind of sacrificing his life. So it's a good point out by you. And now all of a sudden you've got Kings in a super convincing point of control heading over to the search and destroy. We expect them to be the better search team overall. Just comes down to which Animus are we going to see today.
Yeah, and they have these random times where they flip a switch and all of a sudden they have the ability to take over a search and destroy map, but so much of it feels predicated on their ability to just go full-on aggression, send everything that they can and see what sticks, and that's just not going to work against a team like Kings that's going to make those round-by-round adjustments to make you pay off the things that you think will give you the advantage. So it is going to be Animus on the offense off the start right here. Cathilia picks up the bomb, and we are going to be heading heavily, a little bit of a split push right here. Boot actually gets free access on over to B.
Yeah. This is the third time we've seen Animus play this map. They opened it up versus Panic and made them look silly on it, but then the same was done to them by 31er, and a lot of it came with Animus just not being able to control mid-map, especially from the defensive side, so keep your eye on that as we go. Nice counter flashes for Kings. Oh my goodness. That retake is a thing of beauty. Perfectly executed utility. Everyone floods from different angles, and Animus just get completely caught.
I think every single piece of utility landed on.
I think so too.
Like they knew exactly where Animus was going to be, what they needed to do. And now on to Rasmo for a chance at a 1v5. Let's be honest, it's not much of a chance.
No.
Got one chance for Inferno off the heady, and he picks him off once again. You got a Mount Everest to climb in about 58 seconds, so it's not looking great right now for Animus.
Nope. And Spy is doing the exact right thing, just making sure he can play contact deep through laundry. And Grizz will eventually sniff him out over towards Graveyard. Okay, that is, I mean, I'm telling you, go back and rewatch that retake in half speed, and you'll see how beautiful those nades were. That was flawless from Kings.
All right. Well, Animus, what type of adjustments can you make, if I had to guess? Maybe not quite as quick on over to the B side. Still players looking to hit. Trophies do go down in the bomb. Still in position, but Shark slips on through.
I like this.
And this is a nice spot for him to be. Kings get some information on a flashbang, and Cathilia does get taken down. Crazy angle for Inferno to be able to take him out, but shots fire back. Snipes are landing for Rasmo right here, and an opportunity for Animus.
Yeah, really good setup here for Animus. You don't want to get stunned playing your post plant through garage. Put players all over the map in mid. That's a good way of doing it. And then Rasmo's ego chow towards backside B stairs works out perfectly for a trade. And I think the biggest key about that is the fact that Quathilla actually gets the bomb planted. That doesn't get planted right there. Totally different story.
Well, Shark doing a phenomenal job of getting into a nice spot to not only get information, but be able to find an opening kill right there. Rasmo sitting back, hoping to find one on the cross, and it looks like Shark gonna opt to make the exact same play.
Yep.
Curious at what point will Kings realize, but Marvel with a nade over top. Big one to open, but Animus fire back once again.
Down to a 3v4 situation. Kings checking every angle. Marvel hoping he can maybe find a way to isolate onto Shark, but surely Shark doesn't give him a chance at this. I'm not planted yet. Narcs will commit. No chance for Raid to contest this.
Bomb has been planted.
Flash will go through. Is that enough for Raid to make his play? Yeah, it connects. So Raid moves forward. He takes down Rasmo. I'm telling you, these guys are playing off each other absolutely perfectly, but the problem is the number is just too much to deal with. Animus take their second straight round.
Not over yet.
All right. I mean, is that more rounds than they won last time around on this map?
No, it was a 7-3, I
It was
think.
7-3? Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's a fantastic start.
7-2.
Obviously, at 7-2. All right. So as many as they won last time. The question is, can you continue to execute? And I've got a feeling King's going to throw a different look. That's exactly what they do. Shark looking to get hopped over right here. But the utility to deal with, they get the kills anyway. 3-piece out of Shark. King's getting picked apart one by one. No ammo for Spy to work with, and Narc shuts him down. Just like that. More rounds than the entire last game they played here.
Brother, that is just such a good set of brains on Shark. All the stuns, all the flashes that come through, they all land. But Shark makes the hop up that time instead of playing straight through electronics and ends up coming behind the play for 3 for free. Another quick bit of action over towards A. This time it's Animus trying to force it in forward, though, but Inferno here finds one, wisely steps away. Oh, how does he get the second? Set nades also land. Bomb now down, and Kings cooking with some gas.
You just watch your teammate get his head ripped off. You know a sniper's backed up to a head glitch and you want to chell him. Ballsy move. It does not pay off, and Inferno is there for his 3rd kill of the round as Kings bounce back, looking to even things up heading into the halfway point. Definitely some solid adjustments out of both teams, and honestly, this is the best search and destroy that I feel like we've seen out of Animus so far. The question, once again, can they continue to make those adjustments? And seems like they've been putting in the work, at least for the Slum search and destroy.
Yeah, Shark once again on the hop up. This time he double checks to make sure no one's pushing through A, and then turns his attention towards Statue side. Little slide out over the top of the dumpster. Shark, my goodness. He's gonna get another 3-piece, but Kings do stave off the push. And Inferno, he's going to take over half this map, and that's enough for Spy to try to work with him. They've got an angle to watch this cross towards B. Nade will come through. It doesn't quite land, and with that, Quathilla will plant.
And right now, he's been doing his job flawlessly. They don't need him to get the kills. They need him up on the bomb site, planting down ASAP. Makes it happen once again. And now Inferno looking for a pick to open things up. If I had to guess, Quathilla doesn't peek, but Spy sniffs him out. Now a 2v2. Narc's looking for some information. Spy on the backside, not typically a sniper, but might be able to find a pick on the Rasmo. Nearly had a chance, and I don't think they're in position to watch the bomb right here. Risky play. Rasmo's got to go big. He takes down Inferno, but he doesn't take down Spy. Narc's not in position, and Animus give away the round.
What a stretch defuse from Spy. That is massive brain. And at the same rate, there's also a little bit of, get down, Mr. President. Like, just hop on, hit the defuse, I'll watch over you. And as soon as the first shot hits, I think Narcs thinks he's got a little bit more time to make that recovery play happen. But no, Spy doesn't fake it, just hops on. And now we have a 3-3 half swap to sides. Raid first blood, boot to drop. But the defense does control some space here at mid-map. Looking at Shirk, number 5 in Yell, to see what he can do from this position.
Looked like they were going to aim to bank a nade there. And there it is. The nade connects onto Narcs. Shot does not connect through the entryway, but Kings get the better of the trades. Quathilla trying to force them back single-handedly, but Holger in hand, there's only so much you can do. In a position like this, finds one, gets traded out, and now all down to Rasmo. They read him on the flank right there. And Kings, just like that, retake the lead.
Great isolation. You hit it perfectly, by the way. As soon as Shark got into position, he did get the half HP, so something tagged him. Kings knew exactly where he was positioned, and the isolation around the middle of the map, perfect for Kings. So a huge opening offense to set the tone. One of the things about Animus, when we watched them play their second iteration of this map, they had a tough time defensively getting into mid-map, and this time they're going to voluntarily give up space and trust that Narcs and Rasmo can get the job done with the sniper rifles.
Neither team taking any mid-map control right now. Boot playing the backside of that B side. Raid looking for info, and they're going to at least force their way up initially. Boat's going to be able to take down one, does get traded out, but I don't think they realize another is pushed up onto B. Should be positioned for a flank, and that's exactly what it is, as Quathilla takes down one. Grizz on the flip side does the same, but Quathilla so cheeky with that LMG in hand, and as Rasmo takes down another, it's Raid with a 1v3 on his hands.
It's a good look at Narcs. He knows that Quathilla's behind him. Oh, the turn and burn! Oh, but Rasmo, he gets through hole in the wall just in the nick of time. Oh my goodness, I almost lost my mind. That was, I don't know, he must have 8 fingers to pull that off, bro. That is nuts.
Oh my gosh, the accuracy too in that moment to be able to perfectly flick. Disaster averted by Rasmo, as Shark now going to opt to push up. We see some of that early mid-map control, and for the most part, Kings have not had an answer for it. They haven't really looked to do so, and he's typically been able to make them pay. One player watching that cross over toward A, and right now, nothing fully established for Kings.
Kings have to know that there's going to be potential for players to play in mid. If they don't have nades already preset to check these corners, I'd be surprised. Shark gets stunned, so they know he's playing close. Just down to, can you get him out of position, though? A couple of shots from Boot go over towards the direction of one player on B, but ultimately speaking, it's all about trying to flush out Shark first and foremost. And Kings are just going to try to wait him out, see if he makes a mistake.
Animus heavily stacked over on the B side. Inferno might be in position to make him pay. C shots over top, can't connect. No kills yet for either team. We're down to 53 seconds remain, and Boot finds the opener. Bouncing back from a slow Hardpoint. He has had some big-time kills for his squad, and right now, Kings, looks like they're starting to second-guess their move. They've got to commit sooner than later.
You got 3 SMGs and a sniper rifle from Marvel. Okay, they know exactly where Rasmo is. I wouldn't be surprised if they just try to flood over Chalum, force him to hit a shot here. Spy's got the bomb on the close corner. Rasmo looking for it. Does he catch a shoulder or an ankle? Oh, he's seen one. He's going to take the challenge?
Oh, the flash!
Why? Why would you chow that? Just call for help.
Oh.
And now Animus are in trouble. Bomb's going to be planted. Grizzle makes sure Spy can get this down. The kills come through. Wait a second, the bomb didn't get planted. It may not make a difference, though. It's just down to Boot. They have to chase him down, and no!
Wow. Boot single-handedly wins the round. He doesn't need the kills. He just had to kill the planter. And that's the damage done. Once again, maybe not the kills that show up to put him on top, but he has had some big-time plays here in the search and destroy. That gives Animus the lead back. We'll see what Kings can do to respond. A lot of utility, a lot of aggression over here on B. Shark looking to do some damage. Spots out 1, make it 2 right there. And he is so sneaky with the plays, but Grizz fires back, gets traded out. It's Animus still with the advantage as now it's all down to Marvel.
He was stuck outside this play. He's going to have to hit some quick scopes. Nothing else left for him besides the scope and whatever's in the back pocket. Chance to pick up a weapon here, but wants to try to find Wadilla. Hits the first cleanly, mind you, as well. But where is Shark gone? That has to be thought number 1 here for Marvel. And Shark is lurking at mid, right in front of where the bomb was dropped. Rasmo sniping to make sure there's no push through. This is all about who sees who first here at mid.
And he's not leaving his belly. Oh, I take it back. I don't think Marvel saw him sneak through, and this should be enough to clutch the round.
I don't know.
Oh, they're playing ring around the rosy. Spots him around the corner, and now Marvel, an opportunity at the 1v3 right here. I think he picked up the bomb, and just like that, makes his way on over toward the bomb site, and I think he's going to opt to play here.
Just give me Marvel's POV. This would be a 1v3. Rasmo's going to give up the plant. Play for the exit. Crosses scene. Shot misses. Second chance. Oh! What a slide shell! Oh my goodness, Marvel. That was so unbelievable.
And now Animus, who have looked so good all game, have to mentally bounce back from a 1v3. That could be spirit-breaking if you're Animus, and if you're Kings, that gives you all the momentum in the world. But there's Shark once again to find that opening kill. He has been their guy all game long, and another to take down Marvel.
Dude, Shark is a problem. Gives his team the numbers advantage as he has just about every single round, but Spy will get the bomb planted. Rasmo off the exit. Oh, catches an ankle. Spy gets away with his life, but look how quick Animus is on this retake. There's no one who can contest this defuse. Spy gets one, but hopping on is the defuse. Can anyone actually tell this in time? Spy gets taken down. Inferno only finds one, and they will not have a chance to stop the defuse. Animus still get the map point.
Animus, that could have been the game. You needed to take a search and destroy. You dropped the hard point. You have an opportunity to close it out here, but man, oh man, has Shark just been an absolute monster on the map. We'll keep an eye on him as this time a little bit of a different look. Not that aggressive mid-map push. He's going to sit back, play for information, and definitely an unusual angle. We'll see if Kings get caught off guard. Is Boot going to be able to get pushed up here as well?
This is Kings. I think they're trying to outweight Shark, and this time he says, nope. I'm going to use the clock as my ally this round. Narc's watching through mid. Shark still lurking in a corner to make sure no one challenges over towards A. Now, if he gets antsy, though, Grizz is waiting to watch this over towards the A side of the map, but They will not see one another. It looks like Kings are going to get a read saying, okay, Shark's not playing forward this time. We have to actually execute.
I don't anticipate we're going to see anybody make their way up to that bomb heady either. Shark finally off his belly, but still not opting to push up at all. And Grizz just waiting, hoping, but there's the first blood. Inferno takes down Rasmo. An opening in the defense. Boot still pushed way up in the mid-map, and it looks like they're going to wrap back toward this A side and try to apply pressure. The jump shot out of Marvel. Huge, but Inferno's going to drop to the hands of Gothilla here. Still only a one-man advantage, and that's a big rep for Gothilla here.
They're still committing to Shark's direction, though. He gets the first in the corner. Oh, my goodness, Shark. And then the pistol for 3. But it's Marvel on the other side. Trying to get chased down by Gothilla, who will put it out of reach. And Animus will take map 2, 7-5.
Kings are a phenomenal team, but the more that I watch Shark, the more I think he's the best player in Europe. This guy does it all on every single map. He is so difficult to deal with, and he's done it game in and game out, even when his teammates haven't been at their best. Man, oh man, what a performance out of him on that map.
It's just the thing about a map like Slums, if you get someone who's uber confident with his SFG, let me just get into a sneaky spot, force them to triple chow me essentially, because he's good for 1 every single time at least when there's chows that come through. 15 kills for Shark, 11 for Gothilla, who actually was a big reason why a lot of those post plants were successful. And outside of Marvel's electric 1v3, Kings just could not put together a response for Shark in any form. It felt like small advantages leading to a map win overall. And what a barn burner this series has been so far. We're definitely getting what we asked for.
I can't wait for the, well, I don't know that we'll get an interview, because if Animus loses, then we don't get an interview with them. But I gotta know what type of changes they've been making, because for them to drop a Slums 7-2 against a team that they should have easily picked apart, for them to be able to bounce back like that and take down Kings on that same map,
bro,
that's a different level of regain.
That shot was unbelievable. I don't know whose perspective you were watching, but from Marvel's perspective, he slides out. His scope is like way off and up, and then still snaps down to find the final shot. That is stupid. Stupid stuff. But we're here for stupid stuff.
We love stupid stuff.
Especially these two boys. You kidding me? We live in the stupidity. We got Crossroads coming up for map number 3. Oh, man, just, you know, what do you want to say about this one? I'm just waiting to see what Shark does, I think, on a map where he can absolutely fly.
Yeah, I would imagine he's going to be a nightmare in those catwalk mid-map areas, and we'll see what he can do. Obviously, dropping the hard point, but this is one where we've seen a chink in King's armor. They've dropped a control before, and they find a couple opening kills, especially with Boot getting pushed up. Same for Narcs. This is some early map control for Animus.
Lots of control, topside fire. Kings fighting it back. Spy gets 2. Shark still alive. Dude,
it's a force free.
It's literally like a heat check. Just let Shark fly and see what he can provide. That all told, though, we still stay even in the life count, and no significant progress made onto either zone. So as heroic as the opener was, not much gained onto the OBJ as of yet. You've got one member in Shark just trying to run around the boxes over towards B, but he will get pulled off. Shark still finding kills, though, my goodness, and that will lead to now Animus getting some success here today.
And I believe that's a 6 pre to start. Maybe he got taken down once, because I don't see any streaks for him. Animus still hold the life lead. And right now they're getting some progress onto that A side. Looks like they should be able to lock it in. Gothilla going to be tough to deal with in that backside position. And Shark continues to be a nightmare. Grizz finally there for the trade, but Gothilla as his teammates back, and now Animus sit up 4 lives, but a tougher task for them to get that B zone captured.
The thing is, there's so much clock to play with here, and it looks like it's just the same mental focus for Animus. Win out this snow lane, get in towards fire, and make life difficult for Kings to set up their defense. Full push around the old zone through A. Shark just spamming everybody down. Pistol out, Grizz stuck in the corner, but keeps his life nicely. Trade eventually there, and Animus will now put themselves up 14 playing 8.
No surprise, Shark leading the way, 9 kills on board, still 7 kills yet to be found, but Boot plays for the info right there. Another easy kill to lock in. It's
Oh my
Shark.
God.
He doesn't even care anymore. He's going all the way through to the spawn, takes down 2 with him, and all down to Inferno, 1v11, not gonna be feasible. Animus, a convincing round 1.
He gets 11 kills in the first round from the offensive side as a sub. Excuse me? What? Narcs also, by the way, I don't think he died all that much. He's got himself on double streaks, and he's got to be close to his first operator as well on 8 kills. And yep, Shark pulls out Sparrow right off the rip. With Illa stunned, good help from Narcs to keep him alive a little while longer. Narcs doubles up. But honestly, Shark doesn't find that much with the Sparrow, and Kings are dealing with some damage here outside barrels. Narcs in trouble, does keep his life by backing away, but Kings are on the approach.
Raid reads it anyway, finds the kill. Boot hoping for a reshell. He's going to opt to take down Spy anyway, and I don't think anybody in position to trade, so 3 straight go through for Animus. Marvel's there to take down 1. Rasmo opts to use an early claw right here, and Animus are trying to win this as quickly as possible, but Spy there, fires back. War Machine does connect. They find the life lead, and it looks like all the operators wiped off the table for Animus.
Oh, Shark has found his way through. Oh boy, he's gonna blow this play up. Number 5 in yellow, just keep an eye on him. Inferno actually gets the shot off. Okay, never mind. Thought he was in a really good spot for it, but Gothilla kind of hits the same angle, this time with the AR out. And yeah, Kings just cannot stay alive on the zone. 18 plays 18, but the clock's becoming a major issue here for Kings.
Yep, and Narc's gonna be able to clear out Raid. If he can get pushed up on that bottom side as well, could be huge. Does get traded out. Gothilla is there. Trades once again. Marvel fires back. He's found some crucial kills so far as the claw pops. Inferno has got to go big. He's 1 HP. Looking to play his life. It's not going to happen. He drops to a flash right there. And once again, the time going to be a major issue as Gothilla looking to info check. And if they can clear out Spy, that might be the round.
But Marvel, he gets a little bit of help through mid-map here. Clock still stops at 8 seconds. 11 plays 11. Marvel trying to clear out bottom. Fire! What a shot! Still, the stack on. Second to get progress on the way, and wait a second, Animus are getting a little careless here. Shark maybe just wins the game on his own, though. Inferno has to slide forward to Chow. Rasmo doesn't get the pick off on him. Raid holding the close corner, finds 1 over to the side, but you have to keep your focus on the objective. There's only 3 seconds left. Oh, Marvel, Raid trying to play it through, but it's Shark in the way, and he clears things off. Look at Raid. He doesn't get his pinky toe on. He's in the corner on fence. He just doesn't stay on to contest.
Such a tiny mistake that hurts in such a huge way. And now Animus 1 round away from taking the lead in the series. Shark with a little bit of a slow start to the round, but a couple big time plays there at the end. And now Kings look like they're starting to lock in as they find 4 kills to open this up.
Good mitigation though from Animus. That was a Sparrow that was popped immediately by Raid. He gets eventually charged down, so no more of that. Animus only dropped 6 lives off the start. Shark once again pushing through, creating space. Raid stuck in a corner, but fighting back. Goodness. Resilience out of the young gun, keeping things alive, but Rasmo shuts him down, and now Animus can start to make their move.
And Animus, even with the way this has gone, have been able to keep the lives even. Clean kill out of Grizz right there, but like he's second guessing what his next move's gonna be. Shark doesn't read that properly, taken down by Raid. And once again, Kings extend the life lead, and the bigger issue now, time on the clock, no objectives captured. Raid gonna be able to sneak through right there. Nobody wants to peek the doorway, but with all the kills coming through, this should be an opportunity at a spawn trap for Kings. They're looking to make their way up the stairs, but Inferno is farming. And now the momentum starting to swing as Kings. Bunch of big kills come through right here and looking like a guaranteed round.
Yeah, Raid just popped off in this round and doesn't quite earn streaks, but he should have earned a lot of charge towards getting that Sparrow back that he popped at the beginning of the round. Grizz following up, 17-3, the last couple of lives here. Animus will not be able to jump on to stop the clock. Not that it would have made much of a difference. Kings dominate the round 3 defense. Now it's just down to can they crack the Shark code here on their offensive approach.
No real amount of utility for either team. We do see 1 more operator ready to go as Rasmo and Shark have theirs at their disposal. Big opening gunfights right here as the utility does go out, and it looks like the Sparrow gonna pop for Shark. Hasn't found much with it so far in this game. And Spy not going to move into a position where he can get any type of value. Hops up on the windowsill, and he's going to be able to take it down. That's a huge first kill.
In all the meantime, Grizz made his opening play to get on towards B. He hasn't fallen yet. Finally, he gets traded out, but he already locked in a tick and a half worth of progress. Trying to follow up on that was Spy, but as he's shut down, Animus's defense starts to grow some legs to run with. Purifier out for Dart. Shark also playing forward, and look at this 4-man hit. I mean, Animus are all over King's spawn. One member does sneak through, but you have to force this defense off your high ground if you're Kings first and foremost.
Oh, and it's operators for days. Claws, Annihilators, Purifiers, they're picking them apart. Now down 8 kills already. Kings have got to find a way to break out of this, and they just can't. Yeah. Razmo continues to cook, and now the streaks will make it even worse. Double kill with the Pred on their heads, and only 11 lives for Kings right here as Razmo finds 2 more. Another for Narcs, now up 13. Animus look like they're going to be able to take the control right here and take a lead as Boot needs one more shot. He connects, making a 3-piece. Why not?
Oh my goodness, Boot waking up all of a sudden now 5 in a row. Not gonna get 6, but as mentioned, the damage already dealt. Nowhere to go if you're Kings. Grizz gonna try to give it the good old college heave-ho try, but not gonna work out. Animus take a pretty dominant Crossroads control. Now they're up in the series 2-1.
And maybe the hole in King's armor looking a little more glaring when it comes to the control. First dropping it to, who was it, 31er? Dropping no.
Yeah.
Animus dropped a control. No, it was S&D.
No, it was S&D.
It was S&D,
yeah,
I was about to say. I was saying Kings.
Yeah.
Kings dropped the control up against Exclusive and now here against Animus as well. And on 2 different maps, not a great sign for them. They need to bounce back here in the Hardpoint.
Have to. Flat out. Otherwise, we've got a new best team in Europe. Period.
Which is shocking after every single one of the interviews today said that Kings was the best team in Europe.
Yeah, but look at, I mean, Razmo goes 27-13, Shark 22-22 only. I mean, he had 11 kills in the first round, so the 22 feels a bit strange after 3 more rounds come out, but still, the damage just too much to overcome. And I will say, small thing, if Kings are going back and rewatching this, Raid got through that defensive spawn trap. He needed to get onto his own. You had to pull the defense back or pinch faster. One of the two. He just never really got a lot of assistance from his teammates finding kills. I think he was trying to set up a little bit of a spawn problem of their own, but you have to make a play for an objective and force the defense off that high ground.
Yeah, no question about it. I think even with the round that they dropped, Animus bounced back perfectly, and you get that mid-map control, you set up the spawn trap, and after that, the game was chalked as soon as that went into play. Razmo was cooking with the claw as well. I think max value on every single time that he got that, and Animus could not have played that one much better than they did.
Agreed. Okay, so now we go into map number 4. It's going to be Summit for the Hardpoint, which we've seen Animus play before. They played Panic here, and they ended up kind of outlasting them. It was one of those maps that it felt like the teams were going back and forth here and there until there was eventually a pattern breaker, and it just became Animus kind of snowballing a couple of hills back together, stringing them together, I guess more appropriately to be said, and Panic just couldn't work their way back in. So that's the only real sample size we have on this map overall. But again, I'm seeing a map come up that Shark can run wild on. And I think that's got to be goal number 1. Always know where Shark is if you're Kings and try to shut him down wherever possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're Kings, Grizz has got to be more of a factor. He was keeping up in kills, but he was giving away a lot of deaths on the opposite side in that control. Summit should be a place that he can go absolutely wild because he's known as one of the better shotgunners in COD Mobile, and this is one of the few maps where we anticipate shotguns to play a big role. So he's going to be pulling out the KRM off the start right here. But he's got to feel confident heading into this one because if you're not feeling confident with a shotgun, things can go wrong very quickly.
Well, Marvel will take his Holger out, watch over towards the open staircase, only finding one. Boot tries to work his way in. Animus favorably make their way on top of the kill feed, and they will control the early time here at 1. Kings working for some high ground control, back through windows. Grizz only getting 1, and Narcs actually pops off for a double. Animus still hold control.
Solid start to this one for Animus. Raid slides on through, takes down one. Grizz gonna be there to reinforce, as is Spy, but Gathilia gonna be able to spot out one, make it two. Can he make it three? Spinning in circles. The last one's not there. That's 3 in the feed for Kings to set them up nicely to pick up some more time here on P1. Right now, Inferno gonna be dropping right there as Animus gonna give away that lead as we head over toward P2.
Yep, a little bit of a spawn flip. Kings are gonna find themselves favorably on the left side of the minimap. Animus working on it though. You've got Rasmo watching the cross in the corner on barrels. And as the last couple of battles echo through mid-server, it will be Animus in a position of control as they head right over towards Catwalk side, but Inferno and the rest of Kings continue to put the pressure on from the outside of the map. Just now to get Animus get a read on where this hit's coming from, because it is a bit of a split spawn situation for Kings. Still is actually, goodness gracious. Narcs will spawn behind the play. No one really in dictative control of not just the hardpoint, but also what side of the map they're spawning on right now.
And right now, Narc sitting back to hope for that those spawns flip toward them, but they just don't want to do it, and that's going to be Raid sneaking through the backside, even though he hasn't been able to find the kills. Big play through there, but who else but Shark to come and deal with it? He's going to get shut down by Spy, making a 2-piece right there as Narc slips onto the point. And still 26 seconds to be gained, even if you don't get spawns right here. An opportunity for Animus to get some decent time on P2.
It has to be Marvel right here. This scrap time is pretty much a moot point for both of these two teams as Animus is trying to play for the new side of the map. Grizz finessing on Old. KRM will work out for one. Help from his teammates will clean out the other. So about a tie game, but our fight over towards the backside and spawns for the third hard point. Once again, a bit 50-50. Rasmo playing top side over towards Forklift, and Raid, no, can't quite pick things up. So Animus will lock in spawns, and with that also the initial time here at 3.
And they've already got the lead, looking to build on it. Spy, hoping he can find a way to break on through, but now the operator's gonna start to pop. Narcs, 3 in the feed with the Purifier. He goes untraded. One player gonna be able to slip through. It's Marvel making his way back toward the silo. Inferno spotted out on the bottom side as Gathilia continues to lock in the hard point time, but you gotta clear out the backside.
Oh my God.
That should be enough to flip the spawns right here, and Kings able to take control of the hard point.
Remember that moment right there. If you're Animus, you get 3 kills from the front with Narcs' Purifier, and no one's watching the back push to silo. Kings get a free flip thanks to Marvel winning 2 gunfights around the back. They essentially completely turned this hard point around to their name, even in the face of Narcs, who essentially should have gotten the first 40 seconds for free with that play. Critical error for Animus. Kings now had a chance to get themselves in the lead, and they've got numbers trying to make a play through rotation, though Shark is making life difficult because of course he is.
That's what he does. He's going to reposition here as well. Raid doesn't read it properly, and he wins that one too. Here's one player around the corner. Marvel finally finds a way to take him down, but Narc should be there to at least get the information. Backs up. They want to make sure they can keep these spawns locked in. Big gunfight wins as the Animus players continue to spawn on the backside. Got to get inside the objective, though. They do that, and a big gunfight win in the back. Not going to go the way of Kings.
I thought Marvel was about to do it again. Just flat out single-handedly flip the spawns. Annihilator gets some damage done, but Animus will stave off the play around the back. Now the focus all comes down to making sure this last hit for Kings never gets into the hard point. Couple of operators were spent to try to set up this control. 28 seconds to fight for. Here comes the approach for Kings. Split focus all across the map. Shark cutting off a little bit of it from the front, just making sure nobody could hit this through mid-container side, and Kings will give it up. Animus will win this first rotation to Hills.
Narcs looking to sniff out a couple more kills on the way back to P1. Doesn't see the player. It's going to be Grizz. Sneaking into bottom control right here, and he's there to cut off any rotations. Raid has not had a great game, but a Sparrow looking to find some kills. He's able to take down Shark right there. Grizz finds one on to boot as well, and solid early setup for Kings.
Yeah.
How long will it hold?
Yeah, really good stuff here from Kings. A little bit of an X factor, though. Animus will have a couple of members spawn behind the hard point, so a split hit on the way. Narcs finding the opener. Rasmo shut down by Marvel up top, who's going to stay very safe in that position, mind you. Boot having a little bit of trouble with him, but does eventually take him down, getting 2 in the process. Trying to get the regen off. Grizz will not allow him to. And the fight rages on. Numbers, though, for Kings as they make their way over towards mid-control, but Narcs, big double for him. Shark following up, and the SMGs for Animus crack the code and get the break.
Doesn't make the read on that player chasing him, but teammates there for the trades once again. That's a big feed for Gathilia. Cuts off 2 on the entryway. Boot finds one from the bottom side of stairs as well, and Animus have looked incredibly solid given how convincing that hold early on was for Kings. Shark, no surprise, on a 4 spree once again. Inferno does find a way to take him down. Some scrap time to be found for Kings. But right now, it's all about the setup on P2.
Yeah, 50-50 spawns all across the map right now. This is just about who can win their ones, and Animus provide the answer. They get the first 3. One player will sneak through. That's Raid, try to flip the hard point, or pretty much flip the spawns around as the new hard point will open up. Grizz, Purifier out. He needs to clear things up, and he absolutely will. Last one to find is Boot up top, and he really can't do too much. He tries to jump into the hard point, but he runs right into the waiting arms of Grizz. Pred missile called, but Kings get the spawn flip that they want.
And Inferno going to be there to clear out the last Animus player. So Kings continue to lock in the time. Operator's going to pop. Boot looking for that last kill. Goodillia going to go with the Annihilator as well. They're looking to push all the way through to see if they can flip these spawns. You still got to clear out Inferno, and he should be in a good spot, but Goodillia reads it, turns on to Grizz as well, and just like that, Animus have the lead, and they have the spawns toward P3 as well.
Kings in a little bit of trouble here. You cannot allow this hard point and the rotation to be won by Animus. You have to make a decision right here, and they will eventually flush out Quithilla, or will they? Hello? How has nobody traded out Quithilla yet? Finally they will, but it takes a lot of time. So Animus will have rotation. 160 plays 117. Now it's down to who can win these opening gunfights. You have a couple of operators at the ready. Marvel going to pop it first by trying to play around the back.
Animus did this last time around. The one thing is you can't let Marvel sneak through, and it was almost back to the silo, but he gets shut down right there, and that's a huge kill to open up. Kings break through the front side right here, and they can potentially spawn trap from the opposite side. Big kills right here. They can't find a way out right now. Narcs needs to find a kill, and you've still got to deal with Inferno finally shut down. Animus break back in, but the spawns might be flipping out. 2 players in the back side for Kings, but they're both shut down.
Animus now in a point of possession where this is do or die time for Kings from the front of the hard point. Flashes will land. Quithilla just avoiding the gunfights for as long as humanly possible. Good help from his teammates around the back, and Animus will hold off the final break attempt for Kings. Huge moment of control here for Animus. They will be right at the 200-point threshold, and they're already threatening Kings at new.
Wow, what a performance we're seeing out of Animus right here. Only 50 points away from dethroning the Kings. Raid doing his best to hold off the push from Animus. The Sparrow does pop. Still got it ready to go. He's able to find 2 right there. Once again, just having a nightmare of a game. Boot trying to clear out 1 player on the inside of the ski lift. Inferno finally getting it taken down, but there's another in the back locking down spawns. It is going to be Marvel, and his spy is cleared out. He's the last man standing.
1 player will spawn out here for Kings. Every kill is a big kill, and Narcs almost clears out everything with the Purifier. He does get a couple, but Animus will actually spawn in here. Kings need to come their way back in quickly. 201 plays 142. Boot shut down from the front. Claw out for Animus, but it gets immediately shut down. Last player in is Quithilla. Raid in a little bit of trouble with the frag out, but still finds the kill. Boot trying to follow up, but Kings stay alive. Spawns for Animus, not quite fully in, and they may have to give this last 20 up.
Right now, Godzilla single-handedly breaks back in. Inferno's there for the trade. He's taken down as well. Grizz controlling the bomb control. He's going crazy with the KRM 3 in a row. Not going to be able to hit that one, though. Narcs takes him down. And as the last seconds of P4 go through, Rasmo picks up the scrap time. Boxing gloves connect as well. It's Animus, only 41 points away from a win.
Animus is challenging everything. They do not want to allow Kings any breathing room, but Spy has created the oxygen needed. Purifier out for Grizz. Make sure nobody can hit through the cut. Kings very much still in this, but they have spent everything that they had left. Kills for Animus, allow them a chance to try to flood this hard point. They've got numbers for this. Last player left to find is Spy, but still, Kings, a chance to get back into the hard point with numbers, pending they can find kills. Spy is still running around, but no, Animus get the break.
Huge kills right here. Rasmo doesn't see the 1 player on the bottom side, but teammates there once again. And the teamwork for Animus has been so clean, but Grizz trying to do it all by himself, gets shut down. Spy's there for a trade, but it's not enough to clear off the hard point. Boot looking to contest right here, just trying to make sure they can't get any big chunks here on P1. Not going to be able to take down Grizz. He's been a nightmare when he's on the OBJ, but Raid there. More kills go through for Kings, and their hopes are still alive for the time being.
Animus are completely bunkered up and around this new hard point. They can, of course, absolutely win it here. Shark holding on to the second floor control. Grizz chased by Shark. Oh, gets turned on. Raid follows up. Another bow earned for him. Kings are in the hard point. They've got a claw out as well. Both operators are cleaning up either side of this hard point. Inferno gets 3. Give him number 4. Not going to get the full 5th. But Kings right back in, a chance to take the lead.
5 more seconds and the lead is theirs. Raid pulling out another Sparrow right there. He was slow to start, but he has absolutely come alive in this one. Grizz continues to dominate the hard point. Kings not going to be able to win it on this one, but you've got to deal with Grizz at some point or another. Nart's on the backside trying to break on in. He'll take the contest time for the time being. You still got to clear out Grizz around the corner. Another kill goes through. Gathilia pre-fire connects and they keep it contested for the time being. Animus break back in. They can take back the lead right here, but early spawn set up for Kings.
But the hard point isn't open yet. Every kill's a big kill from here on out. Play around the backside of Silo. Can we get something to watch? Boot trying to play around the back. Gathilia in a tough spot. Was the first gunfight, but Marvel responds. Trades in. Animus will get control of the hard point, and they've got spawns. Operators to finish it off.
The 3 players on the hard point are going to try to win it here. They get the spawns as well. Kings have to break from the front side. There's no time for a flank. They have 1 player wrapping around the backside. Couple kills come through. Kings players onto the point. They find control for the time being, but they don't find the spawns. And that 1 player on the inside of the hard point has to do it all. He gets shut down. Gathilia may have found the final kill to lock in the win, and Animus dethrone the Kings.
Unbelievable. Flat out. That is some gut and grit and determination and some miracles from Animus. But my goodness, you talk about the ability to just survive in the midst of the chaos, because I think we all felt it. As soon as we got away from P1, back over to Catwalk again, it was like, uh-oh, here come Kings again. They're playing their cool, collected hard point. But Animus do exactly what's required. And I think the biggest thing about it is they make the correct call, they fight through old, and then as soon as you win those gunfights at Catwalk, make your play through Generator towards Silo. As soon as that P3 gets open, that's when spawns get moved. So while that second hard point's still active, every single kill's a big kill, because if you die, you're spawning on the other side of the map.
Man, oh man, they went big at every moment that they possibly could have. And who else but Shark to lead the way? Most OBJ time, 37 and 35. Those Animus boys know how to step it up when it counts, and I think we both counted them out in this matchup. They also make sure that you don't go to a map 5.
Correct.
That was the win condition. They found a way to win one of the search and destroys, and they avoid the second.
And that had to have been it, first and foremost. I mean, there's just, as much as we sat there and said, like, Animus have to win all the respawns, that's where I think we were looking at it saying, there's no way you beat Kings at every single respawn. So you had to find something in the search, and boy, did they ever. That is next level impressive. This is going to be a marquee match that I promise you guys all at home we will see more than once.
Oh, no question. We'll probably see it multiple times in playoffs as well, if I had to guess. But man, it seems like the top 3 in Europe right now on any given day is anyone's to claim.
Agree.
I gotta give you time to talk here, Mommy.
We did say it was a 3-in-1, folks, but it was the other way around. Everything is topsy-turvy here in EU, but we love to see it. Like what Bobby already mentioned, the Kings are dethroned. Animus had a very shaky start in this competition, but it seems like hard work, determination, and a lot of homework seems to really pay off. And that Summit game, it was a back and forth. I was holding my breath. We were just looking at each other, clutching the couch.
Every few seconds. Because first Animus is up, then Kings matches, then Kings go up, then Animus matches. It was just back and forth until the very end. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that was a great way to close out the day. Fair. I'm really hoping that we get an opportunity to talk with Gathilia again, because if we can get him back on here to do a little chit chat about what just went down, I think so many teams are going to be taking lots of notes on what just happened when it comes to the squads that have yet to go up against Kings. I'm going to finish that thought. But we've got Githilla ready to go to come back and chat with us. Interview time. I am excited. Okay, first of all, how does that feel right now?
Oh, you know, it's okay. It's okay. It's it's a win, like another winner, you know. So it's good. It's good.
It's cool, calm, and collected. You're MVP.
It's just like, it's not a big deal. You just took down the #1 team in EU at the moment, and that just put you in a position to be the apex predator right now. All eyes are on you. Let me ask you something. In the span of a week, in week #1, how did you guys pull it through? Because you look like more of a solid team right now.
Yeah, I think we, like I said the last time, we just have to be serious. We have to work, and we worked. Like this week in Scream, it was good. We did good things. We changed something in S&D. You saw the Slums. It was better than the last week. So I'm proud of the team, and it's good. It's good.
Yeah, you guys put on an absolute show, and I think every map was just a treat to watch. I think especially bouncing back from a hardpoint map that looked like it was in you guys' control, to be able to take the search and destroy, and pointing out that was the same map that you guys lost to 31 or 7-2. What do you feel like was the biggest difference in the search and destroy for Slums?
I think it's we take the time. We take the time. Like on P1, they use nade, they use flash, but we at the beginning of the round we didn't go directly on the point on the P1. We wait, and after we go with the flash. And they did the same. Huh? They stay like on connector and bar. They use the flash, and after they push. So we change, and we just play. We were more patient. That's all.
I don't really have a question necessarily for you, Philip, but I want you to take a moment to talk about what it was like playing with Shark today, because he was everything in map 2, 3, and 4. Maybe the only question I have is like, what did he have for lunch? Because that's the only thing I can really think to ask.
I think the last year he couldn't play, like you know, he didn't have the right to play stage 5. So just I think for me, Shark is maybe one of the best player of Europe. Actually, so it's normal for me. I swear, for me, it's normal. This performance from Shark. It's just a classical game for him. That's all.
I mean, if this is the improvements that you guys have week over week, you're going to be almost impossible for any of these other teams to topple. Do you feel like there's going to be some added pressure on your shoulders now that you've shown people that you can take out Kings?
Yeah, I think like we're not gonna take the confidence. Huh? We're gonna still to work on the strat, on the team play, everything, and we just play match after match. We take the time. Okay, tomorrow we're gonna play Mont. We're gonna play like if we play Kings. Huh? Tomorrow it's the same for us. Every team is the same. We play 100% in the game. So and I hope we're gonna do it.
Well, I love that. That was phenomenal gameplay and very entertaining for all of us to watch. So thank you for putting on a show. Congratulations. Thank you. And hopefully we get to chat again.
Thank you, guys. Just big up to Jerry. Jerry can't play because he's working, but he's in the team and maybe he's going to come back in few time. I don't know when, but he's going to come back, guys.
All right. I love it.
Bro.
Imagine.
We'll talk to you later.
That's a big addition.
Imagine.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
All right.
Oh, man. That was great. I am very happy with how today went. I don't know about all of you guys. We'll take one final look back at our standings so you can see what has now happened there, because like we mentioned, after this match, only 2 teams could remain undefeated, and that's now 117 and Animus hanging out at the top of our leaderboards. Kings now 2-1, followed by Exclusive, Zidium. Going down from there, where you see that middle of the pack is all very similar. Tomorrow, things will continue to get shaken up as maybe we get a little bit of a wider spread and those top 2 teams continue to really solidify that spot there, Mommy.
I feel like tomorrow might be a fast one, but the speed and the momentum shift that we saw from today, not just in the top teams, but also in the bottom teams that needed to pull through. We saw that in Mont, and now we saw that in Animus on the opposite sides of the spectrum. I'm excited for tomorrow. EU is turning it up.
I was gonna say, it's, you brought those two teams up for a reason. We'll talk about the schedule because, like Mommy just mentioned, we're kicking the day off with Mont versus Animus. We heard Gothilla talking about it as well, saying they're gonna treat it the same way they treated their Kings match. I mean, this is gonna be a fun day, Bobby.
No question about it. I feel like the one that maybe has an opportunity to surprise is Zidium versus Exclusive. I feel like Exclusive looked a little bit shaky today. Obviously, they had a very tough opponent in 117, but I think Zidium has shown some improvement, and despite their loss to Mont, they looked strong all the way through. I feel like all these teams, I mean, I'll be honest, all these teams with the exception of Panic are improving. Panic just look a little bit lost. I'm really hoping they can bounce back against 117, but it's going to be a tough one.
All right, looking for a little bit more out of Panic. I mean, that's pretty much final thoughts from the two of you. So, Shift, I want to hear how you're feeling after today as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with the Mont and Animus game. It should be an Animus win, but depending on how competitive Mont can be, they're going to come off of what will likely be a loss and have to win out. But that was the last major opponent that they would have in their schedule. Everybody else is right around their same position in the standings. So I'm hoping that they come out, continue to really impress, playing good COD, because they will have to essentially either surprise Animus or win out the rest of the way, kind of like the same thing that Panic finds himself in right now.
TLDR, you need to be here tomorrow to watch and keep up with all of the action. And if you can't be here tomorrow, then at least make sure you're following us on social media so that you don't miss a single second of anything that's going on, because that was an insane match, and that was 1 of 4 today, 1 of 8 on the week. That's why you need to make sure you're up to date on absolutely everything. And then on top of it, you can always join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to hang out with us in the community, talk all things COD Mobile, and just, I mean, talk about these matches, because there's probably so much more that we could say that could fill a whole separate show after a match like that. But we can't keep you here forever, because we have a whole other match day tomorrow to continue on into. So for now, we have to say goodbye, as we've whittled it down to 2 teams at the top of our leaderboard remaining undefeated, and tomorrow is going to be just as exciting. As always, thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy for helping us make this entire thing possible. Thanks to all of you at home for hanging out and watching with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.